The champ is here. This is the champ. Oh my God.
I won it against the best player.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can beat that.
You won the hand.
Thank you.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event. It's day 5, the penultimate day of this 5K tournament where we play down to the final table. 18 players return from a starting field of 1,195. We are at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, the we being me, James Hartigan, him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And him being Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
You know, James, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the night sky is filled entirely with Michelin stars.
So yes, we have got 2 days of coverage to go, including today. Tomorrow will be the final day of our broadcast, the final day of the tournament where we play down to a champion. A reminder, tomorrow we are on air slightly later at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And over the course of today and tomorrow, we want to hear from you. The only place to do that is in the live chat on YouTube. Plus, stay across all of the social channels for more great content here from EPT Monte-Carlo, including X, Facebook, and Instagram. Here's what happened yesterday. Day 4 saw 52 players return. Each of them had locked up more than 17K. Headlining the main stage, we had Sebastian Mallets, Jamil Wakil, and chip leader Matthew Davenport. Nacho Barbero was moved to the feature table, and he lost a big pot with 2 pair against a flush. Not long after that, he hit the rail. Online qualified Diego DiMartino was all in on the flop with kings against aces. Miracle River card, followed by scenes. A flurry of bust outs towards the end of the day, including former chip leader Matthew Davenport and Spanish pro Juan Pardo. And the day ended with Alexander Shevlyakov bagging the chip lead. With 18 players remaining spread across 3 tables, we can check on the stacks of all of the players in the tournament. Alex Colonius is in the hyper danger zone. Danger zone! With just 5 big blinds. Then we've got Katada, Petrov, Demidenko with all sub 20 big blind stacks. Both Franchi and Galinsky at 20 bigs exactly. Average stack right now, 1.9 million. So all these players below average. If we check on the chip leaders, we will see that we have got some big stacks. Shevlyakov playing 80 bigs, DiMartino, Kokistani with 73, 71 respectively. But yeah, you see Matthias Milhosen, Nick, who is pretty much bang average, 39 bigs, so shallower than maybe would be at this stage of an EPT normally.
Yeah, absolutely. But what we saw, guys, was a willingness to survive. A lot of players playing a snug game, anticipating those pay jumps, and for good reason, 6 figures if we can get onto that final table eventually.
So 2 eliminations and we're down to 2 tables. This will be our feature table for the start of the day, though. We have got the chip leader. We've got Alexander Shevlyakov. We have also got last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov. I don't really want to call it a redemption story. Second place in an EPT is a huge payday. He then made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event and came 5th, but if he can go 2nd and 1st, that's pretty cool.
It could be one of the rare situations where the sequel is better than the original.
And crucially, even just making back-to-back final tables of the same EPT would be a huge accomplishment. So we're kicking things off at the start of level 26. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante.
I'm still not over Juan Pardo, to be honest.
Last hand of the day.
Yeah, made a really bold play on the turn with a straight draw, ran right into the trips.
Haven't confirmed it yet, but I'm pretty sure Juan is going to fire at the 25K. Registration for that closed at noon.
We'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. Ronnie is still in the mix in the 25K, of course.
So Stanislav Petrov opening under the gun out of a 18 big blind stack has raised to 100,000 with ace-8 of diamonds. It is raise and take it. Now playing 19 bigs. Joe.
Yeah.
We got Shane watching who says he would love a shout out.
Okay, so I'm well into my 40s, or my early 40s, late 30s, early 40s at this point. And I don't really keep up with stuff like shout outs and Riz and drip. Well, a shout out would be something like, "What's up, Shane? How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. You the man." Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
So, second hand of the day, Malcolm Franchi has opened with ace-7 suited.
6 raise, 100,000.
But I thought we weren't supposed to call these people Frenchie.
He's opened to 100,000. Mariusz Galinsky with 5s on the button.
7 pass.
Sides against it. Only 20 big blinds behind. I don't hate that. If we are going to play it, it probably is best played as a shove. But at this stage in the tournament, honestly, just omitting it completely, but very understandable, guys.
You want to do a mistake immediately? Huh? You want to do a mistake immediately, or you're stalling for the redraw?
Hey, John.
Huh, would you say that Malcolm's in the middle?
You want me to start?
Kinda. With
Sure.
23 big blinds. So 2 hands played so far, both raise and take it with middling suited aces.
The Polish crusher.
Polish what?
Crusher. Crush this.
Franchi with 4 deuce of hearts.
6 pass.
Galinsky in the cutoff with 6-3 off. So we get our first look at our chip leader, Alexander Shevlyakov. Starting the day with close to 4 million chips, 9-8 off on the button. And he is raising. Mulhausen has 9-8 of diamonds in the big.
Seems like hand we want to play. Mulhausen, 37 big blinds behind. I think we just call. It's a really pretty hand. No need to get blown off so much equity. Even against aces, these suited connectors are going to perform okay. So just a call, keep it cool.
Heads up to the flop. You may have observed that Shevlyakov is wearing the PokerStars patch because he is an online qualifier. Won his seat in this tournament via a €530 satellite.
I love a qualifier story, James. Continuation bet, absolutely mandatory. Don't let me down. First prediction of the day.
Okay. Here we go.
No, to be fair, this is a pretty weak prediction. I think this is fairly standard. I'm not going to claim this one. Should have gone for a size, though. 80K is the bet, 275K in the middle to begin with, and takes it down.
Shevlyakov playing more than 4 million now, more than 80 big blinds. Roy says you have to wear a patch when you win a satellite. You are required to be branded if you are playing on the TV table if you take the full package, yes.
Full package. Lol.
So Shevlyakov, originally from Russia, now lives and plays poker from Slovenia.
Beautiful country, Slovenia. Spent a little time there myself.
Really?
Yeah, actually lived there for a little while.
6 plus.
I say lived. Stayed with a friend for an extended period of time. It wasn't Ljubljana, yeah.
Galinsky with ace-3 of hearts.
I can't believe it used to be part of Czechoslovakia.
Has opened here to 100,000. Oh my God, just don't. Just don't.
3 plus.
Angelov in the big blind with 7-5 is going to defend. Five, 4, 3.
The nuts. Pair of fives with a 7. The nuts.
Bet 70,000.
And Angelov going to lead here with top pair, Nick.
Yep, nice to have some leading on these boards. Having a gut shot, obviously, a little bit of a bonus. This is quite an advanced strategy. Learning how to quote-unquote donk bet. A donk bet simply meaning that we're leading into an initial raiser who's open pre-flop. The cool thing about doing this is we actually are allowed to do this with hands as strong as 2 pair on these textures, especially when a deuce gives an ace a straight. People are very obliged to continue with a hand like ace-king, for example. We're also allowed to lead with some straights as well to try and get maximum when our opponent has overpairs like jacks or tens or something like that, maybe even aces or kings. As played, though, leading a call, you can see that a pair and a gut shot is good enough to continue for Galinsky. And now checking it over. The overcard is a slowdown. Galinsky kind of has showdown. I don't know if we want to be turning our head into a bluff here necessarily. Obviously, we also often have equity with the deuce.
As we watch this hand play out on the feature table, a reminder that we're keeping track of significant pots at the outer tables. We have got Alex Colonius, who started the day with just 5 big blinds, so one would expect him to be all in pretty soon.
Mexican 2-2-2 big blinds.
Pair of 5 still good. After it went check, check on the turn. Angelov checks the river. Galinsky.
Yeah, probably happy to check here as well. Unless perhaps, no, yeah, fair enough, just to check. I wonder if we actually can find a value bet with a 5 if we have a better kicker. Like I imagine, given the action, maybe a hand like King 5 suited might be able to sort of blocker bet the river, or even just, you know, go like 1/3 or a half or something. Once our opponent checks the turn, very infrequently having an overpair to the 5 on the flop or improving to a jack on the turn.
So last year's runner-up now playing 3.6 million, more than 70 big blinds. Just 10 minutes into the first level of the day.
We get to make a big deal if he just makes the final table again,
Absolutely.
right? Like, that's
Back-to-back
still
finals
pretty
is
sick, even if it's
100%.
It really is a difficult thing to do.
25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. That's where we're at right now. Level 26 of the main event. Action folded to Petrov in the cutoff. He's out. Norhausen on the button has passed. So we're blind v blind. Angelov in the small. Franchi in the big. decides to shove on this 20 big blind stack. And
Never works, buddy.
he is not going to call it off with 5-3. Angelov second in chips at the table among the chip leaders with 18 players remaining. But we are going to the outer table where there is a potentially massive pot between two of the biggest stacks in the tournament.
What?
Andreas Guller has shoved the turn here against Enrico Coppola. Both players start the day with more than 3 million. You can see the board, ace, ace, 7, deuce. Coppola's already played a couple of time bank cards. That is a call. Ace 5, the hand for Coppola, trip aces. 10-7 for Guller?
Goo!
He's drawing dead.
Oh dear.
Wow. There was a 5 big blind stack in the field, and Andreas Guller just shipped a 3 million stack with a 7 there, and is out in 18th place.
That's wild. What a gift.
Wow.
That means Enrico Coppola is going to be our new chip leader with 6.4 million. And Guller is going to cash for 34,600 euros.
Yeah. It's hard. I knew you had the egg, but...
What a horrible spot to get it in, Nick, and be drawing dead.
Yeah, and I'm a bit confused about that hand selection there, James. Like, representing trips is definitely a thing if you want to bluff, right? But usually we do it with equity rather than having showdown, right? Ace, ace, 7? The 7's just going to be winning a bunch. I'm not sure why.
Would it have anything to do with blockers? Just throwing that out there.
He was blocking pocket 7s for sure. By the way, I don't think that was a slow roll or even a nit roll. From Coppola's perspective, yes, he's got trip aces there, but when someone ships 3 million chips on that turn card, you've got to consider the hands that might be beating you, Nick.
100%. And for the most part, when we are all in there, the idea is to represent rather than to shove with a hand that is potentially losing to an ace. But all right. That 5 big blind player remaining is going to be loving that, though. Step closer to a ladder. When is the next jump, James?
Normally it would be at 15, yes. Oh, no, we hit. That was a jump.
That was
a jump. You're right, Nick, because now there's a money jump with every 2 eliminations.
Yeah.
So now everyone's locked up 40K.
So that 5 big blind player, like, yes, please.
Sorry, we're down to 17. It wasn't Alexander Colonius.
Correct. Colonius is still alive right now.
Huh.
So still at 17 players, still 1 away from being down to 16. No redraw at 16. A table at random will be chosen and broken, and the field will merge across the remaining 2 tables. So payouts on the screen right now, and you'll see that everyone is now locked up 40,350 euros, and you can ladder to 48 grand if you can make it to 15th place. That hand was wild. Biggest pot of the tournament so far. We now have a player with 6.5 million. And Guller is gone.
All right, I have a prediction here. Shevlyakov is all in.
Did you say Shevlyakov?
Shevlyakov. Shovel it in, Shevlyakov. Yeah, boy.
Oh, no, Nick.
I'm sorry, Nick. That was not an all-in.
Stop it. It's the effective all-in. Don't be silly.
Nick, accuracy is important. That was not an all-in.
Give me your left hand.
And that does mean we are going to have to give you an electric shock.
Where's that car battery? So Franchi here opening off of a 10 big blind stack guy. Sorry, 20, excuse me, big blind stack. Hence the jam, or the effective jam. And yeah, pretty standard stuff.
Shevlyakov was the start of day chip leader, is still the biggest stack at this table, but is trailing Enrico Coppola by about 2.5 million chips.
I like the style points though. One of the best feelings in poker is when you're really big stacked and you don't even measure it, you just chuck in a bunch of like big chips.
What the hell are you talking about? I've never experienced that. It's like saying, oh, it's just the best thing about pooping in a solid gold toilet. I wouldn't know, buddy.
Just one final comment on that hand. IZ or IZ says, hot take, the call with ace-5 is worse than the shove with 10-7.
That is a hot take. That is a steaming pile of hot take.
Shevlyakov in the small blind. Action has been folded to him.
5 seconds. 8 grand.
Boom.
1,425,000.
Putting the pressure on Stanislav Petrov in the big blind, who's playing just 15 bigs.
Yeah, we got a call, guys. I think this is calling territory.
5 seconds.
Small versus big, yeah. Even I'm calling this, and I'm terrible.
I mean, look, it's king queen. It's for 15 bigs. Wow. Perhaps an ICM fold, honestly. Like, you know, we're obviously going to be flipping a bunch, but we are dominating quite a few king combos that want to just apply pressure blind v blind.
Hot take, that fold was worse than the shove and the call.
If we say hot take, are we just allowed to say whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're not. This is not Chat Pro Friday.
Hot take, Joe owes me $100.
Do I? Is that where we're at right now?
No, I just thought I could get away with it because I said hot
you
take.
almost did. I was like, okay.
Angelov first to act with ace-9.
5 raise. 100,000.
Raises to 100K. Galensky. Thank you.
You guys know the character Boris the Animal from Men in Black? I think it was like Men in Black 3, played by Jermaine Clement. Guess not.
I don't think I ever saw the third one.
No, I
gave up after the second one.
I have standards.
Never mind.
To the outer tables again, and no surprise to find Alex Colonius all in. Start of the day super short. His shove has been called by Leon Zieta, and it is a domination situation in Colonius' favor. He's got it in with ace-king. Zieta with ace-10.
Ronaldo.
Ace-high flop.
Ronaldo.
Just has to fade a 10 on the river. Boom, Colonius is going to double up.
Good start to day 5. Class is back on.
Colonius now playing 680K. Hello to Alessandro, who is a long-term
Love Alessandro.
live stream viewer. It says, got off early from work, looking forward to some Monte-Carlonian poker, some Hartiginian puns, and some Stapletonian chat banning. Let's get to the final table. That is the aim of the game. Trying to get down to 6 today. Ball here's in the small with King 5. It's been folded to him. Angelov with queens in the bag.
I don't want to shut it down, but this feels kind of destined with how this day's going for him so far. Did I just ruin it?
Probably. 165,000 is the raise. David Lappin's contribution to the broadcast. Pretty rough to be left hanging by the lads there, Nick, with that insightful Men in Black 3 reference. I mean, I assume it was insightful. I also have not seen it.
Thanks, David. I mean, that's still a vote of confidence.
Do you want to painfully explain it to all of us?
No, not. It was just a cool character in what was otherwise not such a great movie. And whenever I see Boris Angelov's name, I have to think of Boris the animal. That's all. It wasn't particularly insightful. Just making conversation.
Got it.
It's the only other Boris you know, isn't it?
Good question. Probably. Also, David Lappin, you're banned.
5 seconds. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass.
I actually didn't hate that film, to be honest. I thought it was fine.
5-3 of hearts on the button for Mulhausen.
5. 3 pass.
Chad is just going to start naming Boris's now. Good job, guys. Look what you've done.
That's the spirit.
So, Franchi 16 big blinds deep. Do we just shove this as the chip leader?
5 call.
No, playing it cool.
Hey, I told you, buddy.
Definitely would be profitable. There's probably a more optimal way to play it, according to Mr. Boris.
I mean, Franchi does get to realize his equity this way.
Yeah.
6 checks.
Checks his option. We go to the flop. Jack 10-6. Ooh.
50K to go.
Is that an official prediction?
Yep.
5 bet. 60,000.
Yes!
All right, he's back. He's back in black.
Where's Griffin when you need him? Get the jumper cables ready.
Easy. Easy. What a bully.
Well, we spoke to Boris Angelov before the start of play today. Ask him how it feels to make another deep run here.
It's been incredible. I've been very fortunate to have the things that happened to me just happen. I think I've played well, and I just got lucky a couple of times, and things went my way.
What do you think you have to do today to make it to the final table?
I just have to play my game. Nothing special, no game plan, no nothing. Just trust my instinct and my game.
What would it mean for you to win, finally break through on the main stage on an event like this and win it?
I have a really big cabinet back home that's just gathering dust at the moment. It'll be pretty nice to fill it up with something. But I'm not really thinking about the outcome. I'm thinking about the next round, nothing else.
At the very least, we could get him a trophy for world's dustiest cabinet.
That was a great interview. Boris came off really nice there, and I love that mentality. I think that's really good tournament mindset.
I'm going to call that Boris Angelov versus the PA system. Petrov has opened here with King 10, been 3-bet by Mulhausen, and now Franchi's deciding what to do in the small blind with King Queen. Elects to fold.
Seven pass.
No. He's just counting his chips, right?
So this was the player previously folding King Queen versus a blind v blind shove.
Okay, he's folding.
That was versus our chip leader as well. So I imagine here we just see a fold again as we face that 3-bet.
Great note, great observation.
Don't tell him my nickname.
On YouTube that Malcolm Franchi, of course, just missed
Next
out
time I'll bring my
on the
cookie
final table
I have
at the
one.
World Series main event last summer. He was the 11th place finisher, and as we've already established, Angelov was 5th. So chances are they played a decent
Tomorrow
chunk
is closed,
together.
but Tomorrow is far.
What? Yeah, exactly.
Why did you look right at me when you said decent chunk?
I was looking for word inspiration. You provided the inspiration.
He meant decent hunk.
No, I definitely meant chunk.
he meant chunk.
One is holding.
Petrov all in with ace-king.
5 pass.
So this is like 12.5 bigs, something like that. Understandable. Shove. Anyone else got a piece to call with, though?
Not for all in. Even that guy's got me covered.
7 pass. 8 pass. Six. 630, sorry.
Dav wants to know if we'll get another day in the life of vlog at Malta. Yeah, if they send a camera crew to do it for me, you think I'm going to put the work in that Hardigan does? Filming himself every day, muttering while he puts subtitles on it. Expires in 23 hours and 59 minutes. No, thank you.
Juice, squeeze, all that. 30 minutes into the day, we get this raise from Matthias Milhusen with 8-7 of clubs.
I can't believe this dude's name is Franchi. It sounds like what a Midwestern mom would call a French foreign exchange student. Where's Franchi? Take Franchi to the prom.
Galinsky with Jack-10.
Franchi, do you have electricity in France?
7 pass. 8 pass.
And Petrov did manage to pick up some chips with the shove just now, but 5-4 offsuit. Not looking so hot when you're this short. He's playing a toit game, which is understandable.
If we're going to do that, we're just picking up the blinds, and we have a long day ahead.
he's saying, speed it up.
You guys have any cool nicknames? This is nobody.
I have one.
Oh,
That's
okay.
like,
Okay.
it's French, like it's Kakom.
Kakum.
Yeah.
Mr. Kakum, yeah?
Kakum?
It's just a little kid, a girl, like she don't know how to pronounce my name, and she call me Kakom, and then like
And your name is normally?
Malcolm.
She
Say
says
Kakum.
Kakum.
And then like my mother and family call me Kakom.
Oh, really? That comes from there.
That's such a sweet story, I can't even rip on it. Though Kakum sounds gross.
What's your nickname, Stapes?
I'm rather partial to Uncle Daddy.
It's just so wrong. The older you get, the creepier it becomes.
It is getting pretty bad. But it's because I'm fun like an uncle, but I'll discipline you like a daddy. You know what I mean, Nick?
This is not helping. You're just digging yourself deeper.
Sadly, I do. On the button with King 9, just bins it. Nope, never mind. Sorry, Shevlyakov is on the button and raised. Excuse me. Small blind was what was folded. Excuse me. Mulhusen has 38 big blinds. Shevlyakov, one of our chip leaders, of course, 79 bigs. Play it cool. Just a call. Looking for that set, potentially.
Pretty stinky to be out flopped here with the one real overcard.
It feels like the kind of board that we bluff 100%. I mean, I say bluff 100%. It's probably what we call a range bet.
A check raise bluff?
We bet with 100% of our range here, usually. That might not be true at the later stages, though. We can still probably find some checks with some hands. Our opponents will have a 5 in the big blind once in a while. Does Mulhusen want to continue with the 4s? I'd be interested to see what we're supposed to do with a hand like pocket 6s or 7s here. Not 100% certain.
Well, look at that, Nick.
Yeah.
And it sort of checks out because Mulhausen was kind of criticizing everyone for playing a little too tight, and here he is, putting chips in the middle.
So when we do see bet these boards, obviously we are opening up ourselves up to a check raise. King 9 seems like a hand we must continue with, especially if we respect our opponent as a capable player, check raising with some bluffs. You know, as an exploit, if the tightest player at the table check raises you on this board, I think we can probably start to make some heroic folds on later streets.
But Mulhausen is not the tightest player.
No, Mulhausen is a very capable, experienced poker player, so category A, not B.
$165.
Free bet, 165,000.
Keep it going.
I mean, how sticky is Shevlyakov going to get? This could not end well for Mulhausen.
So here's the thing, Joe.
Yeah.
If we were to look up this check raising range on the flop, that's Mulhusen's range.
Yeah.
It often contains stuff like 6-7 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Where we're blocking 6-5 that our opponent might have opened with on the button. We have backdoor diamonds, or backdoor spades, or backdoor clubs, plus some backdoor straight draws.
Who is we? I don't see any of those cards.
The people.
The people.
So I think, again, against a thinking opponent, we need to call. Great run out for Shevlyakov.
This is bad.
And I feel like Mulhusen was probably planning on 3-streeting this one, but with that run out, we're now terrified that Shevlyakov has a king, which is probably never folding.
Desbest says, are there more Monte Carlo events left or no? Oh yes, there are more events today and tomorrow.
475.
As it's the weekend.
Man, I thought he might
Wow.
give up.
Oh wow.
Alexander Colonius' ears are ringing right now.
Oh dear.
Are we just calling there to get a look at the cards?
I think we're calling because our opponent either has the same hand as us, or they're bluffing, which we get no value from, or they have quads.
Okay.
Now I don't know how often quads check raises the flop, but that's the setup, I think.
So Shevlyakov chips up to 5 million. And Mateusz Mulhusen is going to be playing around 20 big blinds now. Still have 55 minutes to play at this blind level.
You gotta love the dude for putting his money where his mouth was. I mean, I already loved him. He's so cool. I'm hoping if I kiss his butt enough on a broadcast, he'll let me have lunch with him.
6 pass.
Looking at the chip stacks at the start of the day, seeing that we had a bunch of players with fewer than 20 bigs, we had Colonius on 5 bigs. I did kind of expect us to be down to 16 in the first kind of 35, 40 minutes of the day. I'm kind of shocked that we're still at 17. I'm also shocked that the only elimination we've seen was a guy who started the day with more than 3 million.
It could still happen. It could happen on this hand. 16 bigs, 12 bigs, 12 bigs at this table. 21 is third in chips.
Jacob asking what satellite did Chevlier-Cobb qualify from. I mean, I don't have the exact tournament ID. It was a 530 satellite on Stars. Yeah, sorry, Free Flow. Some of the players coughing directly into their collars, which sadly is where their microphones are located. And sometimes the sound team can't catch it in time.
At least it's a nice, wet, gratifying cough and not a dry one. Yeah.
You like the phlegmy ones?
I like some. You gotta get it out. You know what I mean? You got a Hawk 2 on that thing.
3 bet. 100,000. 5 pass.
Whenever we get towards the end of an EPT, whatever Lurgy has been doing the rounds has normally hit at least 2 or 3 players remaining in the main event.
For sure. I think what's been great about this trip is that I haven't socialized at all. So I think I'm going to steer clear of it, fingers crossed. Lauren, my movie producer friend, hit me up yesterday. She said they're looking for like $600K to finish a movie right now with like a bunch of stars in it, and if I know any poker players that want to invest. And I was like, I've not hung out with a single high roller this week. And she's like, don't you only hang out with high rollers? Like, the only person I've hung out with this week is Griffin. And she was like, oh, understood.
5 7 pass.
Whoever the commentators are, they're torched. Is that good or bad?
100,000.
I don't think that's good.
No, I think fire's good. Cooked is bad. Torched is good.
Chevlier-Cobb with aces. It's open to 100K.
5. 1 pass.
Round to Mulhausen on the button.
So after the exchange there, the bluff gone wrong, 24 big blinds on the button.
5.
Who's not the kind of player that's going to get shook, though. He took his line. He did it with confidence. Now reset and work with what you got. Boris, our chip leader now, or one of our chip leaders, excuse me. Chevlier-Cobb technically slightly deeper stacked.
5-4.
Does decide to call versus the open.
Frenchie with King 10 in the big.
Look, I got French fries for you, Franchi. In case you're homesick. So tempting. How do you not?
Yeah, he's thinking about potentially making the move here, guys. He's only got 14 big blinds
No,
behind.
just take the 6-1.
All in. Nope.
6 pass.
Just decides to fold. I thought he said all in, guys. My apologies. Not even the call. That is interesting.
So instead, it's Angelov. Heads up to the flop and flopping the flush draw.
All right, this is it right here. This is going to determine whether or not Boris Angelov is going to the final table.
It is a battle of the two biggest stacks at the feature table.
Whether or not it's written in the stars, which, by the way, here in Monaco are all Michelin stars.
8-bet, 80,000.
Shevlyakov continuing for 80,000.
Five raise, 270,000.
It's funny because I only heard 70, which wouldn't have been a raise.
270,000 is a check raise from Boris Angelov. And Shevlyakov just calls, taking us to the turn with 840K in the middle. Wow. King of Hearts on the turn. So Angelov now with top pair and the flush draw.
So is this a speed up or a slow down now, guys? I mean, obviously the check raise is kind of a semi-bluff with our draw and an overcard. I think I'd check here as well. You know, imagine barreling off into a set or a hand like King Queen or a hand like Ace King. It doesn't feel great. So just slow it down. Don't inflate the pot here, right now. Shevlyakov probably likely to bet the turn at this stage, though.
275,000.
Goes for around a quarter pot.
275K. So are you saying, Joe, that if Angelov loses this pot, he will not make back-to-back Monte Carlo final tables?
No, but I am saying that if he wins it, he will.
Can't fold yet, guys. Small bet and monstrous hand, monstrous draw. Perceived value probably at this stage.
1.39 million in the pot. The spade on the river. Angelov gets there. Checks it.
Does this work?
Yeah, going for the trap, of course.
Would it be too nitty for Shevlyakov to check this back?
Nope.
And Shevlyakov does check it back.
That check is an insult.
And Angelov adds 745K to his stack, is officially the biggest stack at this table now with close to 5 million, nearly 100 big blinds.
Lock up a seat at the final table. That's my official prediction.
Boris the Animal Angelov. 97 big blinds.
And if I get that prediction wrong, I am more than happy for 110,000 volts to go coursing through Griffin Bender.
Shevlyakov now playing 4.3 million, around 85 big blinds, and still half this level to play. Still 45 minutes on the clock until we take the first break of the day.
8 pots.
I've been following PokerStars events for years. Oh, did someone delete it? Where did it go?
No, it's still there.
Oh, but these new commentators are much better than the previous ones. What year would he have to be referring to for it to not be me and you, James? 2010?
Yeah.
Have I been doing comms since 2019 as well?
Yep.
Maybe he's saying you're better than we are.
Nah.
Or maybe the last time he tuned in was 2007 when Barry the Bully Martin was doing the EPT live stream from San Remo.
Amazing.
It's a great comment, though. Thank you for your comment. Max pressure from Angelov again. He's in such a great position as one of our chip leaders, just applying max pressure. The 8-7 suited shove here is like so spot on.
I mean, when you've got players out behind you with 12, 10 big blinds, awesome position to be in at the table.
Yeah, this is great.
So, of course, players competing in EPT main events and in high rollers are earning points for the high leaderboard in the PokerStars Live League. This is running throughout 2025 across all PokerStars events in Europe. There are 3 different buy-in tiers, high, medium, and low. 3 separate leaderboards with prizes for the podium finishers in each leaderboard, plus the top 10 in each leaderboard. So 30 players in total at the end of 2025 will go forward to a casting process. Details of this have still to be determined. And 1 player will be picked to join Team Pro and will receive a contract worth $100,000 to play live tournaments in 2026. We were checking on the standings yesterday, Nick. Can't remember if you were here. Oh, hold on a sec. We've got an all-in. Nikolai Damodenko against Artem Shaganov. Ace-Jack against Jacks. Jacks hold for once, and we lose Damodenko.
What the hell is going on?
Oh my goodness.
So we are going to be at 2 tables. We are down to 16. But we still have a hand in progress at the other outer table. It's Jamil Wakil against Diego DiMartino. We are on the turn. The board is 10 of diamonds, 9 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 5 of spades. Jamil Wakil shoving for 1.3 million, just over 1.3 million. And Diego DiMartino has asked for a count.
$1,375,000. It's like 26 bigs.
Well, DiMartino is not short on time bank cards, has a decent stack in front of him. So while he has officially 10 seconds left to make a decision, he can extend that shot clock by playing 1 or more of those cards. Buys an additional 30 seconds.
I don't know how long 30 seconds would actually get me of think time, because I'd spend at least 10 seconds thinking about how I just spent another time bank card. And then the final 10 seconds would be like, uh-oh, I guess I better get another time bank card ready. It'd really only be 10 seconds of thinking.
As we've established, you've never thought more than 2 seconds in your life.
5 times longer than I need.
Well, DiMartino is seriously considering this.
We got a almost flushy, almost straighty board. He's gonna fold.
Yeah.
That's a fold.
Looks back at the hand and folds. The shove gets through. So play concludes for this session with 16 players. There will now be a table broken, and we will be at 2 tables of 8.
Man, if Mulhausen and Wakil end up at the same table, that might be cool overload. I don't know what's going to happen.
So it is this table. You'll notice the chip racks are being brought to this table that is breaking. So these are the players who'll be taking new seat assignments at either the single outer table or the feature table that's up on the main stage. Once we've got new players in position, once we've got their chip stacks verified and they have been mic'd up, we'll get the action restarted and play out the rest of this level.
Did it show any showdown?
No, no showdown. He said that people showed.
Spanish. I was asking for showdown.
You're going to 2-3? So we need to do something.
Nobody seems that excited.
Still a long way to go before we're at the final table, before the trophy's in sight.
There's only one more table before the final table.
So we were talking about the PokerStars Live League. This will be a good opportunity to check on the standings in the 3 different league tables. Andreas Froley currently topping the low. Remember, this is going to change dramatically over the course of the next few months. We've got PokerStars Opens in Namur and Malaga, EPT Barcelona in August. By the time we get to the autumn, this could be completely different. But right now, Froley leads ahead of Carlsen, Francourt, and David Doherty, who's inside the top 5 at the moment. So these are tournaments with a buy-in of 999 or less. The medium buy-in tier is anything from 1K up to 4,999. TJ Reid tops the table at this tier. Giuliano Bendinelli, an EPT champion, sits in 3rd place. Nils Pudel, an EPT reg, sits in 8th place. Right now, the top 3 would get prizes, and all 10 of these players would go through to that casting process at the end of the year. The rankings are updated regularly. You can check out them at any time in the PokerStars Live app. This is the high buy-in leaderboard right now, and obviously we're going to recognize the names of most of the players here, because this is anything with a buy-in of 5K or above. Clemens Reuter at number 1 right now. Enrico Komoski sits in 3rd. Jesse Lonis in 4th. Leon Sturm has broken the top 10, as has Mikita Bodziakowski. So we'll keep you updated on our next live stream. But in the meantime, the PokerStars Live app, not only can you check on the standings, you can check on your own points. That's what I was going to say, Nick, before we had those 2 big outer table hands.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Joe and I decided to look. We both have 5.3 points in the low buy-in leaderboard.
So you're saying there's a chance?
We only need to 100x that to get up to 7th place. Oh no, that's the high buy-in.
Remember, the winner of the EPT main event is going to get 611 points, so they will automatically make it into this top 10, even if they're not already in the league. So from live poker to online poker, a reminder that once EPT Monte-Carlo wraps tomorrow, we're kicking off Scoop. The Spring Championship of Online Poker starts on Sunday, runs until June 2nd, with $60 million guaranteed across the series. Now, we've said this a few times, the main events are not taking place at the end of the series. They're taking place towards the end, but not the final weekend. May 25th, the day after the Big Game on Tour premieres on YouTube. May 25th is when you can expect the main events to begin, and we're going to stream days 2, 3, and 4 of the 5K No Limit Hold'em main event. You can watch cards up coverage as well as additional final table streams hosted by Nick Walsh on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Of course, there's a player of the series competition at the 3 different buy-in tiers, and the Scoop League returns. Sebastian Huber, Ben Spragg, Vincent Hand, Parker Talbot, and Kelvin Kerber are your team captains. Find out who they've drafted on the PokerStars blog.
Kelvin Kerber, cool change.
Let's get back to the table. Looks like we're ready to get the action restarted now that we have a full lineup on the main stage again. And Joe, you got your wish. Jamil Wakil sat at the same table directly to the left of Matthias Mulhausen.
This is going to be tough for me to handle, guys.
Diego DiMartino has also joined us.
You? 5-1. Okay, thanks.
You know, as much as I idolized all the cool guys in high school, I still asked out their girlfriends.
How did that work out for you?
I would say just was mildly threatened as a result of it.
So 2 tables remaining now in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event, playing down to the final table today. So Wakil has 75 big blinds at the start of this hand. King, queen, and the hijack.
Look at this. See, Mulhausen had to leave the table. He's like one cool guy at a time.
Coolness overload.
King Jack for Franchi on the button.
So we saw Franchi avoiding that King 10 spot earlier in the multi-way pot against aces and King 9 suited. I think probably playing it snug here too, understandably so. I think the King 10 fold earlier was actually really astute. When your opponent flats that small blind, it can often be up against 2 dominating hands or worse, and in this case, of course, was avoiding catastrophe. Ace-King, easy shove.
Absolutely, with fewer than 10 big blinds, a simple decision for Galinsky. Get your chips in, and because he's so short, and because Wakil already has chips invested, Nick, I feel he has to call here.
Might be priced in. How much is it to shove here? 500K, 10 big blinds. I think we can't raise fold this one with King-Queen. Too many small pairs in there, James.
More like go all in ski.
Exactly.
Got a call.
Call.
Yeah.
There is the call.
He agrees.
Domination situation, however.
Good luck, guys.
Galinsky is the at-risk player, but does have the dominating hand and is still ahead post-flop. Jamil Wakil looking for a queen.
For the TV table, no?
For you, I mean.
For the viewers, not for me.
Okay, let's have a sweat then.
No, that's boring.
No sweat, just 3 outs for Jamil Wakil. 3 cards that Galinsky has to fade to survive.
Was there more?
Yeah, maybe it's...
Hey, you win like this, you don't win with the 10.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Like this, you can win.
Okay.
No queen on the river. Galinsky doubles up through Wakil.
Go all in, ski.
As if these Skarsgård brothers didn't lead enough of a charmed life.
Okay. We can swap if you want.
That double up gets some over 22 bigs, leaving 3 shorter stacks at this table. DiMartino, Franchi, and Petrov. First I was afraid. I was petrified.
Thinking I would never lead without King 5.
Okay, all right. The thing is, James really loves Gloria Gaynor, and he won't mess with the lyrics to amuse us.
Big disco fan over here.
100?
Raise 100. 4 or 5. 5 plus.
What was yours? You had a big one?
Fifth business is
Or-
bad. Ryan Gosling is as close as I can get, and it's not close at all. I think the Skarsgård reference was better.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and the Skarsgård reference was very good.
He's like a
actually.
direct mix between Bill and the hot one.
Yeah. They're both Stellan Sons, right?
I believe so. I think
Yeah.
there's more also. I think there's at least one more, maybe two.
Not from one big pot.
We might see another all in here, guys.
55.
No, decides just to pump it instead. Let's take a look at this. Actually, started the hand with about 22 big blinds.
10 pass.
What was the name of the character Stellan Skarsgård played in Dune?
3 pass. Thank you.
Harkonnen?
Why was I thinking about that guy earlier on?
I don't know, James. I'm sure I don't know.
He played Baron Harkonnen, right?
Baron Harkonnen, sure. Maybe because you're high on spice.
So Boris Angelov remains the table chip leader with 5,100,000 big blinds. We have got 2 short stacks here. Franchi with 13 bigs, Petrov with 10 bigs. Diego DiMartino, by the way, who had that huge coup yesterday with the Kings, it was a big stack at the end of the day, has brought only 17 big blinds to this table, so he's on a downward spiral as well.
5 pass.
It's funny because spiraling is one of my favorite things to do, unless I'm in a poker tournament.
Franchi with queens here.
How about spiralizing? Do you ever spiralize a vegetable?
5.
Yeah, I did it for like spaghetti squash, I think, one time.
Yeah, like
Raise 100.
Franchi opening here to 100,000. King 7 for Galinsky.
7 pass.
3s for Shevlyakov.
8 pass.
He's going to give that up. So around to the blinds.
Coward.
It's just Petrov in the big blind. Starts this hand with 10 bigs. Ace-10 suited.
Too good.
it's too good, guys. It's too good. 10 big blinds. What else are we gonna do? We're all in.
All in and a call. It is Petrov who's at risk and behind here. But Franchi, should he lose, should there be an ace on the desk, will be left with just over a single big blind.
Sorry.
This is basically an elimination either way.
Ik kan niet kijken. Oké.
Ja, die
Ja, dus. Ja, dus.
This is 585. 585 and he's got 675. You have the same.
Confirmation that Petrov is the at-risk player here.
6-8, yeah. 6-8.
So you figured that out first, I just realized.
It helps. The flop. 9-7-5 with 1 heart.
You know what the term is.
Just do the ace. Don't do the backdoor thing if you're going to do it.
Turn card is the 8 of diamonds.
Joe.
They're going to do the backdoor thing.
Joe.
Petrov now with 11 outs. 6s, jacks, and aces working for him. The river is a queen, though. It is top set for Franchi, and it is the elimination of Stanislav Petrov in 16th place.
Turns out he will not survive.
Should have the 6. If you want to win, you can
Petrov will be the last
Good
player
shot.
to cash for 40,350 euros. Everyone else now guaranteed the better part of 50k. 48 grand is the next payout.
Guys, for me to tee up that song and then for him to not survive a few seconds later, I mean,
Yeah.
give me the Global Poker Award right now.
It's pretty
It
considerate.
was
kind of suspicious.
I was thinking about a different hand, so. But it could have been, yeah, I agree. Could have been. Could have been.
Franchi, those were queens. They have queens in your country, don't they?
Like nothing. I was born like this.
This is called a
my fault.
telephone, Franchi. Do they have those in France?
I read about that Marie Antoinette and her cake.
Obviously. Oh man.
What kind of
it should've
cake
cost
was
me
it,
some
Franchi?
So I made you an apple pie.
Yeah.
Sounds rough.
No, it's all right. I understand. If I were them, it would be silly not to pick me out.
5 pass.
Movie was terrible, though.
I like the movie.
No, the Midwestern mom wouldn't like the movie, is what
you're
I
right.
was saying.
You're right, sorry.
Raise 100.
Frenchie back in action here, raising with ace-8 of spades. He now has a 25 big blind stack.
8 pass.
The low man at the table is now Diego DiMartino playing 17 big blinds. Mulhausen with 5s in the big.
Got 20 big blinds after putting in the big blind and the big blind ante.
Call.
Call.
Nine, 6, 4. Mulhausen's like, why couldn't we have that flop when I had the 4s?
Check.
5s are still ahead right now, but he's checked the pre-flop aggressor.
65.
That's 65,000. Call.
Mulhausen check called the flop for 65,000. King of diamonds
Check.
does not help either player.
So it's, you know, at first glance, a card that the in-position player who opened could represent, but when it's a diamond, it's a little bit more tricky, guys, especially without a diamond in our hand. You know, definitely a card that Frenchie might want to represent, but it's tricky without a little backup or a blocker. What's interesting about the dynamic of this one, guys, is at this higher level, a lot of players who turn flushes here would often have a small lead with the diamonds, so they could have some bluffs as well. And of course, also that means that players who lead their flush draws can continue to get value from hands like King, Queen, Ace, King, King, Jack, without allowing them to check back and losing a street of value. So there might be some information in that. Mulhausen has the kind of hand that could be turned into a bluff on the turn, but I don't know how aggressive we want to be at this late stage in the tournament with those kinds of moves.
5. Pass.
Nice play from Frenchie.
It's going to leave Mulhausen tied at the bottom of the table with Diego DiMartino as Frenchie chips up to 30 big blinds with 30 minutes left on the level.
Stealing.
Oh.
Yeah, it felt like that, I agree.
Don't just talk amongst yourselves. Share it with the class.
Pass.
What do you think, Nick?
Raise 100,000.
About what, Joe?
About King Jack. With this stack, this many players at the table, I guess since it's relatively short, it's kind of just an auto open.
I would say so, yeah.
7 pass.
Frenchie here, 30-ish big blinds to start the hand. Seems very reasonable.
8 pass. 10
It's going to be a lot to do with the distribution of the chips, though, as well, right? If you're opening into more shorter stacks, they have less plays. If you're opening into one of our chip leaders, for example, in the big blind, that's going to be more tricky to navigate. King Jack is getting up there as a hand we probably just want to have in this range most of the time, regardless.
3 pass.
Jamil Wakil in the big blind with 6-5.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a call here.
Does indeed defend. Ten, 8.
Frenchie probably wants to c-bet this one. I think checking is also fine. However, if we do have a c-bet, I think nice and small on 10, 8. Something in the region of a quarter pot, maybe. I think checking, like I said, also cool. We go to the turn, 6 of clubs.
Gin.
These are spots that I definitely need to do more work on, though. This sort of late game, final two table ICM adjustments. Generally speaking, we want to be bluffing less frequently as we get later in the tournament, especially when we have showdown or hands that can easily improve into more confident calls on later streets. King Jack's a good example of that, guys. And finding more slowdowns in these spots is going to be really beneficial for maintaining that chip stack when, as they say in ICM, the chips you lose are worth more than the chips you gain.
No king, no jack. Wakil with the best hand.
With 2 checks, guys, I think Wakil can go for value.
90.
Yep. Like this a lot. Franchi is representing exactly the kind of hand that he has. King high, ace high, something of that nature.
Wakil wins the pot. Back up to around 70 big blinds, 3.3 million. 67 bigs to be precise.
Have we mentioned that he had 6 big blinds at one point?
Well, a player who started the day with just 5 big blinds is Alex Colonia. Sadly, he has just departed, eliminated in 15th for 48,450 euros. But by not being the first player eliminated today, he landed 14K today.
Oh, eliminated by Zeiter, who is once again 8. Does your daughter say that, James? Somebody 8? They 8? Left no crumbs. When somebody does something awesome, the thing that young people say now is they 8.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but I think she ate.
No, I've not heard her use that one.
She ate that up.
Patrick's nodding, but you know what? You're not that young anymore either, buddy.
I was going to say there's a big difference between like what people in their 20s are saying and what teenagers are saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're down to 14 players, 2 tables of 7 remaining now.
Low key for real.
I want to do research on, like, you know, and get my vernacular up to speed, but I keep getting chucked out of the high schools.
Principal, this guy called Uncle Daddy keeps coming in and asking us what Riz is.
Honestly, it's just getting it's pushing the boundaries of what is socially and morally acceptable. Especially now you're 57.
We've discussed this before, Uncle
You don't
Daddy.
have
You need
to
to
keep
leave.
mentioning it.
Folded to Matthias Mulhusen in the cutoff with 7-6. Jamil Kamil Wakil folds the button. Boris Angelov in the small blind. Ace-9.
And how many big blinds does Franchi have? 27?
Yeah.
165.
Raise 165.
Well, that's a big raise.
This is 3 and a bit bigs, blind v blind. I'd say that's just about what you want to do. If you guys are looking at your sizings blind v blind, generally speaking, from out of position, we size up our raises and 3-bets. Here you can see blind v blind is approximately 3.5, 3.2, something like that. Big blinds to open, and Boris takes it down.
102 bigs for Angelov. Blinds will be up in 24 minutes' time. That's when we'll take the first break of the day. So Joe?
Yeah.
You see the little emoji symbol on the chat bar?
Yeah.
Click that.
Is it only on the computer?
Everything is computer.
Okay, so yeah, all right, let's do. Yeah, okay, I can do it.
3-5.
I can do it.
Shevlikov is open with Queen 10.
4-5.
Thank you.
Angelov, Ace-6 of strawberries.
This is 3-bettable. This is callable. This is a 102 big blind stack for Boris, 82 for Alexander. And Boris came to play, perhaps picking up on the fact that Shevlyakov is one of our bigger stacks, can have a wider opening range here. He thinks he's going to get the job done pre-flop more often. I think this is very clever. King Trey has no right being in this pot now.
I love that.
And I think theoretically Queen 10, just an open and then a folds versus 3-bet. But you never know.
You don't know, and you never will know. Angelov continuing to chip up. I think it is a pretty solid prediction that Angelov will make back-to-back final tables here in Monaco. He was the runner-up in 2024. How far can he go in 2025?
He's definitely going final table. That flush sealed it. Sealed it. Is it Sace in Italian also?
What's wrong?
I didn't speak Italian.
Cease? Sace?
Just 1 second, please.
I think it is.
I'm not sure I'm computer.
Okay, guys, suggest stop the game and should start dealing. So,
Well, the clock's running.
Okay, so if DMARC...
Clock's running.
Carry on.
Uh-oh. What's the issue?
So the issue is that there is an all-in and a call at the other table, so play has been paused on the main stage as we deal this out. Qatada at risk and behind, and Qatada does not improve. So that is Manuel Qatada eliminated by Kestutis Jungavicius. Qatada cashing for 48,450 euros. Yet we don't play hand for hand when we're at 2 tables, but if there is clearly a situation where the players on the main stage know there's an all-in at the other table and we're on a money jump and therefore they decide to slow down, they'll just pause the action there.
Good luck.
Seems fair. I agree. I'll allow it.
So down to 13 now in the main event. 6 players at the outer table, 7 on the main stage.
So, what I was going to say about these pocket sixes is that if DiMartino flops a set of sixes, 666, sign of the beast, it's because God is mad about there being an American Pope. This is crucial. This could be the fate of the universe. Oh. God loves an American Pope. Jack 9 tray, 2 hearts. Both players a backdoor flush draw. If it comes all red, somebody's hit one. I don't think that's true necessarily.
But 110.
DiMartino betting 110,000.
Bless ya.
Thank you.
Pretty tough call, BB.
How you say in Bulgarian?
Na zdrowie.
Na zdrowie. Na zdrowie. The same as in Polish.
The same as in Polish?
Yeah, na zdrowie.
This is where things are at right now. I can't tell if the constant questions about mallets are idiocy or trolling. Is it a bit, or are people genuinely of the opinion or belief that mallets is still in the tournament?
I feel like it's almost insulting to not believe that this many people could come asking about Sebastian Mallets, but I don't believe that this many people would come asking about him. Like, I don't get it. Is he like real famous? Is he like an influencer or something now? We just missed it. Does he prank people at Target? Does he walk up to girls in the street and ask them if he's tall enough to date? Does he dance on the hood of a Lamborghini? Why is he so popular?
Ed is confident that it's trolling.
I do like the hive mind mentality in small doses on the internet.
Angle of opening with King 8.
He's poker fanboy turned poker champion. Thank you, Gilbert.
Stevie Ortiz says Mallets has gone from being eliminated on day 4 to final tabling on day 5.
Lamau, this guy doesn't know why Mallets is famous.
I know exactly who Sebastian Mallets is. I just don't understand why there's so much interest in him.
What's the thumbnail today?
Angelov.
Ah, is he still in?
Angelov is the story. Angelov headlining our feature table. Biggest stack on the main stage. A runner-up in EPT Monte-Carlo last year. Final tableist at last summer's World Series of Poker main event. Potentially making back-to-back FTs. Mallets is the 3rd most famous person in Poland.
Malitzificent. I like that, Pavlo. It's a nice one. It was just bad enough to get my attention.
Miles says it was still Mallets in the thumbnail for me. Did they change it back? No, it's Angelov. Day 5, EPT.
Wait a second. Do people think Angelov is Mallet?
Oh, no. I didn't think about that.
Do they think Finkel is Einhorn? Einhorn is Finkel.
What to play?
Great, 225,000.
Looks like a tree bet to me. Look how small it is. Well, Undergate was the open. 225 was the 3 bets.
I can't believe I just thought of this now. Kuhlhausen. Come on, it was right there the whole time. Go, Gadget Golinsky.
And he folds the Queen Jack.
Pass. $83 big blinds for Shelyakov.
Yeah, it was the start of day chip leader. Would say that Angelov, not only being just the biggest stack on the main stage, but is not that far behind Enrico Coppola now, who was up to 6.5 million at one point. Joe, when someone describes you as the Joe Rogan of poker, do you think they mean that as a compliment?
I think they mean it as a compliment, yes. Joe Rogan is, in fact, king of the midwits. So I think they think that we would like to be king of the midwits.
6-5.
Angelov at risk here because he's playing the Spraggy.
5. 7-5. 8-5. 10-5.
Just had a really good idea, James.
Yes, Nicholas?
Well, actually, maybe not. I'm going to say it anyway.
Does that make Nick the Jamie of poker?
Hang on. Do you have a half-baked idea that you're not going to go away and workshop but just blurt on the air in the style of Griffin Benja?
Seems like maybe.
Can't have any fun anymore.
All right, go ahead. Nick,
No.
Hey,
I
look.
will not be Benjered live on
Hold
stream,
on.
all right? I'm not having it.
Uncle Daddy will listen to you. Go ahead.
You know how you guys have an award-winning podcast, Poker in the Ears?
Yeah, sure.
James, after your beer review on YouTube, Poker and the Beers should be your spin-off series where you just review beers.
If I was going to do a spin-off podcast, it would be about Bond. In fact, I did float the idea of doing a series of live streams on YouTube where I literally go back and look at every Bond movie.
I watched them.
In turn. It's just too much of a time commitment.
It is tricky, and getting everyone in the same place at the same time is difficult.
But I think it'd be quite fun to just do a Bondathon and then do a kind of live show, or like a podcast-style live stream, just kind of contemporary reviews of each movie in the franchise.
I would dig it.
Like a book club, but with Bond films.
Sure.
It was inspired, actually, by something that Joe said when we did that Pierce Brosnan stream that you've never seen on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Well, I was thinking that if you did this podcast, it'd be like, and this week's guest, Joe Stapleton.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And next week's guest, Joe Stapleton.
I would be using and abusing our friendship like you've never seen before.
I just remember some of those Bond movies being hard to get through even the first time I saw them.
But that's what I think makes it interesting is people still have very fond memories of the Sean Connery era, and now there's a lot in those movies that you kind of wince through.
Well, to be honest, I haven't seen all of them, as you know, but when I did my marathon, I was a teenager, so I haven't seen these movies in 15 years.
Wow, T-Bev. Skip the Timothy Dalton Bond movies. Well, for that, my friend, you are banned.
Oh,
that is
no.
sacrilege.
Yeah, so I was thinking that Amazon might do this thing where they do like a Spider-Man, how they brought like Tobey Maguire and Garfield together. That they're gonna have Dalton and Brosnan and Craig all discover each other and have to team up as like a bunch of old guys.
I mean, it wouldn't
to
even
save
have to
the
be
new young James Bond.
No.
It wouldn't have to be time travel or alternate universe. It could just be that they were all acting for what they thought was the same agency.
The code name theory has been debunked. End of.
Possible to have a wait first.
They can do whatever they want. Greedo shot first, or did he? Oh, Ali Bodika says, I like that Brosnan was the bad guy. Uh-oh, I don't want to say. But you liked that too, didn't you, James?
I did like that.
I really love that movie. That movie was so good. Oh, I just realized that my rental of Death of a Unicorn expired.
Have you not watched it yet?
No, I rented it and then fell asleep and then forgot to finish it.
Oh,
and I paid $20 for that rental. Ah!
That's really annoying.
The one time I didn't spend the $6 extra just to own it.
Were you enjoying the part that you were awake for?
It was fine.
Okay. Because it looks pretty good to me. I'm excited to watch that one.
I'm a Paul Rudd stan, what can I say?
Have you guys watched all of Black Mirror yet, the new one?
No.
No, I've only watched the first one.
Yeah, I need to go get back on that. I
You
love
just
that
have
stuff.
to be in the right frame of mind. They're
You
just
do.
so bloody depressing.
You do. You do. It'll catch you off guard.
Folded to the blinds. Jamil Wakil in the small with 7-4.
Jamil Wakul.
And that is a walk for Boris Angelov.
I'm Wakiling here.
I'm Wakiling here.
Second one is ruined, so I feel like.
Angelov, 5.7 million, close to 115 big blinds. Mulhausen now the table shorty with 14 big blinds. 7 minutes until the blinds go up. Action has been folded to Mulhausen. Pocket fours.
14 big blind stack in the cutoff.
Coolhausen.
500.
And makes a very committing raise to 500,000. Ace 10 of hearts for the table chip leader.
And just one player to act behind. He has got covered as well.
All in.
We're all in.
Gaan we. All in goal. No jump, right?
Mulhausen makes the call and we are off to the races.
Nu gaat hij wel komen.
Mulhausen, the at-risk player here.
Good luck.
Do you think Coolhausen can make a Fullhausen?
All he needs is this pocket pair to hold.
That's true.
He needs a full Hoosen.
But a Fullhausen would be cooler.
Feeling good about this.
No?
I had a 4.
That's good.
Helps a little.
Well,
I had 7-4.
Baby!
we're one step of the way towards that full house. A set of fours on the flop.
This is very good.
3.
Either 3 or 5.
And there
Come
it is
on!
Wow.
on the turn.
Wow.
Give me the award now!
Ace.
2 full houses. Cool housing. Full housing.
Double the full housing.
I had a 4 too.
Double the fun.
Double the fun.
Good call, Joe.
You're too cool.
I had 7. So.
I had 7 4.
I know, man. I know. It's a nice one.
Crazy table mono out.
All right, guys. You see now he can bleed, yeah? I showed you guys. He's not Batman. He can bleed. Or Superman.
And he still has 100 big blinds. Meanwhile, Mulhausen has 30 bigs. Again, I'll remind you, blinds will be up in 4 minutes' time when we go on break, when we come to the end of this session.
Thank you.
Bless you.
I like PokerStars. It's a good hand. Good hand.
Good hand on that board, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No, not all boards, but that's a good one to have.
My buddy was a race riser. He had number 44. He's always said it's his lucky poker number. So shout out to my buddy.
Oh, I like that.
He drove with the number 44.
Hope your buddy's not Chinese.
Action's going to start with Alexander Shevlyakov. And he's raising here with ace-8 of diamonds. Queen-4 of diamonds for Mulhausen. Let's it go. 7s for Jamil Wakil. Calls. Angelov on the button. Folds. Franchi in the small. 10-9 of diamonds. The Grafton. Potential squeeze spot here, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this is the spot he's going to take, but you can imagine plenty of combinations, feeling confident, putting more chips in there. Playing it safe, though, understandably so.
And Galinsky with ace-deuce offsuit in the big blind.
20 big blinds, James. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold here. I think ace-deuce has very poor playability in multi-way pots, especially against 2 players who will be in position against him. Want hands with better playability than that. Oh, sets everywhere.
Always coming.
Personally, I think I probably check to the caller there.
The 7 is always coming. It's the year of the 7.
Can't believe it's the year of the 7 again, by the way. Kind of faded out for a little bit.
About the thing that I'm on your left. You should take it, because every time I'm on your left, it's a good sign for you. Because you're different.
Yeah.
So
I need you by my side.
you sign? You sign for that.
Cute.
I think maybe 100K on the flop.
Bet 165,000.
Okay, a little bit bigger. Goes closer to half pot.
Like annoying guy to have on the left, so it's okay.
Yeah, you're not Juan Pablo.
Yeah, true, exactly.
Keel hovering around the 65 big blind mark.
3rd in chips at this table.
And this will be the last hand of the level. Just 20 seconds left on the clock.
Who's going to win the last pot? Jamil gives up Jack-9. He must really have to go have a break.
Well, Angelov, ace-3 of hearts, is going to open here to 100,000. Paolo asks, is Gullet still in? No. Huge hand. Scroll back. Need to see it. Yeah, ace-king suited here, and what does he start the hand with? 24 bigs?
7 pounds.
3 bets to 265,000, and it's going to be back on Angelov.
265?
265.
Oh, is Angelov going to try and do some kind of pressure move here with the small suited ace?
Yeah, potentially. This is one of those, James. Well spotted.
Pressure drop.
These low wheel aces are potentially good 4-bet candidates.
Yeah. It's crap, no?
Yep.
Shoves on his opponent,
Call. All in and call.
who calls all in and has a dominating hand and is going to be the big favorite to double up here through the table chip leader.
Angelov, more like Angelov, doubling up the short stacks.
On the last hand of the level, we are likely to see another short stack double up. Of course, something grotesque could happen.
Ooh.
For example, Angelov could turn a wheel.
Domination situation.
Franchi needs to fade. 5s and 3s on the river. Ace King still ahead. Better than a 4-1 favorite.
Easy.
It's the 3 on the river. Angelov gets lucky and eliminates Malcolm Franchi in 13th place.
Franchi, I thought you had the best hand.
That is a sick way to lose.
Angela of Death. Nice work, chat. Another elimination.
That's going to take us down to 12 players. That's going to take us down to 2 tables of 6. And
brutal.
With that hand, there's a very good chance, as Franchi walks away with 58,200 euros, there's a very good chance that Boris Angelov is now overall chip leader. He's going to be coming back from break with 6.3 million. That's 106 big blinds at the new blind level. So when we resume the action on the other side of this 16-minute break, Angelov is going to have 6.3 mil, another 106 bigs. Shevlyakov and Wakil, the other big stacks here. Mulhausen playing around 25 big blinds, and still 2 shorties at the table. Galinsky with 16 bigs, Diego DiMartino with 15 bigs. 30-60 will be the blind level, and we will keep this lineup on the main stage. So now we are down to 12. Everyone is locked up, 58,200 euros. We are also almost at the point where there will be a money jump with every single elimination.
Got the name and submit now. All I do is win, we the best now. Royalty, address me or get dressed down. Me in the game like a fox in the hen house. Come and get a little taste, get a little sample. Never been met with something we can't handle. Just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste, get a little taste. Yeah, just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste.
James pass. Sami pass. Nicola pass.
Saizu with aces.
97,000.
97,000. Hey Joe, what do you think of Saizu's sizing?
I like Saizu's sizing.
What do you think of this guy? Emmanuel Regini.
I think we're going to have not much time to get to know him.
Oh, yeah, all in from the small with queens.
Calls.
And call.
That's why we're at the table.
Showdown, gentlemen. Showdown.
Oh.
Ruining Rugini, more than likely. Oh, no.
Queen high flop.
Emmanuel hits a queen. He's now
Press.
No reaction from either player. Oh, Saizu now shaking his head. Mild discomfort at the situation. Needing an ace on the river. At least he won't be eliminated here.
It's a deuce of spades.
Rugini bears his chest and doubles up. Zip it up. Put it away, pal.
Yeah, do something. I come here for the poker, not for the unbelievably sexy players.
Okay, we're going to sweat with Sami Kelapuro.
Great. This dude probably has a pretty wild reputation. Ace King is kind of like starting with aces.
Sammy reduces to 95,000.
Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Were we under the gun or are we just the first person we saw act?
We're definitely the first person we saw. That doesn't mean we're under the gun. But yeah, this is a relatively early position re-raise from Nicola Schwiti.
And like a pretty good price too.
Well, let's see what happens here. We can see that Gelassi is the small blind.
240?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if he 4-bets, then we can just fold. As crazy as it is.
Yes, he is under the gun, Joe.
Yeah, I don't love this. I mean, this was the age of people like just going bananas with random cards and random positions, but... Okay, so when Gelassi thinks about it too, I think there's some things we can read into there, right?
Yeah.
Like 2.1, maybe he's going to have an ace a certain amount of the time. We're getting a really good price here is the problem, which makes me even more suspicious. God, are we really the kind of person that folds ace king? Probably not. But that's really what my gut's telling me right now.
Well, Sammy's calling, and this hand's going to the flop.
Yeah, I'm calling, I'm sure, fine, right? Like, how are you going to fold ace king? Fine.
10-4-4. Classic ace king flop, Joe.
Yeah. So now what? Now we're going to face a C-bet.
How big? 568,000 in the middle. 325,000.
So that's more than half pot.
325,000.
Like, you just talk yourself into having a call a second time now. I really, I'm just not good enough to like call to station here with ace king and be right. One thing we don't know about here is dynamic, right? We don't know what either of these players' reps really are, or if the other player is likely to be aware of what that rep is.
Yeah.
So Sammy, like I said, probably does have a rep for being pretty aggressive. I don't know if Schwiti knows that or not. Let's assume he does. He can be 3-betting wide. He can be 3-betting ace, queen, ace, jack. That check back there actually is pretty hopeful for me.
Yeah, so we have this double paired board. There is a really good chance that we are at least chopping, if not ahead here.
Sammy checks.
Showdown.
Actually gets checked to showdown. And Sweetie shows sixes, not a chop.
Yes. And Nicola takes the pot.
I mean, that's
My God.
that's not very good to re-raise sixes in that
Yeah.
spot. So
I was going to say, the hand a little bit overplayed, maybe.
yeah.
Is there a break coming up?
Yes.
Your card in.
Hello, aces. The bullets, the boots, the rockets.
90,000.
A and an A.
And as would be named in 2019 by James Hardigan, American Airlines.
Ace 10 for Nicola Sweetie.
All right, button clicker. We saw what you did with sixes.
Well, just flats on the button.
Seems fine.
Gaffey folds the small blind. Rugini gives up the big blind.
How much do you have before the hand? I know 8. Okay. I know you had me covered, but
JF a 92% favorite.
3. Have to double check though.
You think Aston?
Oh! Oh! That is grotesque. A 10-10-9 flop, and now Sweetie is a 96% favorite.
This should be illegal. I am not a fan.
Whether you allow it or not, Joe, is irrelevant.
125.
It happened 10 years ago. And JFT is continuing for 125K.
Please.
Nicola raised to 270,000.
Sweetie raises the flop. 270K.
Molly. Go.
JF shoves, gets called.
That's so sick. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Look at that. How would you raise there?
What do you mean? You don't get to criticize him for raising.
Dave shows pocket aces, ace of clubs, ace
How do you
of
lose
diamonds.
aces versus ace 10? How is that possible?
By your opponent flopping 2 10s. I mean, I don't want to really give obvious answers to your question, sir, but
There's a king of
he is drawing to 1 out.
That's crazy.
The flop shove seems a little questionable also.
there's a king of
No case ace on the river, and JFT is out in 17th place.
Good game, man. Good game. Nice playing. Good game, man.
And on this hand, we are going to sweat with Sammy and play it from Kelapuro's perspective. We'll only see his hole cards.
I only sweat with one guy at this table, and that's Laurent Olive.
Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Cool, ace queen suited. Sounds good. Nicholas. 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 Nick. Nick. Nick, the button click. Here we go. Okay, now I know I said this last time, James. But when he thinks this long about it, now that I've seen what he does with sixes, Adding more chips now. God.
Could be
I'm all
sevens
over the
this time.
shop with my read here.
Do you know what? I'm not just going to go 1 pip higher. I'm going to go 2 higher. I'm going to say that Nicolas Schwiti is re-raising here with pocket 8s. He's got the snowmens. Num num.
Okay. So, our hand is too strong to fold. I am, again, worried, even though he was button clicking last time with 6s. The amount of thought he put into his raise, like at first I was like, oh, this is super strong. But then when he keeps adding chips, that to me says a weaker hand that he's trying to get folds with.
So, is this a call or a re-raise spot?
I just call. Because even though it might not be a super strong hand, it could be a hand that we're losing to at the moment.
And call.
It is a call from Calipuro, and we are going heads up to the flop.
2 mil.
Yeah, I think Schwiti really likes his hand. And I'm fine with like a check fold now.
Well,
Check.
if Schwiti had 7s, which is the hand I initially put him on, he's got a set. If he's got 8s, which I revised my read to, then he's got an overpair. Either way, ace queen's losing.
I think it's jacks plus.
Schwiti continues for 355,000. Couple of backdoors for Calipuro, but no, just fold.
You peel with ace queen suited. You're beating some hands, but all those pocket pairs, even 6s again, you're in big trouble.
Sammy, Booby.
Look, he could be winning. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Calls.
355,000.
The turn card does not improve Calipuro's hand, takes away both of his backdoor draws.
Oh, does Schwiti have 9s? The hand to the face?
Check.
This think check? Nah, this is so strong.
Okay, Calipuro has rivered top pair.
Oh my goodness, what a bad river for us. I'd have rather hit nothing.
Well, this is good news if Schwiti does have 8s. It's horrible news
or 10s
if he has 7s or 9s.
I guess if you're Calipuro, you can bet this and hope to be called by a 7, hope to be called by jacks and 10s, and then just fold to a raise. I don't think you have to bet even very big. 400,000 or 500,000. Yeah, 575.
You call?
Yeah. Schwiti snap called.
Sammy bets.
What does Schwiti have? Aces.
And call.
Yeah, jacks plus.
And showdown.
Told you loved this hand.
That's what I put him on from the very start. I said he had aces.
Queen, ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
It's the only pocket pair he could possibly have had there. I said it all along.
The weird thing is, he values aces there almost the same as most people would value jacks or 10s.
Just checked.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Well, that was then, and this is now, 15 years later. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo. It's day 5 of the main event, live from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. Joe Stapleton and Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Here are our chip leaders, which sometimes isn't relevant when we've got a field of like 200 players left. But guess what? These are the top 5 of 12. 12 players left. This is nearly half of them. Enrico Coppola is the overall chip leader. He is not at our feature table. Our feature table chip leader is Boris Angelov, who did double up a short stack a little before the break, and then right before the break, sent a player packing in a pretty bad beat.
Ripped off the 3.
Ripped off the 3. Another river elimination. Shortest stack at this table is Diego DiMartino, but isn't much behind Matthias Mühlhausen. Here's what they're playing for. We're going to see these amounts finally today. We've been looking at them all week. Current payout, $58,200. And I believe that's for 12th. And then 11th, there's a ladder. And 11th also makes that $69,850. And we'll probably won't get much further than 7th place today. I can't imagine, unless there's some kind of weird double or triple elimination. But the key figure there is 1 million euros to the winner of this event. Griffin, when's the last time you won $1 million?
Oh, it's been ages, man. 2016?
It's been a dog's year.
Almost a decade.
Is that what they say? It's been yonks.
Thank you.
Yeah, 50 big blind average here. So expect a decent amount of play on this actual feature table. However, we do have 2 stacks sort of in that 15 big blind range in Martino and Galinsky.
7 tray under the gun for Matthias Mühlhausen. Will kill folds. Angelov with the Angels.
Yeah, right.
Couple of Angels for Angelov.
Couple of Dark Angels.
Galinsky with 9 deuce on the button. Seems like it's going to be a no.
Let him cook, Joe.
It's true. I should let him cook. Let him do the cooking. That's what I say. Shevlyakov folds 10-7. DiMartino 9-6 offsuit. All right, we're gonna see a flop.
Yes, you have like 7.
Griffin, did you guys get those commercials in Canada where Sarah McLachlan over like a bunch of sad dogs with the arms of an angel?
Of course, yeah.
King high flop, 9-6 has missed about as hard as you can miss. So this one year, I was here in Monte Carlo, and they had these like these big carts downstairs that kind of look like cages. And I got inside one, and I had a friend film me and put that music over it.
Yeah.
And I sent it to a girl that I was had been chatting with on Tinder, and she immediately blocked me.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Just gone. C-bet. Fold.
It's a good way to weed out the ones that aren't meant for you, though.
Yeah, or just one that's never seen the commercial.
Or that, yeah.
You know, can you imagine?
They're out there.
You've never seen that commercial, and you just
Yeah.
get that video from a strange.
Might have been
internet.
a generational thing, you know?
Could have been.
Sometimes.
And we
you know,
both
you
know
talk
that
to-
my Tinder's set from 18 to 24. So
yeah, exactly. Angelov, fresh off that second place finish last year, loves to play poker in Monaco.
I mean, I can't imagine him having a better destination than this one. Having finished second last year and being a favorite to make the final table again. 12 players remain. We will go to one table at 9. Official final table is 8-handed on the European Poker Tour. Galinsky with King 6 in the cutoff. That's correct. It's a fold. King Jack on the button. As easy of a fold as King 6 is. I think it's a King, a raise. Easy raise here with King Jack.
And is going to shove for the effective 16 big blinds, I suppose. Wait.
It was
Sorry,
11.
11
It was
and
both
oh
short
wow.
stacks.
Oh wow, no, it's 24 big blinds actually for Mulhosen, who really has to call these 2 9s because these open shoves at this stack depth most likely going to lean to smaller pairs. He's going to hate that he sees King Jack and has to play for his tournament life in a pretty much a stone flip.
50-50 chance, more or less, that this will be the end of Mulhausen, but it's also the 50-50 chance that it'll be a double up for Mulhausen.
That's how 50-50 works, yes.
That's how it works. Shevlyakov not at risk. Would certainly like to get one step closer to the final table. Mateus being railed by Delia de Jong, also a professional poker player, if I'm not mistaken. 10-eye flop.
Just a queen. Make it interesting.
Griffin calling for the sweatiest card. A 9 makes it less interesting.
Just a queen to make things interesting.
The river is a queen. Oh my God, Griffin! Why did you do it to him?
So sorry.
Mateus Mulhausen,
brutal.
Another victim of a brutal river.
In fairness, it was the most interesting card. Way too early. That's brutal.
Griffin, you're not wrong, but you know, maybe give it a second.
I have P9.
6-6 game.
Good luck, guys.
Really impressive performance.
Mateus Mulhausen
I have a Queen 9.
eliminated in 12th place.
I had
Not like this.
So I was like, okay, taking some out.
Not like this.
But doesn't matter, actually.
He's still, in my opinion, like the Fonz. And what's the Fonz like, Griffin?
Easy.
He's cool.
Nice.
So we don't really.
$92 big blinds now for Alexander. It's a lot of chips.
Sokoli says, commentators curse, and you have to admit, Griffin, that every single person that's been eliminated from this tournament has been commentated on by one of us. They are, in fact, all cursed. Another playable hand for Shevlyakov. And now the 11 big blind stack. DiMartino ships it.
Yeah, we're going to get another flip here. Quick call from Shevlyakov. And off to the races we go.
Like mansions versus yachts. One of these two things in Monte Carlo has a slight mathematical advantage. DiMartino, the slight favorite with the pair, but is at risk. We could be losing another player in 11th place right now. King high. Those diamonds are a factor.
Yeah, they do sparkle, don't they? There's a lot of interesting turn cards.
Yeah, what is it this time, Griff?
The 10 of diamonds.
The 7 of diamonds is an interesting turn card.
The 10 of diamonds.
DiMartino has to fade 13 outs to survive. It's the 3 of diamonds. Another disgusting, unnecessary set.
We're gonna be heads up in 10 minutes.
Let's see flips.
Sends DiMartino to the rail in 11th place.
I knew it's coming diamond. Just I knew that. So you feel like
Both of the last 2 hands players would have been better off not hitting their set.
So the FT it's 9 players.
GG.
GG. Good game. So we're waiting for the
DiMartino cashing for 69,850.
Yeah, big adrenaline dump and man reaching into your shirt. Sucks to bust on the future table.
I can't even imagine. I can't even fathom it. And after eliminating the last 2 players in back-to-back hands, Alexander Shevlyakov is tied for the chip lead.
And kind of a vibe now.
Yeah, look at that.
Just
chillaxing.
Just like, yeah, that's what I do. I win flips.
Just laxed.
So it's river.
10 remain.
River.
We do have to wait for a player to balance
Standard.
from this table.
It's all about river.
Currently 4 seated on the stage. And the player in orange is the one headed up to the feature table. Miguel Capriles. We have not seen 1 second of him at a feature table until there are 10 players left, which is really tough to do. Welcome, Miguel. Just waiting to see what kind of stack Miguel is bringing up with him.
Hey.
What are you packing?
Yeah.
Well, that's a way to make yourself known. That's a way to make yourself known.
Message received.
No.
You're on.
Yeah, gonna need your headphones, gonna need your phone.
Give me a gun in your bed.
Yeah.
I like this comment from
It's
Deep
like
Sing.
3.
Who says, I really can't understand how people talk about karma and badmouth the wife or the commentators. It's a game. There is no greater power controlling those things. Just enjoy the game, as simple as that. And that's from someone whose first name is what, Griffin?
It's a half stack.
Deep. I'll say it was. I'll
Was
say
there
it
any
was.
short stack?
Yeah.
Like a milli?
I think it's really nice and supportive, but I disagree. I'm fully responsible for that river, especially the queen.
Are you parking?
Parking? No, it's called 10 for 10.
Mystery.
All right, so 2 tables of 5 about to get underway.
Don't count my chips, you shark. 3-5.
Let's see if Alexander Shevlyakov can eliminate 3 players in 3 hands. It's possible. It's entirely possible.
Thank you.
That would be a hat trick, right, Griffin? And
Yep.
put it in hockey terms, as you would say? Hockey?
I can just pass the...
Thank you.
Or a turkey. You want to go bowling?
Turkey,
terms?
sure. I'm way more familiar with bowling. Yeah. So Capriles is under the gun here.
Souvenir.
Comes to the table with 3.69 million. That's 61 bigs.
Yeah, pretty much average stack. The average being 3.6.
6 spots.
fold the piece of cheese he was dealt. 10-8 for Galinsky.
5 here?
Who will not go
Six
Alinsky.
5-5. Okay, what happened to 9? I mean, when we're down to 9, we all... 1 table.
8 raise. 120,000.
Do you know how much you're playing roughly?
6, maybe 6.5.
Raise and take it for Shelyakov. So he didn't eliminate anyone, but that's 3 pots in a row.
1 million here.
Nice quip there from Alexander. Was asked his
I will
stack,
keep selecting because it's working for me.
gave a number, got a fold, and say, now more.
More than you.
It's okay.
Now I
it's
have
okay.
more than I said
Thank
before
you.
because I won the putt.
Comment from Shane, who says, complaining about the commentators is like complaining about the ingredients of a hot dog. Just enjoy the experience. I think complaining about the commentators is like complaining about the ingredients of a hot dog and that we're mostly lips and assholes.
Wow, he puts them right in the box.
Professional.
Indeed.
Five, 7 pass.
Shelyakov is going to ride the rush.
8 raise. 120,000. 4 pass. Five pass.
On the scale of 1 to 10, how much you're playing? 5 today, or?
Oh, no,
Tightness?
he's maxed out. I heard this
Some
dude's a bit
friendly
of a
guy.
character.
Call.
6 call. 120.
No discount.
Yes, finally. Some signs of life here. 8-7 trade, domination, rotation. That little pair of threes is the best hand.
I think we can expect to see a turn card a decent percentage of the time here.
Check.
Capriles with that ace of hearts. You know, backdoor straight jaw. Ace high can be good sometimes. You can see, of course, it is not against the ace 3.
David says, we have a yapper. Hell yeah. I love that yapper has made a comeback.
8 bet.
And Shelyakov
75,000.
has decided he don't need no cheap showdown. He's going to bet more than half pot.
Yeah, against this sizing, I mean, we can make a tight fold. It does feel too tight, though.
This is a yapper's board, Griff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, our opponent can just have King Jack here.
6 on the turn is a good card for ace 9. Capriles out of position. Giving the old think check. Trying to get a free card. We've all done it.
Check.
Check, 4, 3, 4. No, that's nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great spot for Capriles to bluff. Yes, ace high, ace 9 high is going to be good some of the time here, but you just can't lose at showdown against an ace jack or an ace queen. You just can't let it happen at this stage. And yeah, your opponent did bet big on the flop, could just have a 7.
25,000.
And very difficult to call this river.
Wow.
Really the only, you know, hand that is missed here is like a sort of a jack 10 that isn't jack 10 of hearts, or a hand like this ace 9. Yeah, I really like this bluff here, and I think it has a good chance of working against Shevlyakov.
8 pass.
And Capriles does get the best hand to fold. Well played, Nacho's dad.
I guess he got nothing.
Good thing we had the mics turned up for that one. A little under his breath. A little post analysis.
I guess you're just a coward. Fold in the river. Hey, that's not in the box.
What a loser. Can't believe this dork over here. I thought this was EPT. Who is this guy?
4 pass.
How these people even make it this far? My mustard shirt is so cool.
5 pass.
It's more like sherbet than mustard. Folds around to Capriles in the small blind. King 9.
Call.
Yes, I know that him and Nacho could be brothers, but saying Nacho's dad is funnier. It just sounds funnier. Nacho's brother. So Capriles limps in. Galinsky with Jack 9. Yes, going to take a free flop. David wants to know, what kind of mustard are you eating, Griffin? King high, top pair for Capriles. Domination. Confirmation.
Seven check.
Check, check. Why not bet the flop there, Griff?
60,000.
I mean,
Could you send someone from service?
it's more standard to bet. Sure, you want value from the 5 and 3x's, the straight draws, but it's interesting to check too, because your opponent might have something like Jack 9 and just fold on the flop, but could turn a Jack or a 10 or a Queen, have reasons to stick around.
Well, no more checking.
7 pass.
And Galinsky releases the Jack high.
Easy.
Bro. We got a yapper. 2 in a row for Capriles.
Queen 3 off. Your hand.
Yeah. Queen 3 off is ultra premium for 6 big blind.
How many blinds was that? 6?
6.
Oh. That I didn't know.
It wasn't 20.
Huh?
It wasn't 20.
Oh, yeah?
Nicotine addiction says, this guy is good for poker. I agree. I love it.
5 pass.
I gotta see my cards.
Simple Jack.
Folds. Galinsky and Shevlyakov in the blinds.
Yeah, I like this limp from Galinsky. I think this is a good shove candidate, closer to 600K. Once you're in this sort of 13, 14 big blind range, it's a bit risky to just shove it all in there.
8 check.
Shevlyakov just going to check back the 5-3. Perhaps something with a little less connectivity might have just tried to raise. See if they could take it down pre.
There we are, king high again, top pair again.
By the way, it's a very international game.
Very international.
Poland,
Yeah.
Russia, Canada, Bulgaria, Venezuela.
US. I'm Venezuelan US. So US, Venezuela.
Who's US? Who's from US?
Yes, I'm talking about me.
75,000.
Oh,
I was
half
born in
and
Venezuela, now I'm US.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the other table there are 2 or 3 with 20 big blinds.
Wait, there's another table?
Can I have green tea and...
I saw there were a lot of like...
It's been a lot, a very fast elimination.
901 million stacks.
Yeah, no, now a little more. Yeah. But this, the first 90 minutes...
Chip
it's been
counts?
very fast, no? 5 people.
This one is yours, right?
Yeah.
Pick it up, Galinsky.
16 big blinds, plenty. Not really
He's not even in the millionaire club.
a situation where you want to punt this close to the final table. Griffin, what's the most painful bubble you've ever experienced?
Most painful bubble I've ever experienced.
A near miss.
From 1 to 10, you're 5 or 6? I fold.
6 pass.
Probably bubbling the final table of the PSPC.
You bubbled the final table of the PSP, the first one?
Yeah, the one that was in Bahamas.
Well, they were both in the Bahamas.
Yes, of course they were. 2019. Yeah, I
One
got.
was at
I got like
Atlantis?
12th or 13th, maybe,
Oh,
maybe
wow.
14th. But yeah, I had a run of really bad hands. Yeah. So,
On this Venezuela?
So it was no fault of your own.
Are you defending
No.
that today?
You're
Were you
perfect.
5, 6?
But it was, that was the
10?
one that
Me?
your man
Yeah.
won.
Oh, you mean
9-3.
from 1 to 10?
Yeah, where's
Ramon.
your aggression
Ramon.
level? You're asking everyone else.
Yeah.
What about you?
Let's just say I'm more or less always the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost Queen
Never-
Stace Jack.
Never
Very
played
consistent.
with you.
Lots
I'm
of flips.
progressive too. Very
Where
progressive.
in the States do you live?
I usually say that I live in the closest city to the U.S. I live in Miami.
Yes, Talal finished me off.
Yeah.
Which I felt okay about because
Some
I felt
people
like
speak English in
he
Miami.
really needed the money.
I'm serious. Fold.
6 pass.
Miami Miguel folds. Galinsky with Queen Deuce.
7 pass.
Folds. Chevliakov folds. We kill not folding. Ace 9, super strong. Small on big. Does have to be careful.
Thank you. That's what the C stands for.
The C is for careful
Yeah.
and for call. Angelov with King Deuce of Spades.
I think it's a good candidate for a check back.
How about a raise? No, it's a check back. Ha 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 ha. Tricked me. Fool me once. Shame on me. Splat. $10-8 tray, 3 clubs. Jamil with the 9 of clubs, the only club in play. Ace high, already the best hand. Crackshot asked, when did Mallets get eliminated? It was when he lost all of his chips. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, aces against 9s, right? Against Juan Pardo. Is Juan Pardo still in?
Juan Pardo was the last elimination last night.
Okay.
Tough to watch, to be honest.
Yeah. The people's champ.
Malaka style.
Why'd you say splat when the flop came out? Is it because the clubs look like kind of like
They look
splats?
they look like there was a splat.
I like that.
Richard Splat. King Deuce with not a lot of hope here.
5 check.
Checks back, and sorry, but turns out not a lot of hope is enough sometimes. Top pair for Angelov. Oh, we're stuck in now, baby. We killed checks.
Yeah, and Angelov can really sort of bet whatever he wants here. You know, this feels kind of like the effective nuts given the action. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like half pot or even something, you know, fun like an overbet, but does go for half pot.
Something fun like 69,000. 420 million. $90,000 is the bet. We'll kill. I guess contemplating the ace-high hero call.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do see that Angelov does have a king, but you know, Angelov could have just 6-5 offsuit
does
here.
make the call.
Very progressive.
And is going to give more chips to the chip leader, at least this table's chip leader. And it doesn't hurt we kill too bad. Angelov up to 111 big blinds.
Since then,
Quite a ride.
I didn't cross 30.
We kill only down to 48.
You've been.
But I feel okay on short.
Yeah, we played day 2, no?
Oh yeah.
Day 2 or did we play day 2? Don't pressure me. I'm under a lot of pressure.
2 rounds and I had to argue for the event.
Okay.
Discipline.
You think this guy needs to check his privilege or what, Griff?
Nah, he's good.
Oi, oi, any kings about?
Bumped into him actually last night. We had our first chat.
Since
the
what was the
since
chat? What happened? Tell me everything. How could you be sitting on this that long? Everyone, Griffin, Will Kassouf, face to
I
face.
don't really remember. I mean, we were both kind of, you know, had a couple drinks.
Showdown in Monaco, yeah.
He was yapping, and we were, you know, it was nice.
Long before you got into it with him, I got into it with him once, and he didn't appear to be a grudge holder to me.
Yeah, no. It was a very. It was fun. It was interesting. It's kind of like a, you know, we shared this very crazy moment together, right? You know, it's kind of like it's bonding, even though.
Sure.
You know.
Griffin, I have some bad news for you. You owe me 20 euros.
120?
Do I?
Yeah, remember our Dirk Van Luke bet?
Did I have Van Luke?
You had Van Luke at 100 to 1 on 20.
Damn.
So, you know.
Yeah, put it on my tab.
When it King, Queen, 7. Second pair for Shevlyakov. We kill with the gut shot. Bottom pair for Capriles.
You'll get your money, Joe. Just don't have any on me right now. Didn't know I was losing bets.
You know, back in my day, you ask a guy for a bet he owes you, and he doesn't have it, you take it out of his hide. But I'm old school like that. I come from a different breed. Well, look at that. While this hand is in play, tournament clock has been paused. And we will find out why momentarily. It's somehow checked around on that flop. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Shevlyakov doesn't really want to be c-betting on this texture with, you know, with kill flatting the button with a slightly stronger range. It's nice to sort of be a little hidden. The medium strength of your hand. Not much reason for with kill to bet. You know, you're not going to fold out a queen or a king, so you can also kind of stay under repped in the strength of your draw if it were to come in.
Action on Wakil.
This becomes a little bit interesting. I think Wakil can justify just checking in. The argument for betting would be to maybe fold out something like an 8-7, which Capriles has.
These running cards having almost no effect whatsoever. Shavlyakov will win at Showdown. Should he get there? It feels likely that he'll get there, or a bet will win this.
Yeah, at this stage, I would expect maybe a smallish bet from Shavlyakov. Gonna think that that queen is good at this point. And not out of the realm of possibility that we see a call from either of these players. I mean, much less likely, I think, will kill Heroes ace high for a second time. But Capriles sitting there with the 7 might think, okay, does this guy have like just ace 6 and doesn't want to lose to Showdown? Lose at Showdown to a 7, something like that. And the thought process has to be the same for Wakil right now.
Right.
Does my man here just have 9-8 suited and finding himself at the bottom of his range feels like he needs to bluff? Good discipline from Wakil.
And will Capriles find the same discipline?
Doesn't look very bluffy, but it also just gives him a nice price to pay.
Go on, get your game on. Get paid.
Cash money.
Okay, so that was exciting. But I did mention that the clock... Ew, gross. That the clock had been paused. What the hell was that? My goodness. The money has gone in on the flop on the outer table. Artem Shaganov, the spy who shagged me, versus Enrico Coppola. The board is King 9 Jack, no flush draw. Shaganov is covered. All right, we're here. Let's do it. Shaganov shows King Queen for a pair of kings, but is up against 3 jacks. Coppola has flopped a set. Shaganov drawing very thin.
Our 4-10s in the deck, though, isn't drawing dead.
Not drawing dead on the turn, but is eliminated on the river. And if the fellow who wasn't in the hand seems excited, it's because that means we have reached the final, I should say the last table.
Last table.
Artem Shaganov will be jogging off. Out in 10th place for 69,850, and not only are we at the last table now, but everyone has laddered up to 90,000. Hi-ya. Laddering up the prize pool and stepping up the stage to the big show.
Can I have my phone, please?
I gotta call my mom.
Rania.
Thank you very much.
I think she's the first one.
Да, 12 playing blind, у нас 5 макс. Первый дает, я 600.
So we are gonna take another short break momentarily while we get set.
Нужно, чтобы заходил.
Get everybody set, get the chip counts. Let everybody call their mommies. Or their mummies, as it is.
Do we have to stay here?
So these are the feature table chip counts. This is not everybody. And this is going to get a little shook up. We'll have all of the chip counts for you after we get back from this short break, because we have reached the final 9 in this tournament. All right, my babies, it's finally happened. 9 players remain. How many will we go to tomorrow? 10-minute break. Back after this.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Shemian, second in chips, 94 big blind stack, opens with Queen Jack from under the gun +3, makes it 90K. Pocket 5s for Sadri Saleh. That's a call. And the crinkling is getting really tilting.
Oh, my bad.
I was going to say, did you pass your bag of potato chips along to somebody at the feature?
I gave one to everyone.
Izonas has Jack-8 in the big blind.
It's a combination of the crinkling and the shuffling, actually, that bothers me. It's approaching nails on a chalkboard status.
Izonas calls as well, 3-way to the flop. And that flop is 10-9-7. Izonas flops it. And Shemian has a gut shot to a better straight. What do you do here, Maria? Play and flow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why it looks like your Izonas is going to lead into the pre-flop raiser is because he feels like this is the kind of board that's going to get checked around a lot. And leading can actually look a little bit weaker than obviously what he has. It looks more like, you know, protecting top pairs or a pair and a straight draw. Doesn't really look like you flopped a joint.
150K from Izonas, called by Shemian. Salah gets out of the way, and it's heads up to the turn.
Let's see how good Shemian is running today.
He's got the swag factor. It brings a 5 on the turn, which would have been a set for Salah. He saved himself by not getting involved post flop.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know that just yet. He's probably a little tilted at the moment. I was actually a little disappointed that Honglin folded 8-6, which would be in really big trouble right now, too. Although he would have a straight flush draw.
Izonas fires again, 375,000 into 630,000.
And this is the part where, you know, Shemian's also thinking maybe my overcards could be good based on the way the hand was played. I don't think he would often call with just a straight draw if that's all he thought his outs were.
But it's the 8 that comes on the river.
There's our answer to how good Shemian's running today.
Shemian swag factor, 8 out of 10.
What in the world?
Well, this is going to result in a change at the top of the leaderboard.
This is just so unlucky.
Twitch chat's kicking off. As Yazonis bets 725,000. And Shemian's sitting there with the nuts, right?
Yes, and he has, 3.18 million in chips total, and he's just thinking about a sizing that is going to get paid off. I don't think all in is that sizing, and Yazonis' hand looks pretty strong here. To think that Yazonis is betting 3 streets after this kind of run out, Shemian has to believe he has a straight.
So why is all in not the
Because
move?
he blocks the nut straight is the problem. I mean, yes, Yazonis could have the same hand in the spot, but a lot of times he could have a hand like Jack 10.
Well, how much is that?
2 million?
2.5 million.
If you threw up earlier, Joe, I don't know why you're not throwing up now.
I got nothing left in my guts, that's why.
And of course, every decision has that 30-second timer running.
How are you supposed to get away from this when there's one hand that beats you?
I didn't say it was something he's going to get away from, but it's a very tough spot for Shemian to bluff, given what I said about how strong Yazonis' hand looks with the action having been what it was. But
I mean, can Shemian do this with just a jack?
Just to be clear, he doesn't have to play those time bank cards. They will be deducted from him at the end of the hand. Every 30 seconds that passes, the dealer resets the clock and starts it again. He will be warned when he's on his last time bank card, though, because if the clock hits 0, his hand will be dead.
whew, looked like he was going to. Oh!
It's a fold.
Wow.
Well, Shemian.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo. It's the moment I've all been waiting for. Things are finally heating up as we have reached the final 9 players live from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. 1,195 players began this event, and only 9 remain. That's total entries, I should say. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
And this is when it gets real. We have done it. We've reached the payout page. Everyone now guaranteed 90,000 euros. If you can survive one more spot, you're guaranteed a six-figure score, 150. After that, nearly 200. More than 250 for fifth, 600 for second place, and $1 million cool euros for the champion. These are the chip counts of the final 9 players. 3 players slightly uncomfortable. 1 approaching the danger zone. That's Mariusz Galiński. Everyone else pretty healthy. We got to 9 fairly quickly, I'd say, today. So we are relatively deep stacked with these lily white luxury levels. 3 players with more than 100 big blinds. Shevlyakov, who has been mowing down the competition. Angelov, who finished second in this event last year. And Enrico Coppola, who has been mostly at the other table today. No more other table. Just this one. Now, something different this time around. They've decided that levels at final tables will not be determined by time, but will instead be determined by the number of hands played. So, even though there's 63 minutes left on the level, you can see in the upper right-hand corner there, the tournament clock. That's irrelevant for levels. Now, they'll still take breaks when that clock runs out, but it might happen in the middle of a level. And the floor has ruled that this level will be 21 more hands. So even though we're at 30,000, 60,000 right now, we're not going to go up to the next level until after 21 hands. It kind of, it solves some problems, right, Griff, doing it this way?
Yeah, absolutely. No reason to, try to take these small edges, maybe time banking for a few minutes to try to get the blinds to go up on a short stacks big blind, things of that nature. It's been sort of play tested over the course of the other final tables here in Monaco with, I've been hearing some pretty great reviews. Sounds like it was the brainchild of Kenny Hallard, Toby Stone, maybe a couple of other people that brought this together, and it seems to be going well.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't like change in general, but as a non-poker player, I don't really, voice my opinions in these things, and I'm always glad for things to be better for the actual poker players out there. It probably does get rid of the thing. People got really good at tanking to get the short stack, the big blind, and I assume this alleviates that particular move.
Who knows? It could be one of those things when we started introducing just the big blind ante, there were a lot of purists that were like, what do you mean? Come on.
Right.
And I think people realize now that that was sort of the best way to do it. Let's see how people end up liking this.
And it looks like we're about to get cards in the air.
Or like how it's been going, 3 people bust in the first hour.
36.
And this is what it is all about. The dream of many a poker player.
Say it in Canadian, Griffin.
This is really what it's all about.
There we go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you come down to Monaco, it's really all about getting the final table.
Five pass.
We do have 1 Canadian on this final table.
6 pass.
Jamil, The Thrill, Wakil.
We've seen a lot of Jamil Wakil at final tables over the last couple of years.
8 pass.
Certainly not final tables and going deep. I think he's in the Barcelona shows that are airing right now, right?
I bet, yeah. He always seems to be on these features, running deep. Representing the great nation proud.
10 pass.
And action has folded to Jamil Wakil.
I couldn't see them at all. Like somehow in front of it.
There is no 100.
No, the 100 kgs.
Oh. 1 pass.
Okay. Yeah, something like this.
2 raise.
180,000.
There is our chip leader. Starting things off with a 3x from the small blind against the short stack, Galinsky, who has a lovely, easy, clean 14 big blind shove facing this open.
4 is holding.
Easy, clean, all in. That's a great point. Schweiss-Struffen. That chip, speaking of Jamil Wakil, we saw him chip in a chair 2 days ago, down to 6 big blinds, ran it back up to 45 over the course of a level. I think we saw him down to 16 big blinds again yesterday as well.
915,000.
Just shows you that it can be done.
Jamil hard to kill Wakil.
Impossible to
the big
kill.
line, and that's what happens. Easy game.
Easy game.
What?
Bravo.
To calculate the hands they are playing. Okay.
I kind of like this bad look-alike for Miguel Capriles, who says he looks like that Turkish shooting competitor in the Olympics.
Oh, that's better than a bad look-alike.
That's really good.
Buttons throw. He can pay. Struggle.
Okay, so to go back to the level time hands thing,
Wait.
they're not going to follow the timer. The 63 minutes wiped off the clock entirely. 21 hands. The break and the level will happen at the same time. And then after that, the breaks are going to be every 2 hours, whether they're in a new level or not.
9 days.
It's a little complicated. We'll get used to it. Don't ask me how many hands are left, because I don't know.
10 pass.
Shevlyakov has opened with the King of Clubs and a mystery card.
Yeah, 1 king folded, so less likely it's 2 kings under there. Wakil has a good candidate to make a move, but ICM considerations, you know, he's really has some nice separation. Has the man 6th in chips between those 3 shorties, so needs to play a bit snugger. More
Excuse
snug?
me?
More snug.
It's kind of pretty one.
Snugly. We apologize for Griffin Bench.
Tomorrow.
I don't.
We got a bad look-alike for Shevlyakov. Phil calls him Jolo Trulio of the State and Brooklyn 99. Great to see Jungavicius back here. He's been an entertaining player to watch over the last few days. And speaking of watching players over the last few days, I don't think we've seen much from Amir Kokastani. Let him cook Astani.
It's funny when we do, 5 days of coverage and we haven't seen someone yet. It kind of just feels like they just showed up.
Absolutely.
Took a seat, and then
like we just needed someone from Central Casting.
Yeah.
As the Eater has shipped it all in over the top of this open from Kokastani, so I think we know where that 8-6 is going to go.
1.2.
We shall continue.
1 to 10. 1,200,000.
Yeah, just a bit of posturing here.
Yeah, it's the last table.
Yeah. Hey, man, look. I don't want to fight.
Give it a think. Yeah, take your time. There's no more eating up the clock, so.
10 pass.
You still have a shot clock, by the way. But what you're not doing is taking time away from
Fine table,
your
Sure connectors. Okay.
fellow players.
Fine table.
You will see.
Ich kann gar nicht sagen.
Okay.
Tut mir leid, huh?
Good old
Okay,
Double
thank you.
Glasses Eater was with us on our first day of the broadcasts.
Du musst wissen, wann bin ich so. Du musst wissen, hast du mich gesehen, wie habe ich gespielt da unten, oder? You can.
Yeah, sorry. English.
Okay, English. Ja. Mit Hand, okay.
Several languages. Na Ruskam, na Ukrainskam, na Angliskam.
So, how much? 30?
30 is more. Na Persiskam.
Action on Angelov under the gun. Going to make a real big deal about his back-to-back final tables in this event when we get down to 8 players. Oh boy. And chip leader Enrico Coppola wakes up with ace-queen in the hijack.
405,000. 4 pass.
Yeah, nice stiff 3-bet here. Really sort of establishing chip leader dominance here, sending a message to Angelov early on. I think you could have also justified just calling here, but this is nice. Doesn't let Angelov, you know, get to a flop with a hand like King Jack.
We got some
Yeah,
characters
show,
here,
yeah.
my babies.
7 pass.
I'm loving it.
Chip leader.
Pass.
Kind of like this guy, and that's hard for me to say when he's wearing a Yankees cap.
Kings?
Ace.
Aces?
Yeah.
Mamma mia.
Very lucky today.
Sure connector ace.
4 times today. Very lucky. Anytime I raise, ace.
Only aces?
Only ace.
Okay.
No stress, only ace.
I know Italians are very tight.
I'm not Italian, I'm Napolitan.
That makes a big difference.
Oh, okay.
This is why last night I checked how he plays. Very tight.
He's as tight as the sleeve of a wizard.
10 pass. 1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Fold to the button.
That's right. Thank you. So 8 there, king 8. Not going to play now. It's just the blinds. I'm loving this Easter pastel shirt from Youngovicius, who calls with ace-7. Queen 3, I feel like this has come up before.
180.
8 raise. 180,000.
Curious to see what the plan is here with ace-7. I think this is a, you know, fine candidate blind on blind to just limp shove. The problem that you run into is, you know, if you do get called, you're in a lot of trouble. You're sort of tied for 8th in chips here. There's a shorter stack in Galinsky. I definitely don't think we should be folding this hand. It's just really up to him whether or not he wants to play this as a limp shove or a limp call.
Ah, you bring? Thank you.
I think against this particular opponent, maybe we want to lean more limp shove because we're going to expect some wide ISOs.
This is the problem with Boris Angelov having position on you.
7 is falling.
Nice hand. Very, very well done. Well executed.
He has shown multiple moments of fearlessness over the course of the last few days. And sometimes that's the only way you can stand up to a bully, isn't it, Griff? To throw everything you got at them.
Yeah.
And hope they back down.
Updated chip counts, not much has changed. A little more separation for Enrico Coppola.
Мисля, че съм трети, ама горе-долу равен.
You can see it's really separated into 3 tiers right now. Between those 3 chip leaders, the 3 short stacks, then those middle stacks between Kokostani and Wakil that need to, you know, be careful out there. Look both ways, you know? Keep your head up. Got any more cliches for me?
Don't let the bastards get you down.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Queen tray for Capriles.
5 bunch.
King 4 suited for his 8-er.
6 bunch. 7 bunch.
Nice limp candidate here, the suited queen. And a nice check candidate. And that 6 off.
Yeah.
The flop is ace-7 tray. Miss, 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 miss. I mean, I don't even know what you're hoping for here. A queen.
Let's fix it down.
And Shevlyakov reaching for chips here with the kind of hand that has some playability on the turn when it comes to some straight draw cards like a 5, 10, 8, and really pressurize his hands exactly like what Angelov has. So that's a nice little subtle, intricate little bet.
Now you tell me.
Don't have that one in your bag there, Joe?
I sure don't.
112 big blinds now for Alexander.
Andre pointing out the baddest dealer of all time.
King 9 hand already.
That's Alex. She rocks.
You know what is mine?
Yeah, I saw you.
Partner Andreas was dealing yesterday.
Good.
River.
Good river.
3 bunch. 4 bunch.
I was never gonna fold.
Ace-10 for Capriles, the player from Venezuela. Nicotine addiction, who asks, is the Venezuelan dude still in?
9 is very problematic. 9 is very disguised.
Raise 125,000. 6 bunch. 7 bunch.
Angelov folds the button, Small blind is out. Amir.
Are we doing Angelov or Angelov?
It's Amir 65,000 to call. I'm doing both just to have my bases covered.
Cool.
PokerStars does call the Mir 65,000. Only flops one spade.
Not the worst interaction with that 4-7 and a spade for PokerStars.
Really?
Yeah, I just mean, you know, there's sometimes people will get a bit weird here and throw in some check raises.
That's 100,000.
But I don't necessarily think that that's going to be the plan. Oh, did you look at that?
Wow.
How about a call?
A mere
yeah,
100,000.
Does like the potential of the turn. Not that one. We're looking more like a six of spades.
It feels like it should have been a good card, but it wasn't.
Герцеговина, то на
That's 225.
е не то схоже на шорти добро.
Capriles is bet 225,000 now.
То на трето е рівний режим.
I will wait up. Check it out.
This time Amir gets out of the way.
It's just favorite chapter right now.
There he is, 66 big blinds. Middle of the pack. 1, 2, 3, 4 players with fewer chips. 1, 2, 3 players with more chips.
Just a second.
Okay.
I like how Zaito looks like he's wearing one suspender.
So 7 more or 14 more? This 14.
I have 14 left.
14 more hands, okay. I'd get used to the players asking a lot about how many hands are left.
Mm-hmm.
5 plus.
Because I don't know how many there are. I found counting to be really difficult, don't you, Griffin?
Yeah, I tried to at the beginning, but
yeah. Oh, it's like the clock. Okay, they're throwing us a bone here. They're ticking the clock down a minute for every hand.
6 plus.
I don't understand. So there's 2 p.m. hands left?
Zater with pocket fives. Shavliakov is re-raising the 300 with ace queen on the button. Still has the blinds to get through.
Yeah, and we've sort of addressed this a couple times over the course of EPT Monte-Carlo this year, how, you know, when you raise these pocket pairs in early mid-position, playing around 20, 25 big blinds, it can become very, very difficult when you're faced with any aggression from anyone else. And quite an unorthodox smooth call here to the 2.5x 3-bet, which is going to create a pot of 750K with just 1.1 million back. So classic Zater.
7-3 deuce. Classic Zater flop.
Фан фичера?
Has the energy of someone who likes that board. Does he do something unusual? Does he find a lead? Is he going to check shove?
I think everything he does is unusual. I mean, he did choose to wear one suspender. Shevlyakov is going to continue after 3-betting pre-flop.
Yeah, I would love to see what the plan is here.
135. That is small. That's small. That's a small bet.
SMOL.
Main event player.
That's less small. No, it's the exact same amount of small. It's just the authority with which you put it in. You fooled me. Fool me once, shame on me. That's a pretty fun card for Pocket 5. You're not too scared of that. It's an overcard, but gives you some straight outs.
I mean, you would still hate to be faced with a shove. Unlikely Shevlyakov would do it with something like what he has, ace, queen, etc. So
sure, you just don't think it's the 6 that made their hand, though. But of course, you do not want to be shoved down here.
Touche, touche,
touche,
touche.
Touch A. Touchy.
Touch A.
Zater checks again. And Shevlyakov checks. River's 10.
Very active is Zader.
He's ants in his pants.
Yeah.
That could be why there's only one suspender. Zader checks.
Yeah.
5s are going to win.
I am Leon.
No women, no kids. Wow. Is that a gun holster then? Where's his plant?
What's it going to take to knock this guy out? We got to send everyone. Yeah, nice. You saw the setup.
This would be the 13th.
That one felt good. Still 9-handed.
Left after this one.
I give you one jack. I give you one S jack. I give you.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
He said I'll give you one ass jack. Griffin will give you one jackass.
You know, producer Chris really made a point to show us how he was going to update that clock so we knew how many hands. But
yeah.
Oh,
come on, buddy.
No, it was at 14 when I started the bit. He probably heard me start talking about it.
He's not in control of the clock.
Chris is in control of a lot of things.
Race 125,000.
13 hands remain on this level.
Very good flop for you. Very good flop for you. Perfect.
Queen 9 for Jungavicius.
Number 4 for me. Straight.
Yeah?
Then no problem. We give you as queen, as jack.
And Enrico Coppola with the jackass. The ass jack. Re-raise.
Power poker so far from Enrico. Saw the ace-queen 3-bet against Angelov. Now coming after this open. Only aces, only aces. 4 times today.
And Chan says, I think I'm going to rewatch the big game with Tony G, Helmuth, and Negreanu after this snooze fest. On the one hand, he says he's going to watch the big game. But on the other hand, he's calling this a snooze fest, and I don't know what to do. I'm torn. This is the hardest decision I've ever had to make in my entire life.
On one hand, he is talking about watching the big game. In the other band, your hand.
5 bucks.
$10-9 for Leon. I'm Leon.
Ghost of Grafton.
I don't know if I can believe this statement either. I didn't know if this was a joke or not. Anil in chat said, Leon Zeiter taught Fedor Holtz how to play poker.
Can't believe you read that one.
9 bucks.
Now, I don't think he taught him in his current state, but it's possible.
10 bucks.
My grandma taught me how to play poker.
Yeah,
She's
it's
a terrible
possible,
player because she's
certainly
dead. Tough to get a read, though.
3 bucks. 4 bucks.
Zaiter wins that one uncontested. There's 11 hands left. Boris Angelov, 10-6. Nah. He ain't about that. He ain't about that. Amir reached for chips, then folds. Jamil Wakil. Jack 8 of spades.
$130.
I thought it was 2 o'clock.
Coppola taken pause with the suited connectors, but thinks better of it.
Ooh, folds around to Capriles. In the big blind, he's got ace-7 of diamonds. Just a call. Oh, not yet. Sorry. 72 call. Oh, yeah, it was called. Thank you. Ace, Jack 6, top pair for Capriles. Capriles is checked to the pre-flop Razor, who has also flopped a pretty good pair here. This would be the best hand quite often in this dynamic.
I think you can go either way when you're Wakil. Between bet and check. I think I prefer bet. Even though we can see, of course, he is behind against the ace-7. Just makes it a bit easier to play. You know, you're going to be checking most any turn that isn't a jack or an 8. And then based on what the run out is, you can sort of evaluate and you're also sort of setting the price of the betting of 2 streets when you don't get check raise here, which you don't expect to very often on this board. So, you know, setting the price of 1.5 blinds on the flop, nicer than checking back and then maybe facing a bigger bet from Capriles on the turn.
Goes check, check. River is a queen. A little late for diamonds. Well, an ace just became bluffable, potentially. Given what I've seen of Miguel so far, I wouldn't love the prospect of trying to bluff him off an ace here. Even on the 4 straight board, and he is going to bet it himself. So now you got to raise him off an ace. 125,000, about a quarter pot. Pater says easiest bluff for Wakil. What do you think, Griffin? How easy is this bluff?
It's the only way to win the hand. That's for sure. Definitely feels like your opponent is block betting with an ace here.
Or are they block betting with the intention of snapping you off?
I don't think so.
I don't know. This guy seems pretty cagey to me. There's the raise.
Finds it.
Capriles does not look like a believer, but all that matters is, does he put the chips in or the cards in? He puts the cards in. Well played, Jamil Wakil. Or as I like to call him, Jamul Wakul. Up to 50 big blinds now. I knew there could only be one cool guy to make the final 9.
Yeah, I mean, look, those small sort of blocker bets on the river have a lot of utility, but the problem with doing it in a spot like that is your opponent should have way more kings than you, and if you're not prepared to call that raise, which hard to blame him for folding, I think it might be nicer to just check and then see if Wakil goes after it. I mean, I don't know for sure that Wakil would have made some big bluff on the river.
It feels like
because the jack
yes
is still,
anyway,
well,
but you just think the jack has enough showdown?
It has some, you know,
Yeah.
like what was it, ace jack 7? There are some 7x's that he could have had. There could be some flush draws that he missed. Like, yeah, it's an interesting hand.
Jungovicius, ace king suited. Right there in the big blind, 7 of clubs. Feels like with the 7 of clubs, there's a lot of hands that could complete this for something defendable. But nope.
It also could just be the queen of diamonds.
Yeah. All right, Griffin, take it easy.
How many more hands?
You have the 10.
Oh.
Then break.
10 more
I think
hands.
they show it on the clock, like 10 minutes. 10.
10 minutes later.
It's 10 more hands.
No, 10 hands.
Perfect.
10 hands.
10 no. 10 no.
They need.
Do they have a break after these 10 hands?
Should be.
I think everyone
Somehow
says
on the
that.
level, each level is break.
I can go the floor and double check, but I think it's scheduled something.
Yeah, I think it's a break. It says next.
They have a break after they go 10 left or 10 hands. 8 pass. 9 pass.
PokerStars folds Jack Deuce. What do you call that one, Griffin?
Simple Jack.
Simple Jack.
1 pass.
You want to shoot us?
What's Jack 8?
Jack Frost.
Jack Frost? Oh, because of Snowman? What is it? Jack Sprat could eat no fat? Like, what did Jack eat? Jack ate?
Never heard this. What you're saying?
Jack 8
Yeah.
could be Jack ATE, like Jack ate something.
Okay.
So what's a food that Jack eats?
A giant peach.
That's James.
Tooch, tooch.
Tooch. All right, we'll get back to this. We're not going to reinvent the wheel right here, right now. Us two brainiacs. Interesting hands for Capriles and Zaiter, both with ace-10. And Zaiter, that is a raise this time. I know my raises occasionally.
7 pass.
Cacao, 420,000.
Nice little spot he's found here.
To call.
Coppola is going to be opening pretty wide as the table chip leader from the hijack, as we can see from the Jack 8 suited. Capriles quite capped with this button flat. Not a ton of trapping, although he might play some big hands a bit cautiously given the fact that he's sort of, you know, in the middle of that pack.
To the person in chat who thinks that the answer to this is Jack 8 Jill,
Easy game.
I'd like to remind you that they're brother and sister in that story.
Thank you, Maestro.
Zaiter, get it. Here's Leon.
Something about the giant beanstalk? I don't know.
Oh, sure.
He didn't really eat the
Jack and the
beanstalk,
Beanstalk? Sure. Jack 8 lean. That's right. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean.
4 pass.
5 pass.
5 pass.
8-minute hands remaining.
Ace 9 for Zaiter.
Yeah, great start to this final table.
Yeah, just climbing his way up there.
Scratching and clawing. In case you're wondering, that's Leon.
I am Leon.
Fair fight to the flop. But it comes king high for Angelov.
Top pair for last year's runner-up. And it goes check, check on the flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn. 215. The bet is announced from Angeloff.
Oh, and Zader. Time to put on his show.
He's been doing a great job so far.
Doesn't like to relinquish his hand quickly. I will say that.
He ain't gonna get bullied by these creeps.
We've seen him do it with some, you know, on day one. No straight draw to speak of for Zader here. I'm surprised he's prepared to burn time bank chips.
Too much.
Does fold.
You can cover you several times.
Next time.
Another great hand by Angelov. Sometimes you play it great, sometimes you flop top pair. Sometimes you do both. 7 hands remaining.
No problem.
$106 big blinds. It's worth repeating that there are 3 players at this table with more than 100 big blinds. That is just some deep, deep poker. Shortest stack is Marius Golinsky with 16 big blinds. And Jungovicius is next with 23. Now that will be changing after these 7 hands when the players go on break and the blinds go up.
Price 120,000.
All right, first legit hand for Kokostani we've seen for some time. And is going to run right into ace-queen suited.
Price 380,000. 4 times. 5,000.
Kopla, pretty fun to watch so far. Taking aggressive action with that chip lead.
Yeah, hasn't taken the more pass, other than folding, hasn't taken the more passive line at all pre-flop, I don't think.
Yeah, and the thing that's been difficult, I think, for his table mates is, you know, the pretty stiff sizing. Over 3x for most of these, even, you know, in position. Really makes it difficult to continue with a hand like pocket sixes. Kokostani has to ask himself, do I really want to play a set mining game here when I'm, you know, 4 of 9?
And the answer is no, you do not.
Probably not.
Good fold.
Yep.
6 hands remaining. Live poker today, online poker day after tomorrow. Scoop 2025, May 11th to June 2nd. $60 million guaranteed across all of the Scoop events. Low, medium, and high. Players can get involved for way less than the cost of a real buy-in. Power Path starts at 50 cents. There's 55-cent satellites and 75-cent sit and goes. And in addition to just the normal tournaments, there's leaderboards, $100,000 in cash to be awarded to the top weekly performers, $250,000 in added prizes over select tournaments. There's the Scoop Lucky Dip, where you can get your name in the mix for a share of $500,000 in Scoop tickets. And of course, there is the Scoop League Challenge, where you can get behind your favorite team pro to compete for gold power passes. Maybe we will see you at a live event sometime soon.
Raise 120,000, 7 pass.
Back to the final 9 here. And Zaiter continues to be the star of this final table.
Let the man eat.
Unofficial final table, I should add. Kyrgyzstani with an ace in the big blind. Maybe doesn't want to just snap call. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Griffin. From Blake, RN.
Right now?
Hold it. Yeah, that's right now. King Jack 6. This is fun for Zeter. Pair of 6s and a flush draw. Is 6s a good fold? He's up 55% to 45% pre-flop. Bad fold, I'd say. It's the exact same as folding jacks in that spot. Is folding jacks a good fold? No. So folding 6s is not good.
Well, my friend, that's not really how it works because you don't know what your opponent has.
Wait. So you're saying you don't know your percentages when you're playing in the game?
No, unfortunately not.
And you don't know that your opponent might have 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces? I love the confident wrongness of the internet. It's just so, it never gets old for me. Just you can be so confidently wrong. And you can say a lot of words, all based on one wrong thing.
That was actually a pretty, I think it's going to be a pretty impactful hand right there. I know there was no betting, but the fact that he didn't at any point, maybe he could have flicked in a bet on the flop, which would have been more standard. And part of the reason why I would have liked it as well is you wouldn't have to show it down. And now people are seeing Zeter is opening a hijack with Queen 6 suited. And I don't think that he's going to be getting away with stuff like that anymore with Angelov and Shevlyakov, who've, Shevlyakov especially been a bit quiet. They're gonna start punishing him if he's gonna make opens like that because you're just not supposed to do that when there's chip leaders on your left.
I think that this game might be heating up.
Cool. 7 pass. 8 pass, 9 pass.
Coppola's open, ace trade diamonds. 7s for Zaiter now. Man, this guy just can't stay out of the action. Calls and would kill in the big blind with ace jack.
Yeah, I think kind of a nice opportunity for a squeeze. I mean, the problem is you really don't want to be putting a lot of money as, the 6th in chips right now. We talked about the other short stacks. There's still 2 stacks between sort of 15 and 25 big blinds.
Jack, 9-5, top pair, top kicker for Wakil.
Like when it's clean.
Very clean. No diamonds. 1 wheel card for Coppola. No 7 for Zaiter. Trips on the turn for Wakil. Might make Zaiter like his 7s a bit more.
Yeah.
I know I would. And Wakil is going to bet this time. 225,000. Coppola is going to pass on the ace high. And Zaiter does like to take his time. Downtown J Flat says Paul Scanes would have folded.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really blame him for calling here, but this particular hand, I think you can make a tight fold. You know, you have the 7 of hearts. 7s do interact with Jack 9, and, you know, 9-5 as far as potential straight draws. So you're sort of blocking that. You know, I don't think Wakil is just like has 10-8 off here or King 10 and going for some bluff here a lot of the time. I think he has a lot of value in this spot.
Well, Savage Johnson says about the turn action by Wakil that I think a check would have been a better bet. It reminds me when I did commentary with Jeremy Roenick, and he used to say everything was a great call. Meaning, like, you know, the decision. Like you say, oh, beers are a good call. But a guy would raise, and you go, oh, that's a great call.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. How confusing. That's funny. That guy was a character.
Oh, man, such a character.
Yeah.
We did commentary, I think, two years in a row together. In the second year, the second time, he stayed out all night before the second day of commentary. Zaiter may be going to call here. Let's hang tight for this decision. Sorry, before I go crazy on this story. He does call. First real misstep we've seen from Zaiter, and that's going to be to the benefit of Jamil Wakil.
100.
Really
Now,
nice sizing.
I guess a
from Jamil,
check
too.
wouldn't have been a better bet, would
No,
it?
it looks like you did not make any money in this hand, whoever that is in the chat. And Wakil just won a significant pot.
Huge pot for Wakil.
It's okay.
It's okay. I am Leon.
You are still Leon. Never forget it.
Yeah,
Jamil up to 66 big blinds now, over 4 million. Fourth in chips. Four hands left.
Calma ragazzi, calma, sangue freddo. No.
4 plus 5 plus. 6 plus.
Action folds around to your friend and mine, Kestutis Jungevicius with pocket kings.
25,000. 8 plus.
Big spot here for the gentleman, 8th in chips.
Huge.
It's a huge spot.
Ace 9 for Shevlyakov. Folds the cutoff. Queen Jack for Kakistani. Doesn't get wrapped up.
125.
Seems like Coppola is going to call.
125.
Don't have the cards yet. He's the chip leader. Queen 9 suited. And flops an open ender. Overpair versus up and down. Coppola pounds the table. Sends it over to Jungevicius. Billy says they're all scared of the Jungen.
With 140,000.
Continuation bet for 140,000, just over the pre-flop raise,
Yeah,
less than half pot.
Going to expect a great deal of action on this board, so sizing up a little bit. I think we could maybe even have bet a little bit more. Great turn card.
Now, you're not at all worried your opponent's going to have a 7 here when you say great turn card, Griffin?
I mean, it's possible, of course, but
you personally here with Kings, you see that 7, you're pretty happy.
I'm more happy about seeing a 7 than I am an 8. But it doesn't really matter. The point is, if 7 comes out, it's just less likely that he has it. And there's so many other ways that he could be interacting with this board, whether it's a pair of 8s or a pair of 6s.
You don't want to see the nine of
or-
clubs hit.
Yeah. As far as turn cards are concerned, I would prefer to see a deuce. But pairing, the 6 or the 7, I think is not too bad.
325,000 to bet now, and you can see Coppola strongly considering folding.
Yeah, that's the energy of someone who's already folded.
Pass.
Good fold.
Big pickup there for Youngavicius, who was the shortest stack headed into that hand and now has eclipsed Marius Golinsky again.
Young Vicious.
That was Nick's rap name for him, Young Vicious. Coppola sounds a little frustrated. Three more hands. Pat Moore Poker says, should have led the flop or turn. That's exactly what you want to do, is you want to lead into an overpair and get raised.
5 plus. 6 plus.
Man, Blake is getting eviscerated in chat right now. The pocket sixes guy, the pocket sixes should have been a call guy.
8 plus. 9 plus. 10 plus.
Nobody likes a smart ass, but nobody especially likes
a stupid ass.
People that feel like they know what's going on because they see the cards. It's like
We're kill with Queen 8 suited on the button.
The equator.
3 plus.
It's your favorite one, right?
I like all of them. I like them all, Griff. Golinsky is going to defend. Remember, Golinsky the shortest stack. Flopping any amount of equity here with 13 big blinds could lead to an all-in situation. Huh. I didn't mean all of the equity.
Bit excessive.
One time, 2 times.
Golinsky is checked. Wakel looks a little suspect.
That's just my face, Joe.
Not going to slow him down, though.
7s and kings.
A little suspicious, I should have said, instead of suspect.
Basically a min bet on this flop, which I think might tempt Golinsky to play this as a check raise. You don't want to allow your opponent to just sort of check down on future streets with even ace high that might call a raise. So you can see the raise to 185. I think Wakil will probably fold this combination, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he just calls.
I mean,
to protect against, you know, getting exploited in this spot by
you don't think
random hands.
Galinsky's just never going to get out of line here?
Lets him have it. Oh, he did call. I'm a genius.
You are a genius, Griffin. Look, I'm just as guilty as everybody else of being able to see the cards and letting it influence what I think should happen. Turn is a 7, and it's a heart. Heart being the more relevant part.
The thing is, if Galinsky is bluffing here on the flop, it's difficult for... He doesn't have a lot of room to do it more than once. You know, and you do have a hand that has some back doors. So I really understand the idea Wakil has. He's just... Sometimes you're just going to be against it. They're just going to have it.
Too chi, Griffin. Too chi.
And now it's a matter of just getting a good enough price. Appears to be about 225. Oh, it's 150. Yeah,
Yikes.
You're getting a nice little price for this flush draw now.
Nice little price. What if it's the jack or 10 of hearts, Griffin?
I was just thinking that. I would say that the jack of hearts is less...
Not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Galinsky heading to the river as an 84% favorite with these trip jacks.
River is a 7, double pairing the board, full house for Galinsky. Great run out here for the short stack. 7 big blinds behind right now.
Wow.
Galinsky finds the check.
I don't think there's any point in Wakil bluffing because he's not going to really be check raise bluffing the flop with any aces or king highs. So queen high is actually going to be good against the bluffs.
That's a great point, Griffin. That's so astute. God damn it, Griffin. Really good stuff. And well played by both players in this hand. And Mariusz Galinsky picks up a really big pot relative to the size of his stack. Still the shortest at the table, but now is back up over 20 big blinds.
I believe 2 more hands left.
I think you are right. Some folds here. Folds to Amir. Amir's out. Jamil. Ace Jack. Diamonds.
Beauty. Let's get it back. Caprilla's reaching for chips. Jack deuce of spades. Happy to peel one off.
The spade was exciting. 2 clubs, not as much. Ace high, way out in front.
When you add them, right? 3 hands in 3 hands. Thank you.
3 hands. I think it's this one and one more.
Do we restart in 20 minutes?
I think so, yes.
Nice C-bet and takedown for Jamil.
Yeah, we'll kill still above 60 big blinds.
This is the last one, or
I will be big blind in the next level.
So this is the last one?
Yes, this is
You heard it. Last hand, Louis.
you all for a green screen picture there, and when the last picture has been taken, I will start the race. So you will get 20 minutes at least.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you very much.
Last break. 20 minutes? 60 minutes. 20 minutes.
Joe, did you ever end up seeing the new Coppola movie?
I did not.
Neither did I.
All right, Jungavicius, ace 9 of clubs. Just gonna raise it under the gun.
Very pretty Jack 9 suited. I think it needs to be a fold at this particular stage and situation. With the 25 big blind.
Oh my goodness, what a time to pick up aces. Will Galinsky go all-in-ski?
No, but he will 3-bet. Yeah, he has a bit of room now after winning that nice pot off of Jamil with kill. Oh boy.
And Zazer has got 5s and thinking about it in the big blind.
Song and dance time.
Oh, wow.
All the time bang chips.
So dramatic. I feel like the last hand before break makes people act funny too. This guy already acts kind of funny.
How much you have, please?
How much funnier can it get?
One, two, three.
You can't do all this and fold, right?
7.
Sometimes people just get hands, Zitter.
1 million. 1,350,000. Okay.
The Chip Z-Eater. Is he thinking about going spelunking? Is he getting out his hard hat and his pickaxe? Or is he gonna get out of line?
Fold.
There it goes. Okay.
Finally.
I didn't want to do all that, but I gotta say something. And Jungavicius is getting 3-1 right now.
Yeah, but you're in trouble if you're up against it here. I think you can just make a disciplined fold. Is gonna make the call though.
800K in the middle. I see a club. I see another club.
Yeah, and we might end up all hitting here, ladies and gentlemen. 800,000 chips in the middle. Just 1.1 back for Galinsky. I think we play for stacks here.
Check.
Jungavicius checks. Galinsky. 800K in the middle. 1.1 behind.
But 155,000.
That is small. S-M-A-L. Poker Talk Polska says, good size, please. Vicious.
900.
Oh,
There it is.
The virtual all-in. Man, I thought you were getting such a cheap price there to see a card, but I guess you don't want to call a miss, huh? Galinsky all-in. Youngevicius calls.
Draw. Flush draw.
Overpair versus a draw.
Here we go.
36% equity in the pot. 64% of the time, Galinsky is going to stay in-ski. The rest of the time, he is going to go. He is the player at risk. Turn is a deuce. Galinsky needs to fade 1 of 9 clubs to survive.
They're out there.
Does fade turn and river. Galinsky stays. Youngevicius also stays, but is going to be coming back from the break with 3 big blinds. Galinsky doubles up to 37 bigs, putting him in front of Zaiter and Youngevicius.
1,105,000.
1,100,000
And 5. 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 1, 105.
Kostudis left with 170,000, good for just over 2 big blinds at the new blind level, which is 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. And I believe he will be in the big blind. All right, we are taking a break. More from this final table.
Oh, I wouldn't.
After 20 minutes. One last look at the chip count. So yeah, Kostudis has 4 big blinds, but 2 of them will be committed to the pot when we get back. We have yet to lose a player, yet to hit the official final table. More from Monte Carlo when we return.
Folder to Dan Coleman on the button. He's got pocket jacks.
We're finally going to get to see this kid in action.
He raises to 125,000, gets a fold from Kurganov in the small blind. Shemian in the big blind has pocket 9s.
We know Coleman's got a monster, but his button range is going to be wider than the director's cut of Lawrence of Arabia, so you can certainly see why Shemian would 3-bet this.
He has re-raised.
I'm all in.
Coleman responds by moving all in.
You're kind of hoping to get it all in here till it actually happens, then you're all gulp.
Shemian has not had a lot of good fortune at this final table.
I'll get the car warmed up.
The flop gives Coleman a set, but Shemian has an open-ended straight draw.
He traded 2 outs for 8, not bad.
Give me an ace. I want an ace.
Don't be greedy.
Oh, that smile.
It's a 7 on the turn, so same outs for Shemian. A king or an 8 needed to survive.
It's all fun and games until you miss the turn, then it gets real.
And he misses the river as well.
It was a little unlucky. If the hands were reversed, it probably goes down the same way. Yeah, Dan, I'm going to miss him too.
Ala Shemian out in 7th.
Again.
I'll miss him, but I'm sure the rest of the table won't.
Wait.
Paul Poit has shoved from under the gun with 8-7 suited.
It's a little loose, but not that loose with his stack.
Dan Coleman in the small blind has ace-jack.
Well, if Dan knows 8-7 suited is part of Paul's shoving range, ace-jack is an obvious call.
I call.
He does call. Kurganov folds.
I don't know how Dan would know that, though. Maybe they write each other letters.
So Paul Poit at risk and way behind.
Queen.
If you say that in front of a mirror, Freddie Mercury appears.
Paul Poit now has 7 outs. Looking for a 9, 8, or 7.
Not a club.
But he bricks the river.
Okay, best play, you guys.
And is eliminated in 6th place.
I bet he just said, we're still billionaires.
Well, after eliminating Paul Poit, Dan Coleman moves over the 5 million mark.
Dan Coleman is heating up like a gas grill.
And we lose 1/3 of the Macau boys as we go 5-handed.
No, it's like when Curly died in City Slickers, only more Asian and with fewer horses.
Actions on Richard Young.
Richard Young is still here, all right.
He folds.
Oh, that's probably why.
Ronno Low is out. Dan Coleman's got Queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Here comes that wide button range I'm always blathering about.
This is a raise to 240,000. Kurganov folds.
Got the 10.
And Kate is calling.
It's not big enough.
The raise. Get your minds out of the gutter.
Never will be.
Actually, now I'm not so sure.
The flop is 9-8-3. Ace high still good.
And this is one of those flops you whiff so hard that you can't really check behind.
Coleman set to continue. 325,000.
Cates is going to have the best hand here against a button raise and a c-bet a bunch of the time, so he's probably going to peel like a delicious jungle banana.
Cates calls. The turn card is the deuce of hearts. Coleman now has a flush draw. Cates is still ahead with ace high.
Firing again just got a lot more appealing now that Coleman would be semi-bluffing instead of tota bluffing.
$720,000 and Cates folds.
I can see why they call him Jungle Man now. Her suit. For Dan Coleman, it was a good spot for a multi-street bluff. On the flop, there are actually a decent number of backdoors to hit.
You got me, Mr. Greeny.
Pocket fives for Dan Coleman. He raises under the gun. Folded around to Richard Young in the big blind. King Jack. He calls. Heads up to the flop.
No, these Macau boys stick together. That's sweet. They're sweet.
And that flop is all Coleman. He is a 98% favorite with middle set.
Boop. That's my new flop a set noise. I've been working on it. What do you think? Boop.
Hate it. Coleman continues for 200,000.
Well, you. I call.
Wow, huge misstep from Young.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that wasn't Cantonese.
Richard Young is drawing to a chop.
Alright, that's a good situation.
And now he's drawing dead.
Good game.
The last of the Macau boys shot down.
See you later, Richard.
And how about that Dan Coleman?
Blinds are up to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante.
155 plus 160.
Kurganov is the short stack.
I'm all in.
Coleman shoves small to big and Kurganov calls.
Not that good. You definitely have a flip.
Standard 11 bigs deep.
And reverse. We got the aces.
All the aces.
He has one ace, just the one.
2 flush draws for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not true. Oh, it is.
That's true. I think you flopped me dead. Probably.
Flop not dead, but pretty thin.
The toughest.
He's gonna lose one eventually, right?
Not true.
I'm not sure that's true, man.
See?
Coleman picks up additional outs. Igor has to fade a queen, jack, or 8 on the river.
Big rail for Kurgles. Everybody loves this guy.
Is this the beginning of his second comeback today? No!
Good hand, man. Together. A very good game.
Kurganov eliminated in third.
It's okay.
Ace queen for Dan Coleman on the button in the small blind. He raises to 375,000. Queen 6 for Cates.
First hand heads up, and it's Domination Nation.
Cates defends.
Even though we know he's dominated, it's perfectly reasonable hand to defend heads up.
Coleman's ace high still good.
C-bet.
Check.
No, he checks behind.
Maybe he already likes his showdown value.
7 of diamonds on the turn. Cates picks up a flush draw.
Not a stellar turn for Coleman.
Cates fires 525,000.
I would not be at all surprised if Coleman just folded here. Slightly more surprised that he's calling, yeah.
1.8 million in the pot. Cates looking for a diamond or a 6. It's the 4 of hearts.
I check.
It goes check, check.
Queen high.
Ace high wins.
Really?
It was also a little surprising that Cates just shut down on the river. Maybe he's just too physically tired to lift chips to bluff. Look, he can't even hold his own head up.
We're still playing 8160 with a 20k ante, and we're sweating with Dan Cates, who has exactly the same cards as the previous hand. Queen of diamonds, 6 of spades.
Hooray!
He raises his button. Makes it 320,000.
Please don't 3-bet, please don't 3-bet.
Coleman just calls. The flop. King, king, queen.
Pair of queens for us. Heads up, I'll take it.
Check, check. 6 on the turn.
Yes! 3 pair. Ship it. Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of learning some of the game here.
Coleman leads the turn for 480,000.
We kind of have to call this, and first we also kind of have to wake up.
He does call. The river card, the 7 of spades.
And again, I say we have to call any reasonable bet here.
Well, how do you define reasonable? That is 2/3 of the pot.
That's a pretty big bet, but this hand is too strong to fold.
Call.
Call.
Queen 9.
Cates is outkicked.
Oh, that's gross. 0 for 2 today. 0 for 2.
Yeah, I'm good. Didn't think you were bluffing.
Dan Coleman has got confidence. He's got body spray commercial levels of confidence.
And he's got pocket 10s.
Look at that. I say body spray, 2 10s come along. God bless marketing.
He raises to 400,000. Cates with 8-5 in the big blind.
You know how I'm always like, it's heads up, you can play anything. Well, this is a hand you can actually fold if you want.
Cates does not fold.
He don't want.
He calls.
Might have to start digging into those blue chips soon.
Well, Dan Cates flops an up and down straight draw. Coleman a 2-1 favorite with his overpair.
It's a pretty good flop for when you defend with 8-5, or as I like to call it, the back to the future hand.
Coleman continues for 400k.
I raised to 1,000. 1,000? 1 million, yeah.
Oh man, he is so cooked.
It's a check raise semi-bluff from Cates.
And much like twerking, Coleman is going nowhere.
He calls, taking the pot to nearly 3 million. King on the turn.
When Coleman calls the raise, I think he really wants Jungle Man to barrel the turn.
Cates does not oblige, he checks. Doesn't look like Coleman will check behind. That's a bet of 750,000.
Betting small to induce, but as a result, he's given Jungle Man a great price to draw.
Alternatively, Cates could go for the double check raise.
Where we're going, we don't need 5th Street.
Nope, it's just a call. Taking the pot to 4.4 million. The river card is a 5. Gives Cates a small pair.
Not a ton of showdown value, though.
Check.
He goes check, check.
Here are 5s.
I call you.
All right. I was trying to figure out what the you'd think I have if I show up.
Yeah. You never have a 7.
I'm in the greeny zone now.
Some classic banter here, kids.
And Kate's is now in the danger zone.
I think you're gonna fold a hand like that. I was thinking you fold like
Reinforcements.
No. Oh wow. Let me count my stack.
You're done.
See? Confidence.
Queen 10 for Kate's.
It's 1 million, 2 million. I'm all in.
You're all in. Ooh, first card's good, jungle. How much is it?
Little enough to call.
2.2 or so.
2.2. I call.
Coleman calls and is ahead.
Queen 10.
King 6.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it is a call.
Big title and money on the line.
Damn it, I thought I might even have the best hand.
Jungle, let's see how your all-in game is.
It's pretty good, remember?
We're gonna see.
Maybe I ran out of all-ins though.
We're gonna see, man.
Coleman pairs is 6.
Uh-oh.
Kate still has 2 live cards.
I don't know, I'm feeling it.
You got some good turn cards.
I'm feeling it this time, honestly. I'm pretty sure you're gonna lose this one.
He's out-confidencing you, bro.
The turn card is another 3. Coleman on the verge of victory now.
Jungle.
Unless it's a queen or a 10 on the river, we have a winner. It's a blank.
Wow, how did I lose that one?
Did it?
It's impossible.
Dan Coleman has taken down the super high roller here in Monaco, defeating the other Dan Cates.
We all knew it was going to be a barn burner, and these dudes are spent. Now give Papa a hug.
Hey, man.
Antonius with the raise with the 2 7s. Quick re-raise from Lau with the kings, all in. Pretty reasonable. Whoa.
3 pocket pairs in one hand. No. Of course, Adrian Mateus was involved in a particularly famous incident in 2015 where it was queens, kings, and aces with jacks folded. I think there was also a pair of 5s in that hand as well.
Not now, fatty.
So Low, of course, is very short, and that's not really a major factor in Kanunikov's decision-making.
Wow, does he fold the 9s? I'm pretty impressed by that fold. I think Antonius is just going to have to call here. 12 lap big blinds, 2 7s. Not going to be able to fold.
Now, normally, I would say this is a great spot for Low. As Patrick Antonius does indeed call, putting Low at risk. He is a 4-1 favourite. He has the overpair. However, there is an old adage that it is always coming 7. And I'm not going to lie to you, I fear for Zhejiang Low right now.
It has been all about the 7s. It has been always coming 7. 777 entrants in this main event.
It's the year of the 7. The flop does not have a 7 on it. 5 tray deuce. Spades would be a factor. Should we see another one on the turn? It's a 7. 7 on the turn. And Patrick Antonius takes a commanding lead. Zhejiang Low now needs a king on the river to survive.
It is always coming 7.
No king. Antonius KO's Low. How do you feel about that one, Andre Latau?
7! Every time the 7 is coming.
Pocket 7s for Jazonis. He has opened under the gun to 8,500. Boutros name. $6-5 off. Another painful fold for Boutros. Round to the big blind, Nick Petrangelo, who's got 8-3 of hearts, and he's defending.
Hey, Nicky! He finds a way to win this.
Ace 7-3.
Maybe not.
It really is. Always coming 7. So Petrangelo has got bottom pair, has backdoor hearts, has a lot of chips. Do you reckon we see a call here, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, if I know Petrangelo, he doesn't like to fold when he has some equity, but I think he actually has other plans to raise.
Oh. Yes.
But this could end up working out really well for him.
Yeah, I think he knows that this hand plays a little bit better as a raise for a few reasons. If Jazonis c-bets that flop with, any 2 overcards to the 7, which are, king, queen, queen, jack, all of those king, jack type hands, then that's usually going to fold to a check raise, and you fold out equity of 2 overs coming on the turn against your bottom pair. And there's not a lot of turn cards that Petrangelo would love to see if it weren't for a 3 or for an 8.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Nick.
And so I think he
always great
decided to play that hand as a check raise for those reasons.
when you improve and you lose equity.
Yeah.
Down to 3% equity. The check raise, by the way, was to 24,000, and having taken that betting lead on the flop and improving on the turn, no doubt he will follow through with another barrel, loading up with blue 5K chips and a bit of custard on the bottom.
And normally I think his plan was if he check raised that flop and he gets called and doesn't improve on the turn, he would probably just check and give up on the hand. But unfortunately, this looks like a great turn for Petrangelo, and so now he feels really happy to get Jazonis to call because it looks like Jazonis has a lot of big aces.
In Jazonis' position, is this a just call, or do you think now he gets a little bit frisky?
I think you have to just call. Against someone like Petrangelo, you have to give him the option to barrel on the river.
There's the call. Petrangelo eyeing his opponent's stack. The queen on the river changes nothing.
At least he didn't hit a 3.
All in.
Oh, no.
And a snap call. And a full double up for Jazonis. How about that one? Proof yet again that it is always coming 7. Welcome back to Monaco in 2025, where we are watching the penultimate day of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo main event. Down to a final table already, down to 9 players here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It's James Hartigan, joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
And these are the stacks of those 9 players. Nick, before the break, we saw Kęstutis Jungavicius crippled down to 4 big blinds, and on the first hand of this new level, he is going to be posting the big blind and the ante. That means 50% of his stack is going to be in the pot.
That's right, he's in a pretty precarious situation. Bit of a cold deck, in my opinion, to get him to there. It's been a very brave effort so far, but let's see how he gets on with the flip.
Well, assuming he does go out in 9th, he'll get 90,850 euros, meaning every remaining player will then have locked up a 6-figure score. $1 million up top, that of course will be paid tomorrow. The plan today is to play down to 6 Our 6-handed final table will come back tomorrow and play down to a winner, the champion of this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event. So Enrico Coppola has the biggest stack right now, more than 90 big blinds. Boris Angelov, who has made the FT, granted, it's the unofficial FT, but has made the final table 2 years in a row and is looking for redemption. And I use the word in inverted commas because he was the runner-up last year, which is still an amazing result, but he's looking to go one better in 2025. He is looking to take down the tournament, which he came second in last year. So a reminder that now we are at a single table. We are playing 30 hands per level. The levels are not timed. The levels are measured by the number of hands played. So this will be hand number 1 of level 28. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80k big blind ante. And action is starting with Boris Angelov. He's got jacks.
Yeah, this does not bode well for Young Vicious.
Angelov has made it 160,000. Folded around to the chip leader. Enrico Coppola has passed. Galinsky's out. Miguel Caprice has 5s on the button.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the chip counts here. James, 39 big
180?
blinds.
160. 160.
Miguel might be tempted to call.
Call.
Yep, that's what we see. This also does not bode well for our short stack, James.
Oh, Zaita in the small blind with ace king.
This also does not bode well for our short stack, James.
Time bank cards deployed while he thinks about his best course of action here.
I mean, James, this looks pretty terrifying if you have a weak hand. However, with so few big blinds, do we just spin it anyway? Yeah, the chance to potentially get lucky and go all the way back.
All in.
Zaita is the second shortest stack at the table with 18 big blinds. He is all in. Young and Vicious is all in with Queen 10. The real question now is, how does Angelov respond? He is all in.
You have all convinced him to call.
And
There's no
5s will
need
get out
to
of the way.
insist. Fold it amongst your hand.
Well, if jacks hold here, we're going to see a double KO.
Hold on.
2 players at risk.
Bet I win this.
Ash to king.
No. He said he bets he wins it. I didn't have it.
Angelov has the best hand and he has them both covered.
Aber mein King kommt. King.
Zaita looking for aces, kings. Young and Vicious needs a queen.
Come. Good.
King 10 on the flop. Looking
Bombe.
good for Zaita.
King.
It's a good start, James. Young Vicious is looking a little desperate with less than 1%. That's got to be a 0%er for the Queen 10 now. Jack's still live, however.
Yeah, you got enough.
Best ender.
Very ambitious player.
Best ender. King Ima. Last. Kämpfen. Good.
No jack on the river. No
King.
double
Picture
KO.
was
So nice.
Yeah. Alles hier. Alles by King. I am King from Germany.
Leon Zaita wins the main pot and
Thank
the
you.
side pot and eliminates.
Bye.
Ausland, verdammd.
Young and Vicious.
Nein, darfst du
Well,
nicht.
look at him. We got
Darfst du nicht.
chips now.
Darfst du nicht. Oh mein Gott. Die King ist dabei. Die King ist dabei. Gut. Muss gute Hand, Habibi.
Ja,
King.
natürlich.
Ja,
It's all your fault.
danke.
Oh yeah.
As previously mentioned, Kestutis Jungovicius cashes for
Okay, thank you.
90,850 euros. Everyone else is now locked up at least 118 grand. And Leon Zaita, who was hovering around the 20 big blind mark, now has 44 big blinds. The shortest stacks are Capriles and Galinsky. They have 37 bigs each. There are no shorties at this table, Nick.
Yeah, and as you'd expect, James, I feel like we did get to the FT pretty swiftly today, and of course that is represented now in the big blinds. The distribution of chips is such that everyone is actually quite deep stacked, and now that we've eliminated that super shorty, and we are now officially down to the FT, the official final 8, I assume we're going to see a massive slowdown, James.
Yeah, and as far as Angelov is concerned, he's now playing 58 big blinds. He's now third in chips behind Shevlyakov and Coppola. The Italian's still the final table chip leader with more than 90 big blinds. And remember, now we're 8-handed. This is an official EPT final table. So we can now say, officially, congratulations to Boris Angelov for making the final table of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event 2 years in a row. We continue play today until we're down to 6. Second hand of the level. Blind still 40,000, 80,000.
4 plus. 5 plus.
What's amazing about Leon Zaita is that he was at our very first feature table at the start of day 2 when we kicked off our coverage. On Tuesday, he had a seat on the main stage, and here he is at the final table, still with his sunglasses and actual glasses combo.
Yeah, it's a strong look. Practical and functional, James, and I'm a fan of that.
No problem.
What's your go-to when you play poker, James? You don't cover up much. You just play it as it is, don't you?
I mean, I'm sure I'm a huge tell box, and I probably should take more care, but
No problem.
I wouldn't worry about that. I think people tend to get a little bit overzealous in their expectations of how much people get tells. I think most people who you think are getting a read on you have forgotten what their cards are.
Here's the thing, Nick. If people want to read anything into my neck pulse in a 160 aria daily, good luck to them. Coppola, the chip leader, raising with King Queen of Diamonds. Round 2, the big blind, Alexander Shevlyakov, who was the start of day chip leader. Currently second in chips, has 9-8 of spades in the big blind. Worth a poke. Ace 10 deuce on the flop with 2 spades. This is a post-flop flip. This is a gut shot versus a flush draw. King high is currently the best hand, and looks like Coppola will continue.
225,000.
Now on the ace high textures, James, I don't think we do as much check raising when we have flush draws because our opponents will turn up with quite a few ace combos that want to open, especially in the later stages when high cards are preferred to be opened as opposed to smaller pairs. So yeah, we see the call here, obviously. 3 of clubs on the turn, no change. I wonder if the king-queen is going to go for 2. I do feel like it's reasonable to have 2 barrels here, especially if you imagine, James, that the big blind will have a 10 sometimes, where we have a gut shot and 2 overcards that might be clean. The king or the queen might also give us the best hand if our opponent does have us beat with second pair at this stage. Check, check. And that run out probably favoring the big blind in terms of having a straight. I think that the big blind will have many, many more 5x in this situation than Coppola's open from the under the gun +2 spot. Hand like ace 5 perhaps might be in Coppola's range. maybe king 5 suited. Pocket 5s might not even choose to play on the FT from +2. So I think we do see a little bet here from the big blind now that they've missed their flush.
Nice lead from Shevlyakov, wins him the pot. So one of the adjustments that needs to be made with this new format, where we don't play time levels, we play hands per level, is factoring in when the breaks are going to be, right? Because suddenly it becomes approximate if you play to the end of a level and then take a break. So what's been decided, and this was always the plan for tomorrow, but has now been implemented as the plan for today, is we effectively play 2-hour blocks. We effectively play 2-hour sessions. So we came back from break at around 5 p.m. local time. So we're going to basically play until 7 p.m. and then take the dinner break.
Yep.
So we could be like 4 hands into a new level, but now it's all based on time rather than like when the level finishes.
Yeah. And I'm a fan of this change. I think this is really good. I think it's good for poker. I think it's good for the players. It would appear Griffin during the previous session said he spoke to several people who have been part of this already in other events that have occurred, and they're big fans of it as well. Keep the game going, James. We do want to play to a winner. And like, I appreciate that we want to have skillful blind levels. We want lots of play. That's the whole point of playing a big buy-in event like this. However, we do also want to, you know, keep the game moving at a reasonable pace, and we want to disincentivize players who wish to exploit that for their own gain.
$280,000 bet from Shevlyakov, called by Kokistani. Jack of clubs on the turn. Kokistani now with the flush draw.
Yeah, it's actually quite a lot of equity with one card to come because he has the flush draw and the gut shot. And also the 10 will give him a pair of 10s, which of course will be the best hand here as well. Both players drawing to the same straight, of course. That still will be represented with the split there. $300,000. Yeah, I like this a lot, James. And think about what a spot he's put the Queen 7 in here, right? Queen 7, of course, the favorite when we can see the cards. Getting hands that have equity, or indeed the best hand to fold, is just great when you haven't made your hand just yet. And 10-7 of clubs, that combo draw, pretty confident just to go ahead and semi-bluff and gets the job done here.
Pakistani playing 56 big blinds. The average stack right now is 4.4 million. So Kokistani is pretty much bang on average right now. Angelov, Shevlyakov and Coppola above average stacks. Wakil, Zaita, Capriles and Galinsky below average, but no one is short Remember, both Capriles and Galinsky are playing 37 big blinds. No player at the final table with fewer than 37 bigs.
So Zider here, 44 big blind stack in the hijack is going to open ace-7 off. This is a little loosey-goosey, James. Zider is feeling confident, though.
Anytime you are opening with ace-7 offsuit, you're playing loosey-goosey. Some would say suicidally.
Kokostani here, 55 big blinds, is going to fold. So on the flop, Wakil checks it over. Zider chooses not to continuation bet, which I think is probably fine on king trade deuce. Sometimes we do want to put in a little barrel as a continuation bet.
Ebenezer asking, when are we going to play to today? When we get down to 6, but if we get to the end of level 30 today, so that's the rest of this level and 2 more levels after that. If we get to the end of level 30 and we're still not at 6 players, we'll stop there. I mean, I know A7's the best hand, Nick, but there's nothing for Zider to be excited about on this board at all.
Absolutely correct, James. However, if we're not going to see bet that board, we're probably meant to be calling some of the time on the turn. Our opponents can semi-bluff diamond draws, gut shots, other straight draws, complete air, queen high, for example. Nice move, though. Wakil makes a good adjustment there and takes it down.
Final 8 from a starting field of 1,195. All guaranteed 118,000 euros, 1 million euros up top. This is where you do start thinking about the trophy, Nick. This is where you do consider the prospect of victory.
Absolutely, they can taste it, James. All players guaranteed more than 6 figures now. This is what they've been duking it out for. This will be the first session I get to watch Miguel here as well. I met Miguel in Vegas at the NAPT,
yes,
James.
He was at the NAPT.
Yeah, played a little cash together. Nice guy. We stayed in touch since then.
I want to say Miguel was a gold pass winner who came to the NAPT in Vegas.
I think you might be right, James. That was a great cash game, too. I really enjoy playing cash at Resorts World. I think it's got a really good blend of people.
Boris Angelov is open to 185k with ace queen. Wakil with deuces in the small blind.
185. 185. 5 seconds. 1 pass.
Can't pull up. 7-6. And he does not defend.
This review.
I know we've had a few people asking about news of an APT 2025, and as I keep saying, no inside info, but I would expect something to be said sooner rather than later. What has been announced is the European tournament schedule for 2025. We know where the EPT is going this year. Barcelona in August, Malta in October, Prague in December, and we know where all the PokerStars Opens are taking place. Belgium, Spain, the UK, and France. Specifically, Namur, Malaga, Manchester, and Cannes. Check out all the details on future PokerStars Live events in our app. It's called PokerStars Live.
7 pass.
Zaita's open with 10-8 of strawberries. Queens for Shevlyakov.
Отварям от тогава ББ3 блин.
560,000. Ten pass. 1 pass. 3 pass.
3-bet deployed, a re-raise to 560,000.
And at this point, Zaiter has the kind of hand that could, you know, crack big pairs, but I don't know how hard we want to hunt those rare occurrences with the chips being this valuable at an FT. One thing I will say as well, James, in general, not a comment on Zaiter or Shevlyakov directly, is where we thought players might play a little bit more cautiously as we headed down to the final 2 tables and indeed our day 5 coverage, we did see several big stacks just really go for it. Earlier on, of course, we had the 5 big blind stack coming back from day 5 who managed to make it through because there was that huge encounter between the trip aces and the 10-7. I believe it was Zaiter who won that pot, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was Coppola.
Coppola, excuse me, yep. So I'm interested to see how they adjust to the FT at all. If we're going to see many ICM adjustments, or we're going to see players going for the win, as it were.
Six pass. 7 pass. 2 pass.
So for the avoidance of doubt, the first prize in this tournament is €1 million. Several people have pointed out that the video description on YouTube says €100,000. I can't help it that we've got people writing video descriptions with no attention to detail who then don't correct things when it's been pointed out 100 times. Kokistani is raised. Glad I got that off my chest.
4 pass. 5 pass.
And that's raise and take it with the
other 2
sevens.
Italian guys, did you know them before this tournament? Or you met them here? Oh, yeah.
That is correct player style. 118k for 8th place. Money jumps with every elimination now. And that is something we should highlight, Nick. In the late stages of any poker tournament, in the late stages of an EPT, ICM becomes a factor. We've already seen that. It becomes a much bigger factor when, A, the money jumps become significant, hugely significant, tens, thousands, sometimes even hundreds of thousands of euros, and there is a jump with every single knockout.
Yeah, that's right. The more study we do about ICM, the more we realize that actually it has and does play a factor even at the earlier stages, but much less so, right? Because obviously getting to the FT is the name of the game, and now navigating these moments is where the pay jumps are the most significant, as you say, James. So Coppola here, 10-9 offsuit in the cutoff. Coppola is our chip leader, so I think this is totally fine. We definitely want to start going wider, applying pressure to the shorter stacks.
5-7.
Call.
6 call. Six check. We bet 205,000, 205.
$205K into a pot of 480. And that's going to work out just fine for now. Enrico Coppola, 7 million chippers.
Still chip leader with close to 90 big blinds. Shablikov not that far behind him, but some distance between those two and Boris Angelov.
This is a funny one, James. VJ and Windsor saying, gee, when I was a beginner poker player and played tight when I was close to the pay jumps, I wasn't just being a nit. The funniest thing is, VJ, the more work we do on ICM, the more tight is right seems to be absolute confirmation. But the thing is, James, when we say that, I mean, that seems like an obvious thing to say. But what we didn't realize is how much tighter we needed to be. And now we can mathematically express that. And we can, you know, actually turn that concept into playable ranges and mathematically sound decision making. So we've come leaps and bounds on since tight is right.
Coppola opens with 8-7. Angelov calls with Queen 10. These two go heads up to the flop. 10-5 deuce. Advantage Angelov. Okay, Coppola picks up the straight draw on the turn.
I would imagine Angelov is supposed to lead turn, James. I think we're letting him off a little bit too light if we don't have some leads. Excuse me, Angelov.
Seven bet 290,000. 290.
And of course, flush draw, sorry, excuse me, straight draw is going to stick around and see a river. Oh, that is
come on.
Just so unfair. Angelov at this point, the way the hand has been played, is probably very likely to perceive Queen 10 as value here. I mean, on this run out, on this texture, it's a very specific read to put your opponent on 8-7 without any visibility. So he's probably going to go for value.
Seven bet 730,000.
Wow, chunky bet, James.
And this is a super straight. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It is. And I guess now we just put the rest in. I mean, the way that Angelov has played his hand is very, very confident. And you can see here it's because he thinks he has the best hand. This is definitely a value bet. Now, I don't know if Queen 10 calls. And James, you know, honestly, maybe we should have an alternative size to an all-in. Maybe a smaller raise is going to get us more chips in the long run. Coppola decides to go for 2 mil. This actually might be the better of the options.
I mean, it's the 9 of clubs on the river, so Yeah, it's no flush gets there.
I mean, I think Coppola can still have 9s, maybe 6s. Is that a call?
Time bank.
Time bank. Okay, cool. I was going to say, that would have been really swift if swift to call with a hand like this.
Such a tough spot for Angelov to find himself in. How often is Coppola raising river here as a bluff?
Exactly, James. Exactly. And you have to imagine so many of Coppola's bluffs might have just bet flop, you know? So
Angelov makes a wise decision, folds his hand. Coppola increases his chip lead. Now has more than 100 big blinds. Still 21 hands to play at this blind level. Okay, I'm going to seize on Ed's request. People of the Tube, we would really appreciate it if you could give this stream a like. I'm going to count down from 5. When the counter hits 0, I want everyone to smash that like icon, smash that thumbs up. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like!
Smash!
10 pass. 1 pass.
Like now, it's good karma.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Need to come up with some like incentive, like if we hit a certain number of likes, there's some free roll or something.
That would be cool.
Let me work on that for the future.
Work on it, James.
Six raise. 160,000. 7 pass.
Thank you, Bernard. Thanks to everyone who pressed like. Next time I'll say please, Josh. Get over it.
8 call.
What you get, in all honesty, right now, and as I said, maybe we'll work on something for the future, but what you genuinely get right now is the way the algorithm works is the stream will get recommended to more people. And the more people who watch, the more people get into poker. The more people who watch, it makes PokerStars realize the popularity of the content, and we can keep doing this, so...
And for you at home, the more people that play poker, the more games you get to play in, the wider the population, we can all play poker forever.
So Shevlyakov flopped it and now has a redraw to a royal.
They bet 100,000. It's gone.
Huh? What happened here? Bet call.
And Zaita has river 2 pair.
Bruv, you got no club. So Shevlyakov here only losing to the Queen of Clubs, is that right?
Correct.
425. 1 call.
Wow,
Snap
snaps.
call.
Snap calls with no club.
Wow, the confidence on that call.
Yeah, the flush is very good. Second nuts is good. Shevlyakov closing in on the 90 big blind mark as Leon Zaita drops down to 28 bigs. Now the shortest stack at the final table.
Sorry, James, was it Zaiter who won the flip with ace-king?
Yes.
Just a moment ago? Okay.
No coaching, please. No coaching. You can coach me if you...
One pass. 2 pass. No good. Four pass. Five pass.
I mean, what's that expression about getting back on the horse? Zaita back in action, opening from the cutoff with 5-3 spades, because why not?
Why not indeed? Hasn't learned his lesson. Loosey-goosey. Kokstani here, 56 big blinds, defends.
Makes the call, heads up to the flop, which is King, Jack 10, all spades.
Oh.
Top two against a flush.
Back on the horse, James. Back on the horse.
Keşke olsa da. Тут паря здесь погода, здесь check. River chess rainbow.
210,000 called by Kokistani.
This bed vicious.
Okay, the board gets straightier on the turn. I'm just thinking from Kokistani's perspective that that's a card that could help.
Yeah, James, quite right. Now, any ace, of course, a straight, any 9 a straight. From the cutoff, your opponent will have both, or can have both. This might be enough to convince Kokistani here to start hiding.
I mean, there's always that, well, if I hit a king or a jack on the river, I might get the rest. If he has a straight, if he has a flush, I could bust him. Are you getting the right price? Are you getting the right implied odds to make this call?
This is about half pot now.
Did you make a big fold? Medium? Medium. 2 pairs? Medium. 2 pairs. Ace 10.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Phoenix observing so many aces from the cutoff. Any ace is beating you now.
Small fold.
And Kokistani gets away from it, folds 2 pair.
Yeah, I think that was a good card for Kokistani not to lose more without the improver of the king or jack on the river.
To be fair, I kind of feel that Zaita could have done with doing that the previous hand. Yes, you've got 2 pair, but so much out there has beaten you.
Yeah.
So one more day of live streaming from Monte Carlo tomorrow. And then the next big thing happening on the PokerStars YouTube channel is the premiere of the new season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour. Season 2 debuts Saturday, May 24th. There'll be a new episode every weekend. And the week before, Saturday, May 17th, you'll be able to watch the Loose Cannon audition show. This will take you behind the scenes and show you how the 3 loose cannons who will feature in this season of the Big Game were chosen. So check out that show May 17th, and then check out new episodes of Big Game from May 24th. Among the players at the first table, Jennifer Tilley, Griffin Benja, and soccer star Gerard Piqué.
Top kicker.
$19 hands still to play
160.
at this blind level. 40,000, 80,000.
Does that put us ahead of schedule here, James? I mean, I feel as though we've gotten through quite a few hands quite quickly there.
So 30 hands per level means we should have 15 left, 45 minutes into the level. I believe we came back from break at 5:05 local time. So if we play 3 hands in 5 minutes, we're on pace. Otherwise, we're a little bit behind.
I understand. Okay.
We always knew it was going to be a bit slower 9-handed, 8-handed, but once we get down to 6, 5, 4, I do think it will speed up.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. That's just natural, the natural pace. By the way, James, I don't think you were here, but somebody had a bad lookalike for Miguel.
Yep.
The guy who won the Olympic shooting, the iconic.
Oh, the old guy. Yeah.
And I think that is not. It's better than a bad lookalike.
That's solid. That is a solid bad lookalike.
It's free for friends.
I mean, I'm not being funny. I'm going to go on the limb and say that might actually be him. His name was Yusuf D. Ketch.
160,000. 7 plus. 8 plus.
Ace King for Kokostani.
Zider on the shorter side now. Still 32 bigs. Nothing to be concerned about. Don't need to panic.
All right, see your stack.
I think you still want to 3-bet this though, James.
Okay. Standards 550,000.
The 3-bet from the button is 550,000. Oh, Snowman's in the big blind for chip leader Enrico Coppola.
I think he just folds this, James.
Does indeed lay it down.
Zider has been getting a little bit out of line here on the FT so far. Does he want to enter the pot now with Queen 10 of spades? I'm not going to say that's completely ridiculous, but I will say it's precarious when we have these massive pay jumps. I don't know if Kokostani isn't exactly the best player and best positioned to be, sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't know if Kokostani, in his position currently at the table, is best positioned to have light 3-bets in this situation. I think it's fine to do. Certainly should have some, but that's got to play into your thought process here, right? If you imagine players are thinking the same as you, they'd like to find ladders, are they the kind of player that start to 3-bet light more frequently or less frequently and adjust your ranges accordingly?
I've said it before and I've said it again, folding is boring, and I think that's why Zaita was seriously considering going to the flop there, but makes a disciplined fold.
Yep, and obviously was beat there pre-flop, would still have equity, but there you are.
Kokostani comfortably third in chips, 56 big blinds. Alexander says, I'm surprised you folded. The guy plays almost every hand. He is an action player.
I'm just saying, James, if Miguel does win this, this has got to be his winner's photo in that exact pose with the trophy right in front of him.
Is he in for one buy-in, or did he fire multiple bullets?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. No, actually, I think it was just the one.
You didn't get the line, did you?
Oh.
Did he fire multiple
Sorry,
bullets?
yes, sorry.
Come on, give me some credit.
Just enough, just enough. Sorry, James, sorry, chat.
Coppola in the small blind. Folds the computer hand. Gives Mariusz Galiński a walk. Galiński is tied with Kapridis still. They both have 35 big blinds. Zaita not that far behind them with 32 bigs, and he is the shortest stack at the table. So no one short, no one super shallow right now. And still 17 hands to play, including this one before the blinds go up.
7 bucks, 8 bucks.
Jacks for Kokistani.
JJ in the HJ.
10 raise, 160,000.
It's going to open it up.
Jamil Wakil's been quiet for a while. Folds Queen 10. Coupler with ace deuce. Passes. Galinsky, king deuce of diamonds, folds the small blind. Capriles with 10-8 of clubs in the big. Okay, it's not unplayable.
160?
160.
I think it's very playable, James. Very pretty hand. Closing the action. One big blind more to call with the big blind ante in the middle as well. Let's see a flop.
Queen 9-9. I mean, obviously a pretty decent flop for jacks. Not a disaster for 10-8, except a jack would actually be disastrous.
Yeah, correct. From Capriles' standpoint and perspective, not a disastrous flop. In fact, this might even be a somewhat reasonable check-raising flop at some frequency. Let's see how Kokistani wants to play it. I think the check here is totally cool. Now, big blind, 10-8 of clubs. We are blocking Jack 10. Kokistani did choose to open pre-flop and then check this flop, though, so I imagine there will be some king combos. I don't think we're going to get out of line here. I think we do a lot of checking.
10 bet, 125,000, 5 pass.
And we do see a bet on the turn.
And Capriles folds. Kokistani still sitting third in chips with 60 big blinds.
New dealer is coming. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
And Scoop 2025 is now just 2 days away. The Spring Championship of Online Poker starts this Sunday. $60 million guaranteed across the series. And you could get involved for very little money. Power Path from 50 cents, Satellites from 55 cents, Spin and Goes from 75 cents. $100,000 in cash prizes in the Scoop leaderboards. Extra money, added prizes in selected tournaments. And of course, there is the Scoop League running as well. Check out who the team captains have drafted and how you can get involved via the PokerStars blog.
7 pass.
Question from Leander, when is the ante paid by the big blind and when by the button? I think the dealer had to pay the ante a few years ago, so it's always the big blind.
Raise 160,000.
That's why it's called a big blind ante. You're not wrong in that some tournaments a few years ago, they experimented with either the small blind or the button paying the ante. The reason why, and I'm pretty sure it's like every major tournament now and 99% of tournaments around the world, the reason why everyone plays with the big blind ante is there's always a big blind. You do have situations, you do have circumstances where there's no small blind or no button, but there is always a big blind, and because of that, there will always be an ante.
Raise 520.
So Shevliakov's raise has just been re-raised because Jamil Wakil has woken up with aces.
5 pass. 6 pass.
Action back on Shevliakov. Squeezes, how can there be no small blind? Because if the player who was on the big blind in the previous hand is eliminated, the next hand is played without a small blind. You also have circumstances where there is a dead button as well. And Archie, to answer your question, because it is a pain in the A Dealers were so fed up with having to chase players for antes, and it was slowing down the game. Michael Fermani says Nitfold. Welcome to ICM. Welcome to Final Tables in 2025.
Absolutely.
Also, I would highlight that Jamil Wakil has not been messing about. He's been very quiet. He's been biding his time. I would take a 3-bet from him pretty seriously now.
I completely agree, James.
3-bet.
Galinsky with the sailboats.
Raise 175,000.
He's going to play it.
5+.
Galinsky here, 35 big blinds or thereabouts to start the hand. I would say that this might be a little bit on the wider side for me personally, James. I don't know how these small pocket pairs perform at an FT with ICM applied. Zyder is coming out firing, punishing that. It's almost like he knew that he had pocket 4, James.
Wow. Spicy, and I like it.
What is the raise?
450.
Getting out of line with the Queen 8 feels just awesome.
Well, 4s is going to make the call, and these two will see a flop. Jack 10, 5, all spades. Neither player has a spade. Zaita has flopped a gut shot and has solid equity here.
I'm thinking probably nice and small on the monotone board, like a third or maybe a quarter. Doesn't see bets.
I was going to say, that's super small. He's basically saying have a card for free.
Sorry, my assumption was we would see bet this texture. It seems like the kind of flop where we do inspire many folds.
Well, Nicholas, you know what they say about assume. It makes an arse out of everyone.
That is what they say. Double gut shot for Zyder.
Bet 260,000.
There you go. That's more like a quarter. And does the delayed C-bet work against the 4s? You assume so, James. You're feeling pretty grim about 4s at this stage, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's a blooming horrible board for 4s.
I am very interested to do some research on that hand, James. I'm not sure if 4s are supposed to be in there pre-flop. And I'm not sure about defending 3-bets on an FT with pocket 4s either, but I am prepared to be completely wrong, as I very often am.
I love you, Bodenhausen. Bodenhausen, I love you.
So Galinsky is now the shortest stack at the table with 29 big blinds. 13 hands to play before the blinds go up. Amir Kokistani first to act here.
10+.
Folds.
1+.
Round to Enrico Coppola.
3+, 4+.
Now round to Miguel.
5+.
Leon Zaita folds the button, so it's Boris Angelov in the small blind. 6-5 off.
These two players. Deeper stacked, effective stack here is 43 big blinds. That's Boris Angelov with the shorter of the two.
So he calls Alexander Shevlyakov with Queen 8 in the big.
I think you can pretty much do whatever you want here. Checking, raising, both on the table.
Jack 5-3. So Angelov flops best.
Check.
Honestly, Queen 8 can probably bet flop. When your opponent doesn't bet this board, they will have some ace high combos, some king high combos. They will have some 5x, 3x, maybe some weaker jack x. We don't always want to bet our top pairs in a blind v blind spot here. Decides against it, understandably so. I don't think you need to turn a queen into a bluff even on this flop texture. So playing it safe on the FT seems very reasonable. If you do start betting flop, you kind of commit yourself to continuing the bluff for at least one more street. Angelov checks again with the straight draw now, and I think this is really nice. We have showdown, and we have a nice draw to go with it. And we sometimes can inspire our opponents to start bluffing if we check once more.
Board has bricked out for Shevlyakov.
I think we probably want to go for value now. We can still get called by king high, ace high on this run out. We can still get called by some 3x. Our opponent's unlikely to have a jack or a 4 given the action on flop and turn. Just a small bet is what I think, but how does Boris feel?
At 320,000.
Whew. Goes for value. That's more than pot, James.
Is this a serious think from Shevlyakov? Is he considering a queen high hero call? Is he just trying to make this look good before he inevitably folds?
No, James, I think these blind v blind spots are so intricate. Honestly, queen high calls not ridiculous. When you're facing an overbet, it's a lot easier to fold them, though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I love that he found a value bet, and you know, an unusual size, but I think probably a very studied one. So I default to Boris's wisdom here.
Angelov playing 3.68 million, around 45 big blinds right now.
One pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Round to Leon Zieta in the cutoff. Jack 8. Noah asks, today we're going to know the winner? No, tomorrow. One of two things is going to happen tonight, Noah. We're either going to get to 6 players or we are going to play another couple of levels. Tomorrow is when we play down to a winner.
You give me good card. Good. 185.
Raise 185.
18. Okay. No. Give me sponge. Yeah.
8 pass.
I've already explained the big blind ante. I'm not going to do it again. As we established earlier on when you were here, you're more than capable of using Google.
Cool.
It's just one big blind ante, chat. Good flop for Boris. Very c-bettable spots. We're unblocking diamonds here. unlocking hands like 7-8. We have a decent kickers. Our opponent will actually have some King X combos in the big blind that we have outkicked with our 9. So let's go ahead and fire a bet here. 125,000 into a pot of 490. So real small. Wow, nice turn there for Angelov. So the turn is a diamond. It is a Trip King situation for Boris. We can check for deceptive purposes as well as some protection against the made flush. And if they got a flush now, we have them beat. King's full. That is a full house for Boris Angelov. Kokostani with the 2 pair, kings and 6s. Now, we are going for value with the king, of course. This is pretty much the effective nuts. Only losing to quad 6s at this stage. Are we going to pick a size that targets someone who turned a flush and then check the river for fear of boats? Are we going to try and get a hero call from a 5? Probably more likely to get called by diamonds than we are by a random 5. So I think we size up.
But 620.
Very nice. 620K into a pot of 740. So chunky bet. Kokostani needs to be aware of the fact that sometimes he may be calling for a chop, however, right? Angelov definitely good enough to turn some ace combos into bluffs here if he has just the right inclination. I think it's probably more natural for Angelov to just check an ace on this river, if I'm honest, but it's a consideration nonetheless. But I don't think Boris's size here is designed to try and get a call from hands like ace-10. I think we're trying to max punish the hands that do have a reasonable call. Maybe some 7s. Maybe some 8s. Maybe a 5. Maybe the diamonds. Those are all hands that could very plausibly find a hero call here.
And we do see the ace-high hero call from Kokostani. Angelov gets paid off and adds 1 million chips to his stack. Boris Angelov now 3rd in chips, close to 60 big blinds.
Yeah, it's an old classic, isn't it, James? Calling with an ace on a double paired board. It's a classic trap. And obviously will be the best hand at some frequency, so you can't blame him for trying.
Kokostani drops down below the 50 big blind mark. Average stack right now is 4.4 million. So we have 3 players with above average stacks: Angelov, Shevlyakov, and the current chip leader with more than 100 big blinds, Enrico Coppola.
You're quite right, chat. The 5 was counterfeited. What I meant to say was some other pairs. Really interesting spot there, though, and Boris really coming into his own. Couple really nice spots. Well played.
Great, 185,000.
Coppola with queens.
5 passes.
Opens to 185,000.
7 passes.
Forwarded to the blinds. Kokostani in the small. He's out. Wakil in the big. Has ace-5. Let's it go. Respects the under the gun open from Coppola, who is not really doing chip leader things in inverted commas, Nick. When this guy plays a hand, he normally has something.
Yep, I think that's a fair assessment so far. We might see him change gears, though. Yeah, my apologies, chat. Misspoke on the 5 in that last spot.
Cole says, when did Antonius get eliminated? I mean, come on, guys. There's only 8 players left. We're at the final table. 1,195 entries. A lot of players fell by the wayside. Antonius has been out for days.
Although, James, I do think there has been a petition to make 3-pair a hand for some time.
4 pass.
My only feeling on 3-pair is it should tie with trips.
Okay, fair is fair, guys. New rule instated for this EPT.
5 pass.
3-pair beats trips.
6 pass.
Now, fresh off that win, Angelov here, Queen 10 offsuit. Let's get it started, yeah. Let's pump it up.
8 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Queen 10 versus Queen 10.
Call. 5 more, please.
Good point from Taylor. Chip counts, knockouts, history of the tournament on Poker News from their live updates team, and you won't be exposed to spoilers anymore. Poker News has been in sync with the stream delay for some time now.
Can I have Caesar salad? He's getting almost real-time coaching. What did you have?
Connor says, hi James, any word on my mate Dave, who was in the EPT satellite last time I heard? Dave is taking a toilet break right now, Connor. He's also wondering whether he's going to be able to make it to the 5 to the hour break before making a cup of tea. He overplayed Queen 10 a couple of orbits ago and made a shocking laydown with jacks in the last level. But we believe in you, Dave.
We believe in you, Dave.
Maybe half of Bulgaria.
I'm here for this. I'm here for this. You don't like?
Ten hands left to play on this blind level.
Just a bottle of still water cold.
Champagne pour tout le monde. Non, je
Thank you, Andrew.
For me, that's all.
The two things aren't mutually exclusive.
5 pass, 6 pass.
Still water.
Sorry?
And I would agree, Taylor, that Poker News is doing a great job with the live updates, as they always do.
7 pass.
One American. And one Spirit Wasser. Water. No gas.
Raise 160,000. 10 pass, 1 pass. Three pass. 4 pass.
So a couple swift ones there, perhaps catching up with our quote-unquote average number of hands per level.
It reset, and I was rushing today, and I haven't had my phone to reset it because I take it every time. Now I don't want to reset it.
Make space?
Yeah, it doesn't work. It stays on the same time.
Good technology. You should buy the one that goes backwards.
Yeah. I should get the one with the battery. This one doesn't have a battery.
$160?
Raise 160,000.
Ziaita
7
makes
pass,
a
8 pass.
pretty spicy open from under the gun at an 8-handed table with King 9. Ace-5 suited for Kokostani in the hijack. And
Raise
this is going to be a 3-bet.
425,000.
And now, Jamil Wakil finds himself with ace-queen suited in the cutoff. Keel
One pass.
folds the ace-queen,
Three pass.
meaning the action is round to the blinds. Galinsky in the small is out. Caprilis in the big also passes. Zieta gonna get even funkier with the king-9?
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. We've seen him getting slightly out of line here on the FT so far. Very willing to be in pots he might necessarily otherwise not wish to be in, or others might not wish to be in.
1,500,000.
Oh, wow. I mean, the open was spicy. This 4-bet is next level.
It is indeed, and I can't help but feel like this might work, James. We can never rule out the ace-5 suited maneuver, however.
He's going to show. He so wants to show it. You could see he so wanted to show it.
No, he was bested. He wants Apsara. Yeah. He wants Apsara. You understand, huh?
I am so glad this guy's at the final table.
I am too. I'm liking the style. And James, he's playing a little bit, you know.
My friend, my name Leon.
So you're going to be big
Kim
blind.
bis Ende.
He's playing his own game.
I am big.
But his instincts seem to be on point thus far.
And he's now up over 40 big blinds. Galinsky now the shortest stack at the table with 27 big blinds. And still 7 hands to play at this level.
1 second. I believe you have the dinner break around
6:35.
something, no?
65.
You have like 45 minutes.
45. Thank you.
I can confirm there will be a dinner break in 45 minutes' time.
160,000. 8 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass.
We've had an under-the-gun raise from Boris Angelov here. He's opened with King-Jack offsuit. Splashy call from Coppola in the cutoff with Queen-9 of diamonds. I retract what I said earlier on about this guy playing relatively snug and straightforward. This is a strange flat.
Just saw a pretty hand, wanted to see a flop, and that's where we're headed.
King 10-9. Top pair for Angelov, bottom pair for Coppola.
Check. Check.
Check, check. 8 on the turn. Angelov now almost a 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, I decided to just play it on the slower side on the flop. I think probably checking King-Jack here is something we want to do quite often, regardless against that cutoff flat, which can, of course, contain 9s, 10s, King, Queen, Queen, Jack. But now, I think there must be a value bet.
So we've gone check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn. 520K in the middle.
So what's the size?
No overbet, please, eh?
Coppola says no overbet, please.
I had the problem with the...
But 225. 3 pass.
Well, it was...
You were gonna fold anyway.
Exactly.
I fold anyway.
Maybe overbet you call.
You make a overbet, you know?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's right, CJ. We are playing hands per level now. It's standard on the EPT when we get down to a final table, then instead of having timed levels,
Thank you, thank you.
we play a set number of hands. 30 is the number, and the number shall be 30. And right now we have 6 hands remaining on this level.
Yalla.
I'm just loving the fact that Leon Zieta is not only mixing things up at this table, but also seems to be having the time of his life.
8 pass.
Yeah, a couple characters here for sure, and I'm here for it.
I'd like to think if I was ever in this situation, I'd be enjoying it. I'd probably be stressed to the eyeballs. I mean, they're playing for obscene sums of money, but he's having a blast.
James, I echo that sentiment. I'd love to imagine that I'd be a cool customer just enjoying the moment. I think in reality, I'd just be trembling with fear.
1 pass.
Fear of what might be.
How much? 200?
Mm-hmm.
Koppel has raised it to 200,000 with King Queen suited. Galinsky with 9s. A reminder, Galinsky starts the hand with a sub 30 big blind stack.
Call.
He is going to call in position.
I think 9s have great playability. Calling in the cutoff makes a lot of sense. On the button, however, an opportunity to potentially enter the pot with 7s.
5. Call.
Now, our small blind, Zyder.
Did he just say re-raise?
He said re-raise.
Raise 1.2 million.
Love this guy.
I love him, James. I love him. He's here to play.
Why just flat and see a flop when you can do this?
James, ICM is for poor people. Let's get some chips in the middle.
Oh, the other players are so annoyed.
They all have really pretty hands, James.
They all thought they were going to realize their equity, and now this has happened.
3 pass. 4 pass.
When's the dinner break? I want to shake this man's hand.
Now's a good time to show sub up here.
Nice hand.
King Jack, something like this.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You're looking. Okay, 10 minutes.
I have my spies on it.
Oh, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
You call your friend after.
10 minutes.
The same. Sorry guys, 10 minutes for the show.
Zieta now 4th in chips, now up over 50 big blinds. Liam Dean asks, why is the ante only on the big blind and not the whole table? Is that EPT standard? Liam, I'm guessing you haven't been around live poker for a while. Big blind ante is standard in most major live tournaments now and has been for about 6 or 7 years. The big blind effectively posts the ante on behalf of the entire table. So it's the same value as the big blind.
7-2.
I know you like that.
10 pass.
7-2.
I know you like
1 pass.
I know you like ace 10.
7-2.
Raise
Yes,
200,000. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Thank you.
7 pass. Thank you.
Espresso was him.
Koppel has raised with ace queen. Shevliakov's got ace 10.
Did you get the espresso?
Ah, yes.
Espresso and still water.
Madam, I can speak with my farm? Or no?
Yes, you can, but not from the table. Don't shout from the table.
Thank you.
You can
Gonna
go
see
there
a
and
flop.
speak with her if you want. But like, don't shout.
And no rotation. Ace queen
No,
still
the water
ahead.
is for me. The water.
Check.
Oh, perfect.
اطلبي تاكسي من هلا. اطلبي تاكسي من هلا. Okay, good.
You're welcome. I don't need a cup.
Not
I don't need a cup.
بطلع معك أنا. بطلع معك.
Check.
Ich komme mit dir. Okay. No problem. No problem.
88 says, crazy you have to sit there and explain big blinds all day. I don't mind doing that. I appreciate that we've got people watching the stream who maybe haven't watched that much poker, who have genuine questions. The trick is working out when someone is asking a genuine question, when someone is actually trying to learn something, and when we're just being trolled. Oh, there it is. Rotation on the river.
Speaking of being trolled,
Dat is geen koffie, dat is cola.
A beer?
10 on the river, domination rotation with one card to come.
Whatever you need, we'll
let you
put
know.
it in the shuffling moment. Bet 100,000. I have training.
I love that. Ed says, there are no bad questions. Andrew responds, there are 100% bad questions. Lol.
My friend, I want coffee.
No value, but a pot regardless.
Yeah, anyone who says there's no such thing as a stupid question has never had to sit here with YouTube live chat scrolling in front of them.
This is coffee, no?
I don't mind chat. I'm happy to help.
Coca-Cola, you mean?
And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
James is right, though. It is hard to spot the real questions from the trolls.
Didn't bring them.
Mama,
I know, he didn't bring
You want it cold. So you want hot coffee?
Are we ever going to get this drinks order resolved? It's been going on for like 3 hands now.
Everything is okay?
Gambit Bandit. Who pays the ante? Your mum.
Gambit Bandit is a great name, by the way. Well done on that.
Ace King suited for Galinsky.
24 big blinds, guys. Is the shortest at the table, so that will be the effective stack throughout this pot. There's 160 to go.
5 plus. 6 plus.
Correct. 7 plus.
7 plus. Oh.
So Shevlikov calls with 6s. Kokistani decides not to squeeze, calls with ace-4, and we go 3 ways to the flop. Which is Jack 9-7. 6 is still good.
Yeah, I would be interested to see this range as well, James. I don't know if ace-4 has enough playability to defend here in the big blind. It's not a lot more to call. It has a great price, but again, things get weird when we're on a final table. And if we're likely to get, if we're likely to be dominated pre-flop, obviously, those are circumstances we want to avoid because that could potentially lead to catastrophic failure and not making pay jumps. This seems like a fairly safe board for Kokistani just to get away from it, though. It goes check, check, check on the flop.
That's 225.
Ace King folds. What does Shevlikov do with 6s? He folds as well.
Nice move there from Kokistani. Like I said, I'm not sure about the range pre-flop, but if you are going to enter pots, you want to have moves like that. Read the room perfectly. Played the spot, not the cards. Very, very nice move. I think there's a chance that when we have the wheel aces, it's fine still, but we have to ask ourselves these questions, James. That's how we learn.
Yeah. You can have fake aces and you can have wheel aces. Galinsky with Queen Jack. Hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Blinds up in a couple of hands' time.
180.
Raise 108,000.
Turns for Caprillas as he's raised.
5. 6 5. Seven 5. 8 5.
Kokostani in the small blind with king 7 off. Folds. Jamil Wakil in the big blind.
One 5.
Folds as well. Okay, so 2 more hands to play until we roll into level 29.
One for the poor.
No taps are up. He's an honest man. Look at him.
Big blind, please.
And he's Nacho Barberos.
Please, don't say that. I'm going to talk to him. Is Stapleton listening to this?
Sometimes.
Stapleton.
We'll pass on the memo.
Stapleton, are you listening to this? I hope you're listening to this. Stop calling me Nacho Barbero's father. I look, Stapleton, listen to this. I look 10 years younger than Nacho Barbero. So please. Thank you.
I think you got the message.
Same character.
4 or 5.
I think he got the message.
So Nacho Barbero's younger brother
Five.
180.
raises with ace king.
Rewarded for the meme. I like to see it.
6 5. 7 5. 8 5.
Kokostani with king queen. Playing a time bank card. Checking on what Miguel has behind.
2.3. Almost 2.35.
Call.
Decides to call in position. Still got the blinds to act. Wakil's folded the small. Coppola's going to call out the big blind with Jack 9 of strawberries.
Yeah,
No
we'll
discount.
tell him off in a second.
Okay.
180.
Oh wow, we've got 2 hearts on the flop. Top pair for Caprillas plus the nut flush draw. A no good flush draw for Coppola.
Yep, this is pretty scary stuff.
95% equity and a bet of 300,000, near enough half pot. Kokostani can get away from this very easily.
Then pass.
Not an easy escape for Enrico Coppola.
This is a pretty big continuation bet, especially considering this is a multi-way pot. 300K into 660, just shy of half. Obviously, you've got a monster, so you're not concerned about getting more chips in the middle, but is this the same size we would use as a bluff, is the question. Very well could be.
Coppola makes the call. Luckily for him, it is not a heart on the turn. It's the 4 of clubs pairing the board. Coppola is now drawing dead.
Now the The effective stack is the important thing here, James.
Yes.
25 big blinds behind, that's 2 million. Currently, pot is 1.2.
Action goes check, check. 6 of spades on the river.
Nog 5 minuten, ja, fertig.
Okay.
Your turn.
$1 million.
Call.
Bet 1 million, call.
Coppola leads for $1 million, gets snap called. Show your cards,
Thank you.
dude.
Can I see your hand, please?
Yes, when you get called, you should show your cards.
Because I call you.
You can mark it.
Oh, you're marking it. Okay.
Situation, yeah. Cool. Nice call.
Thank you.
Yep, nice hand there.
Miguel Capriles now playing 54 big blinds, and Enrico Coppola has just surrendered the chip lead. Coppola now second in chips with 73 big blinds. Alexander Shevlyakov is back on top with 7 million chips, 88 big blinds. That being said, the blinds will go up after the next hand. Interestingly, we came back from break at 5 minutes past 5. It is now 6:35, so we've played 90 minutes. We only have one hand left to play on this level, so we're almost on pace. We're practically on pace.
So, practically on pace. And we continue, guys. Still 8 remain in the main event. Nice pot there for old Miguel. Nacho Barbero's younger brother.
10 pass. I'm sorry again.
It's not. I have a filler.
1 pass. 3 pass.
Folds round, and that is going to be
I appeal.
the end of that level.
Good luck, everyone.
Gracias.
Just a reminder, guys, PokerStars Open coming your way. Namur, Belgium is first, May 28th to June the 9th. Malaga, Spain is going to be the next one, June 16th to the 22nd. If you'd like more details on all of that, go ahead and check out the PokerStars Live app, which I must recommend on a personal level is being updated regularly. Lots of good information in there. And if you ever get lost or you want to follow a friend and see how they're doing in an event, for example, download it. Make use. It's also important if you want to register for tournaments and streamlines the process hugely. So go and give it a download in whatever service provides you with applications these days. So just to be clear, guys, not a break. We did come to the end of the level.
5 past 6.
Okay, thank you.
And that means blinds now 50K, 100K with a 100K ante. Hand number 97 of our session today. Back to the feature table, back to our final 8.
7 raise, 200,000. 8 pass.
Yeah, so interesting, and I know we're dealing with a very small sample size because we've only just started, but the fact that it took approximately 90 minutes to play 30 hands makes me think that that's the right number.
I'm interested how it changes when we go short-handed, though, James, right? Because we said play naturally is faster. Does it remain 30 hands even when we're four-handed?
Absolutely, but of course, you know, I think when we get 6, 5, 4-handed, we'll see it will take less time to play those 30 hands. It'll be a bit like what we used to do, where the actual level duration would reduce as the number of players go down.
I hear that. Yeah, no, and actually that's the natural flow that we're looking for when we get to the later stages. Quite right. Yeah, I like this a lot. I'm excited to see how this progresses now. Going to the flop 3 ways. Action pre-flop was raise, call, call. Flop is ace, king, deuce. Got shot for 2 players. Trey for Caprier.
By the way, I'm in favor of what's just happened on YouTube, which is that we switched to subscriber mode for the live chat. Especially as it costs absolutely nothing to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and I do think that we want you to subscribe to the PokerStars YouTube channel. Plus, we want you to like the video today, like the stream. Give it a thumbs up.
190,000.
So guys, if you feel disenfranchised by that move by our power-hungry mod, Ed K, make it a power play. If you feel disenfranchised,
5 pass.
press the subscribe button now and join the team. Then you can be in on the joke with us. Subscribe now. Like now. James will do a countdown tomorrow.
Boris Angelov sitting comfortably in second place on the leaderboard, just ahead of Enrico Coppola now, who's dropped down into third. Very close between Angelov and Coppola. With the blinds going up, Nick, Mariusz Golinski has dropped down to 17 big blinds. So we do actually have a legitimate shortish stack at the table now.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Брони шпионите се увеличава.
1 pass. 3 pass.
Boy says, do I have to like the stream if I'm not enjoying it? Yes, you do. It is compulsory. Otherwise, I will find out where you live and I will track you down. Not going to hurt you. Just going to send in Griffin.
He has a very specific set of skills.
No, Griffin has 0 skills. Blind v blind, Capriles versus Ziaita. King 7-5 on the flop. That'll be top pair then.
Five bet, 150,000.
Goes for half pot. In this case, it's just 1.5 bigs, though, because, of course, the action pre-flop meant there wasn't much inflation.
6 pass.
One of my favorite Griffin stories still comes from Sam Grafton when the two of them worked together on the Global Poker League. And the production was based in Malta for a month. So they went and lived in Malta for a month, and the production team very kindly got them an apartment, and the idea is they were sharing this apartment together.
Yeah.
That worked for the first 3-4 days before Sam Grafton marched into the chief exec's office and says, I'm going to need my own place. I can't live with this guy.
Story checks out. I mean, I let him crash in my apartment, my hotel room in Dublin for about 30 minutes, and it was intolerable. So there's that.
And raise. 210,000.
Kokistani opening here with ace-10.
1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
I legitimately don't understand this question. Sorry, Benjamin.
5 pass.
The winner gets 1 million euros, from which 8.5k is cash, right? What am I missing?
I'm not sure.
7 pass.
Just to clarify something, though, this is a good question from Lord of Beer. Will these live streams be available as VOD, as in video on demand, to see later, or are they just gone?
Always.
I'm busy tomorrow. I won't be able to watch the final table.
Always.
Always, absolutely. If you go to the PokerStars channel that's available in your region, and then go to the live section, there's a tab.
Correct.
You can watch all of these on VOD, free content, and you can go back and watch old stuff too. You know, including past EPTs that we've done across this channel as well.
I do enjoy the fact that YouTube organizes by category. You've got a separate subsection for shorts, a separate subsection for live, and it shows you upcoming live streams, and it shows you all of the previous live streams as well, which can be watched as VODs.
That's right. And if you subscribe, guys, and turn your bell icon on, you can be notified about when we go live, and also notified about when VODs are available for you to enjoy, as well as all of our long form, short form that we're going to be putting together.
Oh, we figured out what Benjamin was on about. The min cash, that means like if you make the money in the tournament, you get 8.5k. The winner gets $1 million. How you take the money, whether that is in cash or whether it's in wire transfer, that's up to you. That's rich people's problems. That's the winner's problem tomorrow. And it's a problem they would all love to have. Right now, Angelov could be in trouble. Coppola is open with queens, and Angelov's woken up with ace-queen in the small blind. He has elected just to call. He understands he's up against another big stack here.
That's exactly right, James. Wants to avoid playing these big inflated pots. Big blind has a great hand to defend, though. You know, going back to that previous question mark as to, you know, what hands we should defend in the big blind, these sorts of hands play well. They have good visibility. They play well in multi-way pots, and also, you know, they're going to perform better than some of our hands that might be dominated at a higher frequency, like hands like ace-5, which was what we were discussing just a moment ago.
So, Angelov flopping top pair, has the queen of spades for the flush draw as well. Great flop for him. Not the best flop in the world for Coppola. Decides to check it back. We get the 8 of hearts on the turn. Angelov now an 87% favorite.
I think there's a chance we're supposed to lead here. Boris qualified to decide. Looking at chips.
7-bet, 365,000.
365. I like it a lot.
Chevalier folds his pair of fives. Coppola still has a strong hand here. But makes a disciplined fold.
Very astute. Picked up on the tell or whatever was going on there. I mean, given the pre-flop action, you can imagine that that would be some ace combos flatting in the small blind. A hand as strong as ace-queen is just flatting, in fact. So, yeah, makes a good fold there and certainly disciplined. Both of those guys started the hand approximately the same stack depth. That means Boris sneaks up to second in chips just behind Alexander Shevlyakov.
Boris, is Athanas still around?
There are two.
Give me last names of the
Molino.
Down, Molino. Malino.
Yeah, I think he's here.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday.
One pass.
Walking around a bit like a headless chicken.
210,000.
Like a, with friends like you don't need, one
pass.
doesn't need any enemies.
Five pass, 6 pass.
Mike asks, are they playing until they have 6? That is the hope, Mike. That is the objective. The alternative would be that we would get to the end of level 30, which would be the 5th level of the day, and we would stop there.
7 call. 8 pass.
Right now, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a coin flip. I'm going to say it's 50-50 whether we get to 6 or whether we just stop at the end of level 30.
Well, we have made some cracks about, you know, ICM slowing things down and whatnot, but we have seen some pretty unconventional lines too, so that obviously plays a part.
Yeah, if they were playing with these stacks, by the way, if they were playing just pure ICM-centric poker, I would say we probably won't get to 6. But every now and then, someone, and we know we're talking about Leon, gets a little bit OOL.
I'm here for it, though, Mr. Leon. Keep it going.
Free check.
Martin asks, how long are the blind levels? Once we're down to a final table, each level lasts 30 hands, and we still have 25 more hands after this one to play at the 50K, 100K blind level.
Both players with a kind of similar amount of showdown here, kind of feeling like they're too strong to try and bluff. And I think just check on the river makes a lot of sense. Ace high in this case will be the winner. LOR in YouTube chat says, why don't these live televised tournaments color up their chips? Well, I can tell you right now, those chip stacks aren't what we gave them at the start of this tournament. It's almost as though they've been colored up.
They are colored up at regular intervals.
You chop.
Can you imagine if we had all the chips that we started with for 1,195 entries? I mean, I kind of wish we did. That would look pretty dope, but...
nah, dog.
Nah, dog, nah. Yeah, most modern televised events are colored up often, which is why we don't see all those stacks and stacks like we did back in the day.
Yeah.
4 pass. 5 pass. 6 raise. 200,000. 7 pass. 8 pass. 10 call.
So, hijack, small blind. Both players want a piece. Zyder opens first.
1 pass.
Stani here decides to call. It is a domination situation in favor of the Queen 10 of Hearts.
Hey, why?
Domination, rotation.
Correct.
And Zaita
6 red. 300,000.
is going to bet here. I'm pretty sure Kokostani checked in the dark before the flop was dealt. Now facing this continuation bet of 300,000. Half pot, the bet from Zaita.
Yeah, and, you know, do we have enough equity to continue facing a larger bet? Just decides to fold. James, I have a really, really nice one. I have a really nice comment.
Good luck.
Can I give a special shout out to Judy Whitlow, a.k.a. Judge Judy?
Yes.
Frequent player here on the EPT. She says, not in Monte-Carlo, still a winner, holding my first great-grandchild.
Wow.
Just call me Grand Mimi from now on. Judy, congratulations. That's wonderful to hear. And I was wondering why I hadn't seen you, because you make the rounds now. You're in all the games.
Congratulations, Grand Mimi.
We saw Grand Mimi at the Irish Open. It's great to have a quick and brief chat in between commentary sessions, but I hope everything is well, and congratulations once again.
4 pass.
A7 suited for Miguel Capriles.
Two 10.
5 raise. 210,000.
Makes it 210,000.
Seven pass. 8 pass.
Jacks for Amir Kokostani on the button.
10 call.
Playing it cool. I don't mind this at all, James. I think another example of perhaps the ICM handcuff slowing action down. Jacks is a hand you could consider 3-betting from here, but facing that earlier position open, why not call and play it from the button?
5 seconds. 3 pass. Thank you.
Always an ace on the bloomin' desk. Oh, and 2 diamonds as well. This guy is a genius at flopping top pair and a flush draw.
I was going to say, James, this is not the first time we've seen Miguel flop top pair with the nut flush draw. And when it comes to no limit hold'em, that's pretty juicy, man.
Kokistani calls this bet. I don't think he's calling anymore.
Might check turn still, James. He did this last time. If I remember correctly, he was in position that time, though, so slightly different. When your opponent calls in position, they will have hands like Jack-10. They will have King-Queen. They might have Ace-Queen. They might have Ace-8 suited once in a while.
Oh. Okay, now he's going to play.
That is a set on the river.
It is indeed. The Jack of Strawberries does give Kokistani the best hand. I mean, look, it is also a straighty board, so Capriles probably isn't loving this anymore with his pair of aces with a no-good kicker.
Yeah, I think you're quite right.
5 check.
And with him checking the river, Kokistani can comfortably value bet. There's 1,070,000 in the pot, and he's gone for half pot, 500K.
5 pass.
Capriles makes a wise fold.
Yeah, absolutely. That run out is pretty gross. I mean, if your opponent wasn't winning on the flop or on the turn by the river, I feel like there's a whole bunch to be concerned about. Very impressed with Miguel. So far, seems to understand what his objective is, and he's pulling it off. 38 big blind stack now after that exchange. Still plenty of chips to grind with. And it is Galinsky with the 15 big blinds that we got our eyes on, because he needs to do some work to get back in the game.
Five pass.
Players very shortly will be going on a 1-hour dinner break.
Those are not full stacks, right? What? The greens.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. Those are not full stacks.
Put by 20s is better. The greens.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Raise.
It's 1.8.
5
before the
pass.
hand.
6 raise. 200,000. 7 pass. 8 pass.
We've had a raise from Ziaita with ace-10. What does Kokistani have? Queen-Jack, he's folded.
10 pass. 1 pass.
Jamil Wakil folds. As does Enrico Coppola. Marius Galinsky's in the big blind. He's got sevens. He is the short stack. He's got 15 bigs behind.
Yeah, I just mentioned that, James. And now, how do we play this against that earlier open? +1. I wonder if players have caught on to the fact that Zider is opening a bit wider, James.
Yeah. Jacob Wern makes the same observation we made earlier on today. Galinsky is a bad lookalike for Alexander Skarsgård.
All in.
Galinsky moves all in. If anyone is calling here with ace-10, it's Leon Ziaita.
Now, James, I think I can confidently say that I don't think we're supposed to be gambling with ace-10 at this stage in the tournament. The open seems okay.
169.
Take your GTO and shove it, Walsh.
I mean, that's fine. I'm only speculating.
Ziaita came to play.
But this is +1 versus big blind. This guy is very early positioned. But is ace-10 really the kind of hand we want to spin with when we are in a reasonable position to continue and play for pay jumps?
1 million, how much?
Is it about a third of his stack, James? Is that right?
5 seconds.
Yeah, it will be about a third if he calls. A third of Zider's stack if he wants to give Galinsky a spin.
Makes the call.
Wow.
Come on.
Okay, we spin.
Ziaita is flipping against Galinsky. Galinsky needs sevens to hold, or he will be eliminated in 8th place.
Miguel concurs with my assessment, apparently. A little bit too spinny.
Whatever.
Ronaldo, 10-10. You know Ronaldo?
Galinsky doesn't look thrilled about this situation either, James. Of course he does.
Maradona asked us.
You don't want to get called by 2 overs. You don't want to be flipping here.
يلا قول يا رب. ادعي لي يا سوسن ادعي لي. سوسن ادعي لي.
Queen 8-6 on the flop. Sevens are holding.
مش من أص.
Ако беше някой друг сайт, знаеш като търва.
ادعي لي.
Валтер.
Us. My friend, us.
Well,
Maradona.
Mariusz Galinsky just has to fade an ace or a 10 on the river to double up and survive. He gets the double up. And now we have no short stack at this final table. Galinsky playing 35 big blinds. Leon Zieta is at the bottom of the leaderboard, but still has 27 bigs.
Polaco.
Wow, big flip. That was a tense moment, James.
Gotta win those flips, and players being informed that they are now on dinner break. They are going to take a 60-minute hiatus and then return to play out the rest of level 29 and all of level 30, unless we get to 6 players. Unless we get to 6, in which case we'll stop there.
Еми да.
So let's check on the stacks of our 8 finalists as we hit the dinner break on the penultimate day of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Alexander Shevlyakov still leads with 66 big blinds, just ahead of Boris Angelov, who's the other big stack at the table. No shorties right now. 35 bigs for Galinsky, 34 for Jamil Wakil. Leon Zieta still playing 27 big blinds and still 22 hands to play at the 50k, 100k blind level. So before we go on dinner break, I'm contractually obliged to ask the following question. Would you like to look cool like me? Why don't you check out the PokerStars store? Yeah!
Mulhusen has 38 big blinds. Shevlyakov, one of our chip leaders, of course, 79 bigs. Play it cool, just a call, looking for that set, potentially.
Pretty stinky to be out-flopped here with the one real overcard.
It feels like the kind of board that we bluff 100%. I mean, I say bluff 100%. It's probably what we call a range bet.
A check raise bluff?
We bet with 100% of our range here, usually. That might not be true at the later stages, though. We can still probably find some checks with some hands. Our opponents will have a 5 in the big blind once in a while. Does Mulhusen want to continue with the 4s? I'd be interested to see what we're supposed to do with a hand like pocket 6s or 7s here. Not 100% certain.
Well, look at that, Nick.
Yeah.
And it sort of checks out because Mulhausen was kind of criticizing everyone for playing a little too tight, and here he is, putting chips in the middle.
So when we do see bet these boards, obviously we are opening up ourselves up to a check raise. King 9 seems like a hand we must continue with, especially if we respect our opponent as a capable player, check raising with some bluffs. You know, as an exploit, if the tightest player at the table check raises you on this board, I think we can probably start to make some heroic folds on later streets.
But Mulhausen is not the tightest player.
No, Mulhausen is a very capable, experienced poker player, so category A, not B.
$165.
Free bet 165,000.
Keep it going.
I mean, how sticky is Chevalier-Koff going to get? This could not end well for Mulhausen.
So here's the thing, Joe.
Yeah.
If we were to look up this check raising range on the flop, that's Mulhausen's range.
Yeah.
It often contains stuff like 6-7 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Where we're blocking 6-5 that our opponent might have opened with on the button. We have backdoor diamonds, or backdoor spades, or backdoor clubs, plus some backdoor straight draws.
Who is we? I don't see any of those cards.
The people.
The people.
So I think, again, against a thinking opponent, we need to call. Great run out for Chevalier-Koff.
This is bad.
And I feel like Mulhausen was probably planning on 3-streeting this one, but with that run out, we're now terrified that Chevalier-Koff has a king, which is probably never folding.
Desbest says, are there more Monte Carlo events left or no? Oh yes, there are more events today and tomorrow.
475.
As it's the weekend.
Man, I thought he might give up.
Oh, wow.
Alexander Colonius' ears are ringing right now.
Oh dear.
Are we just calling there to get a look at the cards?
I think we're calling because our opponent either has the same hand as us, or they're bluffing, which we get no value from, or they have quads.
Okay.
Now I don't know how often quads check raises the flop, but that's the setup, I think.
So Chevalier-Koff chips up to 5 million. Chevalier-Koff with aces. That's open to 100K.
One pass.
Round to Mulhausen on the button.
So after the exchange there, the bluff gone wrong, 24 big blinds on the button. Mulhausen not the kind of player that's going to get shook, though. He took his line. He did it with confidence. Now reset and work with what you got. Boris, our chip leader now, or one of our chip leaders, excuse me. Chevalier-Koff technically slightly deeper stacked.
5-4.
Does decide to call versus the open.
Frenchie with King 10 in the big.
Look, I got French fries for you, Franchi. In case you're homesick. So tempting. How do you not?
Yeah, he's thinking about potentially making the move here, guys. He's only got 14 big blinds behind.
No, just take the 6-1.
All in. Nope.
6 pass.
Just decides to fold. I thought he said all in, guys. My apologies. Not even the call. That is interesting.
So instead, it's Angelov. Heads up to the flop and flopping the flush draw.
All right, this is it right here. This is going to determine whether or not Boris Angelov is going to the final table.
It is a battle of the two biggest stacks at the feature table.
Whether or not it's written in the stars, which, by the way, here in Monaco are all Michelin stars.
80,000.
Shevlyakov continuing for 80,000.
$70.
270,000.
It's funny because I only heard 70, which wouldn't have been a raise.
270,000 is a check raise from Boris Angelov. And Shevlyakov just calls, taking us to the turn with 840K in the middle.
Wow.
King of Hearts on the turn. So Angelov now with top pair and the flush draw.
So is this a speed up or a slow down now, guys? I mean, obviously the check raise is kind of a semi-bluff with our draw and an overcard. I think I'd check here as well. You know, imagine barreling off into a set or a hand like King Queen or a hand like Ace King. It doesn't feel great. So just slow it down. Don't inflate the pot here, right now. Shevlyakov probably likely to bet the turn at this stage, though.
275,000.
Goes for around a quarter pot.
275K. So are you saying, Joe, that if Angelov loses this pot, he will not make back-to-back Monte Carlo final tables?
No, but I am saying that if he wins it, he will.
Can't fold yet, guys. Small bet and monstrous hand, monstrous draw. Perceived value probably at this stage.
1.39 million in the pot. The spade on the river. Angelov gets there. Checks it.
Does this work?
Yeah, going for the trap, of course.
Would it be too nitty for Shevlyakov to check this back?
Nope.
And Shevlyakov does check it back.
That check is an insult.
And Angelov adds 745K to his stack, is officially the biggest stack at this table now with close to 5 million, nearly 100 big blinds.
Lock up a seat at the final table. That's my official prediction.
Boris the Animal Angelov. 97 big blinds.
And if I get that prediction wrong, I am more than happy for 110,000 volts to go coursing through Griffin Bender.
So Wakil has 75 big blinds at the start of this hand. King, Queen, and the hijack.
Look at this. See, Mulhausen had to leave the table. He's like one cool guy at a time.
Coolness overload.
King Jack for Franchi on the button.
So we saw Franchi avoiding that King 10 spot earlier in the multi-way pot against aces and King 9 suited. I think probably playing it snug here too, understandably so. I think the King 10 fold earlier was actually really astute. When your opponent flats that small blind, it can often be up against 2 dominating hands or worse, and in this case, of course, was avoiding catastrophe. Ace-king, easy shove.
Absolutely, with fewer than 10 big blinds, a simple decision for Galinsky. Get your chips in, and because he's so short, and because Wakil already has chips invested, Nick, I feel he has to call here.
Might be priced in. How much is it to shove here? 500K, 10 big blinds. I think we can't raise fold this one with king-queen. Too many small pairs in there, James.
More like go all in ski.
Good call.
Call.
Yeah.
There is the call.
He agrees.
Domination situation, however.
Good luck, guys.
Galinsky is the at-risk player, but does have the dominating hand and is still ahead post-flop. Jamil Wakil looking for queen.
For the TV table, no?
For you, I mean.
For the viewers, not for me.
Okay, let's have a sweat then.
No, that's boring.
No sweat, just 3 outs for Jamil Wakil. 3 cards that Galinsky has to fade to survive.
Yeah, maybe it's...
Hey, you win like this, you don't win with the 10.
Anyone
Like this, you can win on this.
No queen on the river. Galinsky doubles up through Wakil.
Go all in, ski.
As if these Skarsgård brothers didn't lead enough of a charmed life.
Okay. We can swap if you want.
Frenchie with queens here.
How about spiralizing? Do you ever spiralize a vegetable?
Yeah, I did it for like spaghetti squash, I think, one time.
Yeah, like...
Raise 100.
Frenchie opening here to 100,000. King 7 for Galinsky.
Seven pass.
3s for Shevlyakov.
8 pass.
He's going to give that up. So around to the blinds.
Coward.
It's just Petrov in the big blind. Starts this hand with 10 bigs. Ace-10 suited.
Too good.
It's too good, guys. It's too good. 10 big blinds. What else are we going to do? We're all in.
All in and a call. It is Petrov who's at risk and behind here. But Frenchie, should he lose, should there be an ace on the desk, will be left with just over a single big blind.
Sorry.
This is basically an elimination either way.
Je kan niet kijken. Oké. Ja, dus. Ja, heel goed.
This is 585. 585 and he's got 675. You have the same.
Confirmation that Petrov is the at-risk player here.
6-8, yeah. Yeah, 6-8.
So you figured that out first, I just realized.
It helps. The flop. 9-7-5 with 1 heart.
You know what the term is?
Just do the ace. Don't do the backdoor thing if you're going to do it.
Turn card is the 8 of diamonds.
Joe.
They're going to do the backdoor thing.
Joe.
Petrov now with 11 outs. 6s, jacks, and aces working for him. The river is a queen, though. It is top set for Frenchie, and it is the elimination of Stanislav Petrov in 16th place.
Turns out he will not survive.
Should have the 6. If you want to win, you can just
Petrov will be
listen
the
to
last
that.
player to cash in 40,350 euros. Everyone else now guaranteed the better part of 50k. 48 grand is the next payout.
Good.
Action has been folded to Mulhausen. Pocket fours.
14 big blind stack in the cutoff.
Kuhlhausen.
500.
And makes a very committing raise to 500,000. Ace 10 of hearts for the table chip leader.
And just one player to act behind. He has got covered as well.
All in. Gaan we. All in goal. No jump, right?
Mulhausen makes the call and we are off to the races.
Nu gaat hij wel komen.
Mulhausen, the at-risk player here.
Good luck.
Do you think Kuhlhausen can make a Fullhausen?
All he needs is this pocket pair to hold.
That's true.
He needs a full Hoosen.
But a Fullhausen would be cooler.
Feeling good about this one.
Yeah?
No. I had a 4. So that's good. Helps a little.
Well,
I had 7-4.
Baby!
We're one step of the way towards that full house. A set of fours on the flop.
Even a card, this is very boring.
3.
With the 3 or 5.
And there
Come
it is.
on!
Wow.
On the turn.
Wow.
Give me the award now!
Ace.
2 full houses. Kuhlhausen. Fullhausen.
Double the full house.
I had a 4 too.
Double the fun.
Yeah.
Double the fun.
Good call, Joe.
You too. I had 7.
I had 7-4.
I know, man. I know. It's a nice one.
Crazy table mono out.
All right, guys. You see now he can bleed, yeah? I showed you guys. He's not Batman. He can bleed. Or Superman.
And he still has 100 big blinds.
Who's going to win the last pot? Jamil gives up Jack 9. He must really have to go have a break.
Well, Angelov, ace 3 of hearts, is going to open here to 100,000. Paolo asks, is Gullet still in? No. Huge hand. Scroll back. Need to see it. Yeah, ace king suited here. And what does he start the hand with? 24 bigs?
7 5.
3 bets to 265,000. And it's going to be back on Angelov.
265?
265.
Oh, is Angelov going to try and do some kind of pressure move here with the small suited ace?
Yeah, potentially. This is one of those, James. Well spotted.
Pressure drop.
These low wheel aces are potentially good 4-bet candidates.
Yeah. It's crap, no?
Yep.
Shoves on his opponent,
Call. All in call.
who calls all in and has a dominating hand and is going to be the big favorite to double up here through the table chip leader.
Angelov, more like Angelov, doubling up the short stacks.
On the last hand of the level, we are likely to see another short stack double up. Of course, something grotesque could happen.
Ooh.
For example, Angelov could turn a wheel.
Domination situation.
Franchi needs to fade. 5s and 3s on the river. Ace king still ahead. Better than a 4-1 favorite.
Easy.
It's the 3 on the river. Angelov gets lucky and eliminates Malcolm Franchi in 13th place.
Franchi, I thought you had the best hand.
That is a sick way to lose.
Angela of Death. Nice work, chat. Another elimination.
That's going to take us down to 12 players. That's going to take us down to 2 tables of 6.
Galinsky with king 6 in the cutoff. That's correct. It's a fold. King Jack on the button. As easy of a fold as king 6 is. I think it's a king, a raise. Easy raise here with king Jack.
And is going to shove for the effective 16 big blinds, I suppose. Wait.
It was
Sorry,
11.
11
It was
and
both short
wow.
stacks.
Oh wow. No, it's 24 big blinds actually for Mulhosen, who really has to call these 2 9s because these open shoves at this stack depth most likely going to lean to smaller pairs. He's going to hate that he sees king jack and has to play for his tournament life in a pretty much a stone flip.
50-50 chance, more or less, that this will be the end of Mulhausen, but it's also the 50-50 chance that it'll be a double up for Mulhausen.
That's how 50-50 works, yes.
That's how it works. Shevlyakov not at risk. Would certainly like to get one step closer to the final table. Mateus being railed by Delia de Jong, also a professional poker player, if I'm not mistaken. 10-eye flop.
Just a queen. Make it interesting.
Griffin calling for the sweatiest card. A 9 makes it less interesting.
Just a queen to make things interesting.
The river is a queen. Oh my God, Griffin! Why did you do it to him?
So sorry.
Mateus Mulhausen,
brutal.
Another victim of a brutal river.
In fairness, it was the most interesting card. Way too early. But that's brutal.
Griffin, you're not wrong, but you know, maybe give it a second.
I have P9.
6-sick game.
Good luck, guys.
Really impressive performance.
Mateus Mulhausen.
I have a P9.
Eliminated in 12th place.
I had
Not like
pink,
this.
So I was like, okay, taking some out.
Not like this.
But doesn't matter, actually.
He's still, in my opinion, like the Fonz. And what's the Fonz like, Griffin?
Easy.
He's cool.
Nice.
Maybe down to you.
$92 big blinds now for Alexander. It's a lot of chips.
Sokoli says, commentators curse, and you have to admit, Griffin, that every single person that's been eliminated from this tournament has been commentated on by one of us. They are, in fact, all cursed. Another playable hand for Shevlyakov. And now the 11 big blind stack. DiMartino ships it.
Yeah, we're going to get another flip here. Quick call from Shevlyakov. And off to the races we go.
Like mansions versus yachts. One of these two things in Monte Carlo has a slight mathematical advantage. DiMartino, the slight favorite with the pair, but is at risk. We could be losing another player in 11th place right now. King high. Those diamonds are a factor.
Yeah, they do sparkle, don't they? There's a lot of interesting turn cards.
Yeah, what is it this time, Griff?
The 10 of diamonds.
The 7 of diamonds. is an interesting turn card.
The 10 of diamonds.
DiMartino has to fade 13 outs to survive. It's the 3 of diamonds. Another disgusting, unnecessary set.
We're gonna be heads up in 10 minutes.
Let's see flips.
Sends DiMartino to the rail in 11th place.
I knew it's coming diamond. I knew that. So you feel like
Both of the last 2 hands players would have been better off not hitting their set.
So the FT it's 9 players.
GG.
Good game.
All right, Jungovicius, ace-9 of clubs. Just gonna raise it under the gun.
Very pretty Jack-9 suited. I think it needs to be a fold at this particular stage and situation. With the 25 big blind. Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a time to pick up aces. Will Galinsky go all-in-ski?
No, but he will 3-bet. Yeah, he has a bit of room now after winning that nice pot off of Jamil Wakil. Oh boy.
And Zahizer's got 5s and thinking about it in the big blind.
Song and dance time.
Oh, wow.
All the time bang chips.
So dramatic. I feel like the last hand before break makes people act funny, too. This guy already acts kind of funny.
How much you have, please?
How much funnier can it get?
One, two, three.
You can't do all this and fold, right?
7.
Sometimes people just get hands, Theater.
1 million. 1,350,000.
The chip Zeeter. Is he thinking about going spelunking? Is he getting out his hard hat and his pickaxe? Or is he going to get out of line?
Fold.
There it goes. Okay.
Finally.
I didn't want to do all that, but I got to say something. And Jungovicius is getting 3-1 right now.
Yeah, but you're in trouble if you're up against it here. I think you can just make a disciplined fold. Is gonna make the call though.
800K in the middle. I see a club. I see another club.
Yeah, and we might end up all hitting here, ladies and gentlemen. 800,000 chips in the middle. Just 1.1 back for Galinsky. I think we play for stacks here.
Check.
Jungovicius checks. Galinsky. 800K in the middle. 1.1 behind.
But 155,000.
That is small. SMAL. Poker Talk Polska says, good size, please. Jungovicius.
900.
Oh,
there it is.
The virtual all-in. Man, I thought you were getting such a cheap price there to see a card, but I guess you don't want to call a miss, huh? Galinsky all in. Youngevicius calls.
Draw. Flush draw.
Overpair versus a draw.
Here we go.
36% equity in the pot. 64% of the time, Galinsky is going to stay in ski. The
Huge
rest of the
swing.
time, he is going to go. He is the player at risk. Turn is a deuce. Galinsky needs to fade 1 of 9 clubs to survive.
They're out there.
Does fade turn and river. Galinsky stays. Youngevicius also stays, but is going to be coming back from the break with 3 big blinds. Galinsky doubles up to 37 bigs, putting him in front of Zaiter and Youngevicius.
1,105,000.
And action is starting with Boris Angelov. He's got jacks.
Yeah, this does not bode well for young Vicious.
9 pass.
Angelov has made it 160,000.
1 pass.
Folded around to the chip leader. Enrico Coppola has passed. Galinsky's out. Miguel Caprice has 5s on the button.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the chip counts here. James, 39 big
180?
blinds.
160.
160.
Miguel might be tempted to call.
Call.
Yep, that's what we see. This also does not bode well for our short stack, James.
Oh, Zaita in the small blind with ace king.
This also does not bode well for our short stack, James.
Time bank cards deployed while he thinks about his best course of action here.
I mean, James, this looks pretty terrifying if you have a weak hand. However, with so few big blinds, do we just spin it anyway? Yeah, the chance to potentially get lucky and go all the way back.
All in. Zaita is the second shortest stack at the table with 18 big blinds. He is all in. Youngevicius is all in with Queen 10. The real question now is, how does Angelov respond? He is all in.
You have all convinced him to call.
And 5s will get out of the way.
Fold it amongst her hand.
Well, if jacks hold here, we're going to see a double KO.
Hold on.
2 players at risk.
Bet I win this.
Ask for king. No. He said he bets he wins it. I didn't have it.
Angelov has the best hand and he has them both covered.
Aber mein King kommt. King.
Zaita looking for aces, kings. Youngevicius needs a queen.
Komm.
Good. King 10 on the flop. Looking good for Zaita.
King.
It's a good start, James. Young Vicious is looking a little desperate with less than 1%. That's got to be a 0%er for the Queen 10 now. Jack's still live, however.
Yeah, you got enough.
Best ender. Very ambitious player.
Best ender. King Ima. Last. Kämpfen.
No jack on the river. No double KO.
So nice. Yeah. Alles hier. Alles by King. I am King from Germany.
Leon Zaita wins the main pot and the side pot and eliminates.
Bye. Ausland, Youngevicius.
Nein, darfst du nicht.
Look at him. We got chips now.
Darfst du nicht. Oh mein Gott. Die King ist dabei. Die King ist dabei. Gut. Muss gute Hand, Habibi.
Ja.
King.
Natürlich.
Ja, danke. Ich hab
Sorry.
keinen.
Coppola opens with 8-7. Angelov calls with Queen 10. These two go heads up to the flop. 10-5 deuce. Advantage Angelov. Okay, Coppola picks up the straight draw on the turn.
I would imagine Angelov is supposed to lead turn, James. I think we're letting him off a little bit too light if we don't have some leads. Excuse me, Angelov.
Seven bet. 290,000. 290.
And of course, straight draw is going to stick around and see a river. Oh, that is
come on.
Just so unfair. Angelov at this point, the way the hand has been played, is probably very likely to perceive Queen 10 as value here. I mean, on this run out, on this texture, it's a very specific read to put your opponent on 8-7 without any visibility. So he's probably going to go for value.
Seven bet. 730,000.
Wow, chunky bet, James.
And this is a super straight. 5,
It
6,
is.
7, 8, 9, 10.
It is. And I guess now we just put the rest in. I mean, the way that Angelov has played his hand is very, very confident. And you can see here it's because he thinks he has the best hand. This is definitely a value bet. Now, I don't know if Queen 10 calls. And James, you know, honestly, maybe we should have an alternative size to an all-in. Maybe a smaller raise is going to get us more chips in the long run. Coppola decides to go for 2 mil. This actually might be the better of the options.
I mean, it's the 9 of clubs on the river, so yeah, it's no flush gets there.
I mean, I think Coppola can still have 9s, maybe 6s. Is that a call?
Time bank.
Time bank. Okay, cool. I was going to say, that would have been really swift if swift to call with a hand like this.
Such a tough spot for Angelov to find himself in. How often is Coppola raising river here as a bluff?
Exactly, James. Exactly. And you have to imagine so many of Coppola's bluffs might have just bet flop, you know? So
Angelov makes a wise decision, folds his hand. Coppola increases his chip lead. Now has more than 100 big blinds. Still 21 hands to play at this blind level. Okay, I'm going to seize on Ed's request. People of the Tube, we would really appreciate it if you could give this stream a like. I'm going to count down from 5. When the counter hits 0, I want everyone to smash that like icon, smash that thumbs up. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like!
Smash!
10 pass. 1 pass.
Like now, it's good karma.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Need to come up with some like incentive, like if we hit a certain number of likes, there's some free roll or something.
That would be cool.
Let me work on that for the future.
Work on it, James.
Six raise, 160,000. 7 pass.
Thank you, Bernard. Thanks to everyone who pressed like. Next time I'll say please, Josh. Get over it.
8 call.
What you get, in all honesty, right now, and as I said, maybe we'll work on something for the future, but what you genuinely get right now is the way the algorithm works is the stream will get recommended to more people. And the more people who watch, the more people get into poker. The more people who watch, it makes PokerStars realize the popularity of the content, and we can keep doing this, so...
And for you at home, the more people that play poker, the more games you get to play in, the wider the population, we can all play poker forever.
So Chevliakov flopped it and now has a redraw to a royal.
They bet 100,000. It's gone.
Huh? What happened here? Bet call.
And Zaita has river 2 pair.
Bruv, you got no club. So Chevliakov here only losing to the Queen of Clubs, is that right?
Correct.
425. One call.
Wow, snap
call.
Snap calls with no club.
Wow, the confidence on that call.
Yeah, the flush is very good. Second nuts is good. Chevliakov closing in on the 90 big blind mark as Leon Zaita drops down to 28 bigs. Now the shortest stack at the final table.
Sorry, James, was it Zaiter who won the flip with ace-king?
Yes.
Just a moment ago? Okay.
No coaching, please. No coaching. You can coach me if you...
One pass. 2 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
I mean, what's that expression about getting back on the horse? Zaita back in action, opening from the cutoff with 5-3 spades because why not?
Why not indeed? Hasn't learned his lesson. Loosey-goosey. Kokstani here, 56 big blinds, defends.
Makes the call, heads up to the flop, which is King, Jack 10, all spades.
Oh.
Top 2 against a flush.
Back on the horse, James. Back on the horse.
Check.
210,000 called by Kokistani. Okay, the board gets straighter on the turn. I'm just thinking from Kokistani's perspective that that's a card that could help.
Yeah, James, quite right. Now, any ace, of course, a straight, any 9 a straight. From the cutoff, your opponent will have both, or can have both. This might be enough to convince Kokstani here to start hiding.
I mean, there's always that, well, if I hit a king or a jack on the river, I might get the rest. If he has a straight, if he has a flush, I could bust him. Are you getting the right price? Are you getting the right implied odds to make this call?
This is about half pot now.
Did you make a big fold? Medium? Medium. 2 pairs? Medium. 2 pairs. Ace 10.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Phoenix observing so many aces from the cutoff. Any ace is beating you now.
Small fold.
And Kokstani gets away from it, folds 2 pair.
Yeah, I think that was a good card for Kokstani not to lose more without the improver of the king or jack on the river.
To be fair, I kind of feel that Zaita could have done with doing that the previous hand. Yes, you've got 2 pair, but so much out there has beaten you.
Yeah.
Blinds are up to 20 and 40,000 with a 5K ante. Tobias Reinkemeyer looks down at pocket jacks.
Will we see the min raise?
We will. Justin Bonomo also has jacks.
This should be interesting. I think there's little chance Bonomo just flats.
He 3-bets to 190,000. Elke and Antonius fold. Masakagawa, king, queen off.
Most of the time this is a fold to a raise and a re-raise.
I'm worried.
He shoves.
Now this might look really bad, but it's actually a pretty good move. These guys are going to be opening and 3-betting pretty light, even though they happen to have big hands. In this case, king, queen isn't doing all that bad against their calling ranges either. Most of the time you're hoping to not get called.
Reinkemeyer reshoves.
At this point, I don't think Justin can fold 1.3 million more to win 2.4 million. He could very well be ahead of both players.
I call.
He calls.
Kagawa's not in terrible shape. He's a coin flip to win in 3 ways.
I have 10.
Wow. You're a slight favorite, actually.
1 time. Hit on Karo.
Team Germany railing Reinkemeyer.
Spade ist am besten, weil Karo hat der Höhe. Ne, ich brauche Spade. Spade ist gut, ja.
Just run out like a 7 high straight. Give us all our money back.
I'm good with that.
Good news for Kagawa is no one can flop a set.
Reinkemeyer is now drawing to a chop. Bonomo's got a backdoor flush draw.
Bring a heart 1 time, just for the thrill. At least 1, just for the fun. Don't be so mean. It's kind of fun.
That takes away the heart draw.
119.
No, no, thank you.
3 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds.
A 9, a king, or a queen, and Kagawa doubles up. Anything else, and he is out of here.
Oh.
It's an ace on the river, so Kagawa's eliminated. Bonomo and Reinkemeyer chop the pot for 350k each.
You know, I give Masa Kagawa a hard time for being a rich fish, but in the end, it did take 2 big-name pros to take him out. Not too shabby.
He will collect 354,500 euros for his 5th place finish.
Boy, that was barely a prize jump at all from 6th place. Top heavy, anyone?
Nice doing business with you.
Yeah.
Ace King for Patrick Antonius.
Raise it up.
He makes it 80,000.
The hammer. Fold it up.
Jack 10 for Bonomo in the big blind.
Easy call out of the big blind.
Heads up to the flop. Queen, queen, 8 with 2 clubs.
Antonius has the best hand, but Bonomo has flopped a gut shot to the nut straight.
Justin checks to the razor. Patrick does not continue. He checks behind and hits a king on the turn.
Antonius turns top pair. Justin picks up an up and down draw now. Now Bonomo's leading out.
Betting 140,000.
Semi-bluffing. He knows Patrick's going to have to fold anything that doesn't have a serious piece of this board. Don't see Patrick folding top pair, nor should he in general or specifically now.
Patrick will call, and we will go to the river.
Justin likely knows the jig is up.
9 on the river gives Justin the straight.
There's a few hands out there that beat him, but likely Justin is going to bet here for value. He knows Patrick's got to have something decent.
480k in the pot. Justin makes it 380.
That's almost half Patrick's remaining stack. You can't really blame him if he calls here. This all comes down to how often he thinks Justin is bluffing with this line. It doesn't look very bluffy to me. Patrick with just shy of 20 big blinds left behind, 10-ish if he makes the call.
He's not calling. He's moving all in.
This is crazy.
I call.
Easiest decision you'll make all day.
Maybe Patrick was turning his hand into a bluff, but no, given that reaction, I think maybe he thought he was going for razor-thin value.
We'll win this pot. Let's have a big
He also really didn't have much fold equity. Had to be a value shove.
Patrick Antonius busts in fourth, collecting 443,000 euros.
Justin Bonomo is just running over this final table. Well, the good news for Patrick is that he lives here in Monaco, and the cab ride home should only cost him about a third of his winnings.
Bonomo in action again, raising his button, makes it 90,000. Jack 10 for Tobias Rankemeyer.
Jack 10's an okay hand to call with, but I expect these guys to start ramping up the pre-flop aggression while playing out of position.
Well, it seems that Rankemeyer is still happy to play flops out of position. He just calls.
Okay. Also, where the heck has Elke been?
Yeah, they're not heads up yet, but I wouldn't blame you for thinking we were at that stage.
Another pretty good flop for Bonomo. A pair, a gut shot, backdoor straight flush. All looks pretty good at this stage of the game.
Rankemeyer checks, Bonomo bets.
Perfectly fine spot for Tobias to just give it up.
There is an alternative.
Oh boy.
Which is to bluff by check raising to 385,000.
I think this is just one of those frustration raises that can happen sometimes when you keep missing flops. I wonder if Bonomo thinks the same thing. This is pretty much a gin flop with a hand like 8-6 off. Don't think you can just give it up.
Can I see your chips?
Definitely wouldn't expect to see just a call here.
I'm all in.
Bonomo shoves on him.
Big, fat semi-bluff. Really good shove. Even if he gets called, it's pretty likely he's drawing live.
He's got 9-10 on the button here. There's his standard open to 90,000. Elke folds what seems like the 800th hand in a row. Rankemeyer with King Queen in the big blind.
Surely he's going to 3-bet this time.
Nope, he just calls.
And stop calling him Shirley, right?
The flop gives Rankemeyer the second nut flush draw.
I think with such a strong draw and a hand that's going to be good a lot of the time, he should probably try to get some money in here. Justin was the pre-flop aggressor, so the check is fine.
Justin bets 140,000. We've seen this pattern before.
With 10 high and a gut shot. Now, Tobias has the second nut flush draw and 2 overcards. It's a crazy strong hand against a button range like Justin's. A raise here would barely be a semi-bluff. It's almost a value check raise, and baffling. This is just a pretty weak play.
The turn gives Bonomo a straight.
Reinkemeyer let him get there. Check raise on the flop, and this hand is over.
Reinkemeyer checks. This is the point where Justin Bonomo normally bets 380,000.
I think that's a pretty solid guess, James.
Oh, he's mixing it up. He made it 375 this time.
Oh, you are so wrong. At this point, there's not much Reinkemeyer can do. Raising here would be disastrous about 80% of the time.
He lets it go. A missed opportunity on the flop. He gives up another huge chunk of his stack. And Bonomo's now playing 191 big blinds.
Having more than twice average when you're three-handed is, good.
Justin Bonomo raises his button with Jack-6 off. King-Jack suited for Tobias.
Reinkemeier's got a very strong hand heads up. We know he's got Bonomo dominated. This is a perfect spot for a 3-bet.
He calls.
I seriously do not know why Tobias never 3-bets. It's bizarre.
8-9-5 flop with 2 hearts.
Though he has the best hand, this is a really bad flop for Tobias. Bonomo has flopped a gut shot. Oh no, and it looks like he's going to donk it.
He does, betting 125,000.
This move is questionable. You're donking into the pre-flop aggressor on a board that's terrible for your hand and also hits a huge part of his range.
Bonomo makes the call. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Puts way more draws out there, none of which Tobias could even touch with a 10-foot pole. Let's see if he keeps bluffing at it.
He checks.
Nope. It's a great spot for Justin to keep the pressure on.
Bets 250,000.
Really not much Tobias can do here. I'm not sure what his strategy is, but it's not working so far.
He folds the best hand.
Justin Bonomo is having everything go his way today, including his opponent's moves. Tobias still super short stacked, but in a way it kind of takes the pressure off, having the odds literally stacked against you.
Meanwhile, Justin Bonomo is closing in on the 10 million chip mark. Tobias Reinkemeyer will post the small blind of 25,000. Justin Bonomo the big blind of 50,000. Reinkemeyer will have the button. He'll be first to speak pre-flop. King 10 suited.
On the button. Easy raise.
So he calls.
All right, well, all this deception really isn't doing Tobias any favors. It might be time to change his game plan. Oh boy, wait a second.
Bonomo with ace-jack. Raises. Puts 125,000 on top.
A lot of players are going to shove here, like almost all of them. Another famous Tobias was a never nude. This one is apparently a never raise. I feel bad rooting for him to shove since he's behind and he'll get snap called, but honestly, that's what he should do.
No, he elects to call and we go to the flop. That flop gives Tobias top pair. It gives Justin a gut shot.
Well, Tobias has finally hit a flop. Let's see if he can capitalize at all. Action on Bonomo.
He had the pre-flop betting lead. He continues for 200,000.
Now does Tobias just call? There are some straight draws to protect against.
He shoves.
And with all the giving up Tobias has been doing, Justin has to know he's behind. Still with 2 overs and a gut shot, putting this thing to bed right now has to be awfully tempting. As it stands, he's not a huge dog.
Gives it some consideration, but decides to fold.
Good disciplined fold. Statistically, he dodged giving Tobias the double up. There's Tobias's girlfriend, Sabina. A little smile from her boyfriend. Justin is taking complete control of this match. If Tobias needs top pair in order to win a pot, this is going to be an even tougher row to hoe than it already is.
Small pocket pair for Tobias.
All right, it's heads up. You've got to raise your pairs.
He does raise. Makes it 125,000.
Re-raise.
Ace-queen.
Definite re-raise.
Question is,
How will Tobias respond to that re-raise?
Well, I don't think you can just call with a pair. You certainly can't fold it.
So Justin makes it 350,000 total.
Justin could easily be 3-betting super light.
Come on.
Ryan Kamai moves all in.
I call.
Justin calls.
It's a race and the biggest coin flip of Justin Bonomo's life. He's a slight dog, but if he ends up on top, he walks with 1.64 million euros.
Plus the super high roller title and trophy. And there is an ace on the flop. Bonomo takes the lead and is on the verge of victory.
Awfully reserved reactions considering the money at stake.
Ryan Kamai needs a 4 to survive. And he needs it on the river. There's a 95% chance we're about to crown a champion. It's a 7 on the river. Bonomo is the winner. Was there ever any doubt? He's been in control of this final table all the way.
Yeah, getting to second without ever putting your chips at risk is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I was pretty happy that you busted out here. But obviously.
Got the name and submit now. All I do is win, we the best now. Royalty, address me or get dressed down. We in the game like a fox in the hen house. Come and get a little taste, get a little sample. Never been met with something we can't handle. Just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste, get a little taste. Yeah, just a little taste, just a little taste. Come and get a little taste.
At the secondary feature table, Andre Akari and Josh Prager have the same hand. Andre 4-bets.
Maybe I'm all in. Same hand, maybe?
Yep, chop it up.
He's like poker's Larry David. Anybody want to make the 2 flush draws joke? No? Anyone?
Oh, well, talking of flush draws, there are 2 diamonds on the flop.
Eh? Huh?
Andre Akari is officially free-rolling. Well, this will be a split unless there is a diamond on the river. And it's a diamond. Oh, that's nasty.
You schmohawk.
Sorry, buddy.
Josh Prager crippled by a grotesque bad beat. Grotesque bad beats followed by grotesque wealth. Welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, Monte-Carlo 2025. We are deep into day 5 of the main event, live from the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. 1,195 total entries in this event have been whittled down to the final 8. The official final table has been set. Congratulations, Kestudis Youngvicius. You did not make the official final table. The rest of y'all have gone and done it. 1 million euros reserved for the winner. All the rest of these still to be given away and decided. Several of them, hopefully, will be decided tonight. 8th, 7th places we're hoping will be distributed. Everyone now guaranteed 6-figure scores. And you got to make it tomorrow to get to the real juicy stuff. And speaking of real juicy stuff, I'm Joe Stapleton, and with me is Maria Ho. She does not want to be introduced as
I'm
real
on with you again.
That's
huh?
right. Hello. You are on
When
with
is
me.
James back?
You got 1 hour with me, homegirl. A whole
Counting down.
60 minutes, which, by the way, is irrelevant now in poker terms. We do we do number of hands, and it's real weird.
Yeah, apparently. New thing.
Yeah, I don't like new things. I like quiet consistency, if you know anything about me.
No, you like chaos, Stapes. You
Chaos
like
is a
chaos.
ladder. And I'm going to use it to get to Donkey Kong. So blinds are still at 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. 22 hands left to go on this level if I'm reading things correctly. Maria, might as well get your opinion. What do you think? Hands versus time?
I mean, I like the idea of hands. I think in theory, I feel like it makes sense. But I don't know. I am a little resistant to anything new. So we will see.
We will have to see. I feel like for these things, I never really even get to have an opinion. It's not like I ever have or will ever play an EPT main event.
What? I'm the big line again?
No, you will. You're playing more than me these days.
Well, I just mean the, the main event. It's probably not going to happen. I hope that when, I announce that the tumor is finally eaten away at most of my body, that PokerStars will throw me a bone. My Make-A-Wish will be, that I get to play a main event.
It's morbid, but, one can dream.
I can see you're picturing it right now. I'd like to say.
I mean, is it weird to ask for a piece if you're dying?
No, I mean you could probably have 100%. Maybe I'll get
just a stone free roll, actually.
Maybe I'll get out of makeup with you if I give you 100% of my action on a free roll. So I want to say that cards are in the air, but that's another thing we got rid of because of woke.
Bobo machine.
We got to slide the cards now.
One pass.
Action is folded around to Enrico Coppola, who was the chip leader for much of the day today. Now third in chips. It's pretty close, though, between first and second, at least. Coppola is going to open ace-9. And we've got Miguel Capriles in the big blind, slightly pipped here. That's redundant. Pipped means slightly. He's pipped.
Yes, but still very defendable nonetheless from the big blind.
Flop is queen, 10-6. Ace-9 holding. The 9 of spades also relevant here.
Check.
Capriles checks.
I mean, does that look like the face of a man who's not going to put in a C-bet? I don't think so.
That was like a quadruple negative, but I think I understood.
You get me.
Yeah, I get you. No, I got you. I got you, boo-boo. Coppola picks this one up. 53 big blinds, 65 for Angelov, who is in second place, and 66 for Shevlyakov, who is in first, technically, although they're pretty much the same.
Yeah, and just looking a little bit at the chip distribution, I feel like when we got down to the final 9, it feels like there was a little bit, I think, more. There was like 1 or 2 short stacks, but there was just a lot deeper action when we went from 9 to 8 initially. But I think with the fact that we haven't had an elimination for a while after we reached 8, you can kind of see that now the stacks are trending a little bit shallower on the average stack size. I mean, 25 big blinds, still plenty to work with, of course, but something to kind of notice. The hose it's not really kinked yet, but like it's kind of getting there. It's like when you step on it, right? And then when you try to put it back on the, what's that thing that you wrap it around? But then it's not fully,
like
you know what I'm saying?
The carousel, but it's sort of just, it's sort of bent.
Yeah, it's sort of bent,
Like
right?
how it's hard to pee straight in the morning sometimes.
Eating the pasta also?
No.
Yes or no, Maria, is a simple question.
Cigarette. Coffee.
Klinsky makes it 210,000. The Eater defends Jack 7.
What?
You talk with your friend? For them hand.
Ace 8 deuce top pair for Galinsky.
But they will come at some point. Oh, on dinner.
Can't think of a more straightforward sitch for the
But-
pre-flop aggressor.
Leon Zater ain't a straightforward kind of feller. And it looks like he is looking at leading.
Oh. It is spicy but ill-advised.
That should be the title of my memoir. Spicy
And
but
look,
ill-advised, the Joe Stapleton story.
I mean, I would buy it, but I already know what's going in the book anyway. So
You know some of it.
I don't want to know all of it, Stapes. That's the thing.
7 on the turn. I don't know what to make of this. Like, a lot of people, you know, go, oh, I have some showdown value now. I don't really need to be so spicy. But I would feel like this is a spicy hose that can't be unkinked, you know what I mean? Or can't be kinked.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird situation if you end up betting again because it's like,
my
what
goodness.
are you betting for value? Are you turning your hand into a bluff? Like, I am unsure because it doesn't quite make sense if you turn some showdown value. If you were very definitively bluffing on the flop, then now it kind of feels like a check would be in order once you get called because, you know, you're not really going to get better hands to fold, but you're not going to get worse than a pair of 7s to call when you barrel flop and barrel turn.
I mean, this is a chonky
So-
bet.
Strange.
And this is going to leave Zaiter with less than pot size bet behind. I'm just going to be quiet and see what happens on this 4 of Diamonds River. This could be a shame. Time bank card gone in. I don't know why you would waste one and then check. He moves all in!
Oh, no.
Running directly into top pair, top kicker.
Is the incinerator on, Stapes?
I mean, money machine go. Because this was a real dry board that didn't get much damper along the way.
I mean, and it's so confusing. To the
Galinsky-
ace king, but they have to call.
Makes the call, and that is gonna be it. I am Leon. I am out. Leon Zaiter really went for it there. And a move I like to call aim for the bushes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
I think in meeting
And
I would do it after.
Mariusz Galinsky just was handed a gift. Leon, I salute you, my friend.
Two hands.
Well, that's one way to start.
Even
this
with a
level.
hand on his face, a smile on his face, and hand in hand
I'm not sure he was there.
with his loved one.
No, for sure he could have.
Ciao.
I think the reality of this might be setting in for him right now.
Braki, dinner break. Dinner break.
It was a hell of a run.
What did he have to do?
I mean, that was a Leroy Jenkins style exit from this tournament. And I should mention that he did score 118,000 euros for that performance. And we play on. So we're one elimination from being done for the day.
5. 3 pass.
if we don't lose a player, we're going to end things at 10:30 stream time. So a little more than 2 hours from now if we don't lose another player. You know, Zaiter, if we can go back to that, he was super entertaining from, I'm going to say day one of the broadcast, day 2 of this tournament. And I commend him.
Yeah, and listen, he probably made moves like that along the way to get to this final table, right? And it worked out. So, you know, certainly you can't hate on the heart. But I think, of course, there's just a time and place for everything. Now the ICM implications are just so heavy that sometimes it might just be okay to take a back seat in certain spots. But again, you know, for him to even make it this far, no doubt he put a couple people in the blender on his way here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And whoa, we've got a hand. Kokostani opening from under the gun with ace something. And Jamil Wakil in the very next position. Now, even without seeing the cards, these are two very strong moves. The under the gun open, the +1 3-bet. People are flatting ace king offsuit sometimes in this spot.
7 pass.
8 pass.
8 pass. I need to see it.
Yeah, Wakil the effective stack with just about 35 bigs, but Kokostani not much more than that, just slightly under 40 bigs.
I do have to agree with Sacramento here, who says he then put hundreds of thousands of dollars in the blender. Kokostani, 4 bets to 1.2.
Wow.
This reeks of strength.
That is highly uncomfortable for the queens. Like a massive amount of discomfort now because, again, as you mentioned, just the positions in which they opened from and the 3-better came from, and now facing this 4-bet, it just does not feel like there's going to be very light 3-bets at all.
And certainly
in these
not
spots.
I mean, look, we know that ace 5 and ace 4 suited are sometimes probably the only hands people get out of line with here. The only hand we can rule out is ace queen of spades.
I just think given the positions, it just can't possibly be one of those wheelie aces.
Well, Kokostani does let it go, so the likelihood of it being one of those wheelie aces goes up a little bit, but maybe ace jack.
It does.
Maybe ace 10. I doubt ace king gets folded that quickly. I thought there was a strong chance it's aces there, Maria, so.
Well, it's pretty scary though for Wakil. If he got snapped there, he would have hated it.
Isn't it just one of those situations where you've got your opponent covered? If they have aces, you're just whatever. That's just meant to be.
I mean,
is that not a thing?
Yes, but then it's no, yeah, but you just hate for that to happen with 7 people left and probably one of the biggest spots most people will have in their poker career.
Yeah, with that attitude, that's a lack mentality. I make final tables all the time.
Raise 210.
Capriles is open from the cutoff with queen 8. Angle off king jack on the button.
560.
And looks like he's got a little bit of history, a little bit of information on the sorts of hands Capriles might open with. Why can't I say his name anymore? Shevliakov, that's it. Ace 10 suited, the best hand here. But I don't know how you mess around when it goes cutoff raise, button 3-bet.
Yeah, certainly.
He's doing it though.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess like this is again just maybe a testament to being in tune with game flow and the table dynamics, because you know this might be a spot with different players, right? If it was someone different opening and somebody different 3-betting, the ace-10 of hearts a lot of times will just go into the muck. But I think again, just given what you said about the table maybe knowing what Capriles has been opening with, and Angelov knowing that, and the table knowing that Angelov knows that, then it just becomes kind of a great spot to 4-bet with ace-10 of hearts.
I mean, when I opened Queen 8 of spades there, I'm so happy I just got 4-bet because I don't have to wrestle with the fact if I should give up or not. I can just do it with glee. And Angelov lets the King Jack go. Shevliakov widening the gap between himself and Golinsky. Oh, chuckle. A little tee-hee-hee. Can I get a ha-ha-ha? Can I get a L-O-L? Can I get a LMFAO? Do you know who that is? Who does that?
Yes, yes.
It's your boy.
Our comic friend.
Yeah.
But it was the first time, I have to be honest, it was the first time when I heard his stand-up at NAPT. I wouldn't have known that reference otherwise.
I've seen it a lot online since then.
Really?
Yeah, apparently there's some game, by the way, at the Improv that like all the big comics play, and he keeps trying to get me to go play in it. I'm just never in LA.
7 pass.
Seems like it would be a good thing for you to make an appearance at.
Yeah, I know. I should make an appearance in America at some point. Morgan J, by the way, who we're talking about, who will be on season 2 of the Big Game on Tour, which premieres in just a couple of weeks. His episodes, not for a while, but big poker fan. Cringe commentator. Oh my! Oh, good thing Ed got you first. Good thing Ed got you first. Cringe commentator. You know what's cringe? Saying cringe. That's the real cringe. My mom says that people make fun of me because they're jealous of me.
That's true. Listen, moms know best. Did I mention I love your mom, by the way?
That's good because
she's a great woman.
You really insulted her once.
I know. I've been trying to make it up to her ever since, okay?
She's cool. She forgives
Groveling at her feet.
She forgives you. She does think that we're a couple, but she forgives you.
So does a lot of people on the internet, I feel like, in chat.
Finally, some rumors that benefit me for once. Golinsky's opened under the gun. Okay, so under the gun opens don't mean anything. Capriles is going to re-raise with 2 aces. Kyrgyzstani with a couple of cards that would have been helpful for Golinsky. Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Now, I don't know much about Coppola's game, but I know that sometimes in these situations, you can have a knee-jerk reaction with jacks and just think they're the nuts.
Yeah, definitely needs to assess the situation. You've got to under the gun raise from a stack that has you covered, so they still have yet to act. After you make this decision here, you've got a 3-bet, you know, granted from somebody who it would appear may have some kind of loosey-goosey plays, but probably not in this spot. Wow, just lets it go.
Wow, so the opposite of what I said. Incredible, incredible fold. Is that even correct?
I think that there's definitely a very good argument to be made for folding there. I feel like it's just very hard to navigate, say you, elect a flat, right? That's going to be a little bit tough out of position. And then what, if you 4-bet and then the under the gun opener 5 bets, then what? Did you just set that 4-bet on fire? Are you going to have to 4-bet fold jacks? Doesn't seem to be a lot of good options there.
Frickin' jacks every time. Capriles, when he watches this back, he's going to see that someone full of jacks there. He's going to be like, what?
What in the world?
Jamel will kill.
Raise 225.
225,000 with Jack 10 off. Now watch Coppola go nuts with 4 high.
3 5.
Kolinsky with the offsuit. What is that? A 3-gapper? 2-gapper?
3-gapper.
Per capita.
Per capita. Were people still on about that?
Nah, man, I shut that down. I'm sick of it. It was about to be D capita.
So what do you think this does for the widget, Stapes? I mean, maybe I should wait until James comes back, but you know how because we're changing from levels to number of hands. And
Yeah.
Does that mess things up?
I don't know. James hoards his little widget. I'm not even allowed to look over his shoulder while he's using it.
Is it like password protected?
I don't know.
Is it biometrics?
Yeah, he's got to scan his eyeball.
Yeah.
65.
Mine doesn't work because my eyes are too pretty.
150,000.
When they're not like glazed over and tired and red, bloodshot.
10 5. 1 5. 3 5.
Chevalier cough.
And the silence tells me I'm not wrong.
It was a big sigh. It wasn't silence. Thank you.
Okay, right. The sigh followed by silence. Correction.
No, I was just thinking about sleeping.
Right, but don't you think that you have some control over that, Stapes? Like
No.
just a little bit?
I don't. I've been in bed. I go to bed like I leave myself 10 hours to go to sleep most nights. Like this morning, I woke up. I kept having one of those dreams where like you need to run and you can't and your legs don't move. And I had a dream. I was for about 2 hours before it's 6:30 in the morning. I just woke up and went to the gym. I was sick of it.
You know, I want to believe you, but I saw some of your Instagram stories from Japan, and it feels like you very clearly made
First of all,
active decision
don't
to
believe
not sleep there.
don't believe everything you see on social media. First of all. Second of all, Japan was a different story. Japan, I was an animal for sure. I was a Japanimal.
We mean like literally on the floor. 1 5.
But I take this job, I believe it or not, relatively seriously, and I've been trying, and I've worked out every day, including the day I arrived.
Nice.
And I'm still the fattest I've ever been.
Raise 210.
Kolinsky on the button, A6. Deuces for angle off.
That's fun. Cheap. Little big blind defend here with a fun set mime
Yeah, it's
type hand.
it's a discount miming. I don't know how you can be more discount than mine, but who, you know. 10-10-6.
Check.
Pair of sixes for Galinsky. Angelov checks.
Yeah, the paired board might lead Angelov to think that, you know, his deuces could be good here. Probably going to take one off sometimes.
Oh, Angelov.
Raise 390.
He is a tough customer.
Yeah, there are going to be some bet folds, I think, in Galinsky's range. I feel like you are just targeting all of those hands that, all of those hands that open from the button, you know, with that wider opening range that can't really continue. And, you know, certainly not out of question for Angelov to show up here with trips sometimes as well. So Angelov's going to have some strong hands that he'll be check raising here. Going to have some draws as well. But Galinsky definitely wants to see at least one more street with 10s and 6s.
And if I know my 2024 second place finisher in Monte Carlo, Boris Angelov, I know that he probably wasn't going to give up too easily after getting called here. Now this ace on the turn may change things.
Check.
Yeah, this completes the flush draw. It's not great for some of the continuing range of Galinsky. You know, I think some of the better cards for Angelov to fire would be maybe some of those straight completions, some of those 9x, 8x, 7x's. You know, that'll complete some gutters. Also keeping trip 10s in his range, of course, but now looks like he's just going to give up.
4 on the river is pretty inconsequential. Angelov with one last chance to bluff at this.
Check.
Beautiful.
Yeah. What a place to play poker.
Wow.
They should leave it open.
Yeah.
They're closing right here. Oh, I don't understand why they closed.
Galinsky deciding
It's nice open.
about going for value here.
Nice open.
Check. Shoot him, please.
No value, just wants to show it down. We'll take it.
Why you close?
Galinsky up to 54 bigs now. Sorry, 68. Big difference there. Second and chip still. Kakistani
10 pass.
gonna pass ace deuce.
1 pass.
Or kill is out. Coppola suited, but not good. Where's all the hands at, yo? Woof.
5 pass.
Maybe they're all in the blinds?
The big blind's got to have aces by process of elimination.
Five. Call.
Oh, I was. Come on. It's been spooky, honestly. I've been spooky this whole trip. I got to play the Powerball.
35.
Raise 350. Pass.
Spooky.
That's exactly why you have to come back to America. Powerball ticket.
I got to get my Powerball tickets.
Okay, you know what, Stapes? I'll since you might not be back for a while, I'll buy us a couple and we'll split the winnings.
Okay.
50-50.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But how am I going to get your juju on it though?
I think I'm just going to let that question hang there.
I know. Once I said it, I regretted it.
Yeah. I'm just going to let chat handle that.
One pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Folds around the angle off. 87.
7 pass.
The year Maria was born. That's a fold.
Appreciate it.
Shevliakov with another hand.
Raise 300.
Going for the
See,
3x
the
raise.
hands are always in the blinds. I mean, you couldn't possibly fold King X suited.
Call.
All right, defend. 10-10-7. Ace high out in front. Kokostani is checked. And we're going to get a continuation bet from Ace Jack. Should be the end of this hand.
Kind of hard for Kokostani to check when he acts second. But
oh, sorry.
I know what you were thinking.
Sorry about that. You're absolutely right about that.
Raise 600.
And I was wrong about him being
Ooh.
done with the hand too. So why not just get it all wrong?
You know what? Why don't you take a break this hand, Stapes? I'll
Yeah,
I'll
go
take
ahead.
over.
I'm gonna just check my email.
Okay.
Ooh, I won a Yeti cooler.
Kokostani just raising here for that backdoor equity, really looking at that interaction with the 10 of diamonds on this flop. Hoping for some backdoor equity.
Check.
Sorry, you gonna get the 4 of spades on the turn, or should I jump back in?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I can keep going. 4 of spades on the turn, and Shevliakov calling that raise, you know, certainly feels like there's got to be some of that Jack 9, 9, 8, you know, perhaps 9, 6, those straight draws in the mix when Kokostani raised the flop. So 4 doesn't really change anything, right? Doesn't really improve any of those drawing hands. Of course, Kokostani could have some 10x, could have some 7x. Both of those hands, you know, would be very reasonable raises, of course, on the flop. But now it's just a matter of whether Shevliakov is going to put Kokostani more on the semi-bluffs or not.
Nice work, Amir.
This man's got moves. Okay, Stapes, you can re-enter.
Am I back in? All right.
You tag, you're it.
I signed up for a dating app during that.
I bet you have, like, in your notes, just a standard copy-paste bio that you can use for all the apps you're on.
It's
Makes
not
the sign-up process.
It's a little
quick.
out of date now, unfortunately.
4 pass.
What's out of date specifically? What do you have to change?
Well, it says I'm a young, virile man in my 20s.
That's not the last time you were on a dating app. Come on now.
Raise 200.
Shavliakov, ace-5. Easy raise from the button.
10 pass.
Kirkistani folds a small. Heyo. 9-9.
Five. Call.
Just a call. Pretty strong pocket pair headed to the flop. Queen
Check.
5 deuce, just one overcard for the nines.
Yeah, certainly ICM coming into play here just doesn't really want to play a huge pot pre. A couple shorter stacks than Wakil out there.
Bet 100.
$100,000 the bet.
Call.
100,000's the call.
Check.
No club on the turn. Shavliakov's 5s still trailing.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot because I feel like if Shavliakov doesn't have a pair of 5s at this point and he just had some other ace-X, right? Maybe something like ace-7 or, you know, ace-9, ace-10. Those are hands he might double barrel, but because he has a little bit of showdown value, he decides to check back. And that's a pretty clean river for nines, I think, especially once the turn goes check-check.
Might be tough for Wakil to go for value. Does he try it anyway? Yeah.
Bet 100.
Small and thin.
Call. Sure, I'm bleeding.
And gets called.
Nice.
I mean, that's some strong poker right there.
Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, people would just opt to bluff catch again, you know, given the ICM considerations. They don't want to get raised, especially when you put out a small sizing. You're kind of always opening yourself up to that possibility. But also, you know, if you know your opponent and you kind of feel comfortable in that situation, then why not get that extra little bit of value? Every bet counts.
Four pass. 5 pass.
Angelov with another big hand. Queens.
Raise 200.
Maria, for the record, I want you to know I think queens should be worth just as much as kings.
Thank you. See, this is what I appreciate about you.
I'm an ally.
I always knew you were.
Raise. 650.
Look at Shavliakov.
10 pass.
Wow.
The utter disrespect.
It is. It is so disrespectful. Not a single blocker that's very relevant in sight. Just the old 950.
Hey, sometimes you have a feeling.
Yeah, and I get it. Maybe you do feel like Angelov is a little bit more active. He's V-pipping a little too much. Maybe he has been raising at a higher frequency than you think he should be. And you do have him covered and you're in position, but just bad timing.
Get ready for the clap back.
Raise 1.150.
$1.1. Bye. Now, Maria, when you do something like that and it gets shoved back in your face, should you feel embarrassed?
You know, I think when I first started, I did feel embarrassed because it was almost like, oh no, I got caught. Did I somehow make it obvious? Was it something I gave off that made my opponent, they could 4-bet me in this spot and I would just fold. But obviously, once you start playing more and you feel more confident in your abilities, you're like, no, I'm just proud of myself that I went for it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, right? Because you tried to put yourself in a position to win the pot, and you should feel good about that, whether it works or not.
So what you're saying is, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened.
You know, that is what I'm saying.
I like that. That resonates a lot with me. King Queen for Shevlyakov.
Yeah, I feel like you needed to hear that right now, Stapes.
I wish I spoke Bulgarian right now.
10 pass.
I'd love to know what Boris and his buddy are talking about.
1 pass. 3 pass.
Was that a smooch? Shevlyakov, King Queen.
Oh.
Galinsky gonna defend with King 5 of Hearts.
At least you got a switch.
Domination situation, top pair for both players. Oh, looks like they're watching some cat videos, maybe.
Is it okay?
Bet one and
Sorry, is it okay?
Yeah.
Going, looking.
I'm gonna ask the floor in the break time.
Streams.
Well, I'm not the only one who noticed.
I don't like it either.
I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like.
After the hand.
We do have a hand in progress, but I
Sorry.
think what's happening is Boris is watching the stream on the rail, and there's a question as to whether or not that should be allowed.
To watch streams. With Renterman.
Honestly, I need the views and the ego boost, so I'm going to say it's fine.
Good.
Small bet on the flop was called. Trey on the turn.
Yeah, Shevlyakov, really strong hand here. Certainly can go for another street of value,
Yeah.
especially against the big blind range.
Well, not the same thing, but it happened in the final table of the main event. Well, they were. That was a lot different. Well,
Not exactly the same situation, considering if they're just watching the stream, it's not the same as having a simulation. There you have it.
It wasn't heads up, was it?
Well, I was not. It was heads up and also like leading up.
And Boris was there.
In any event.
He was.
Yeah,
Very sizable bet here.
Yeah, we
700K.
If it's not allowed, then
Shevlyakov sized up. Gets a fold. All right, let's see what the floor has to say.
Usually, Renterman got one penalty.
All right, let's not jump to penalties.
Fair play game.
they have to make it a rule though. Right now, it's not a rule. Right now, this is allowed. It's allowed. But if they say no,
In break, yeah.
I think Jamil's right.
Not now. During the.
If something wouldn't be allowed, we would not allow it.
yeah. Right now, it is allowed. Yeah, he's not doing anything wrong.
Handed and handed.
It's not okay.
Or Starling.
No, they'll stop if they say no. But it is allowed currently. As of now, it's not a rule.
So the current rule is that no devices with solvers are permitted in the entire tournament area Watching the stream, as long as you're not blasting the audio, is permitted currently. Now, I can totally understand why it might be a little irritating
10-5.
to have one person accessing that information a little bit sooner than everybody else. But at the moment, it is not breaking a rule.
Right. And where I stand on that is, you know, and I can certainly see both sides, but everybody has access to the same information on the stream, right? And so obviously, sure, some people might not have friends at their disposal that could be at the rail right now that could, you know, share their phone with them on the rail, but you know, it's not something that not everybody isn't privy to. So I think that's kind of where the rule should be kind of, you know, managed, I think, by the tournament staff is, okay, if this is something everybody has access to, then if it's deemed okay, then that's fine. But I don't know, it's a thin line between kind of policing too much, but also making the game fair for everybody.
I think that the stand-up thing to do would be if Boris's friend stood there and let everybody come over in between hands and look at his screen.
255.
That would be pretty cool. IMO.
Pass.
And then I would take his phone and totally make a long-distance call on it.
Or PokerStars could just, you know, project on that LED screen behind them the feed.
I did always think that, like, having like a ticker that 30 minutes later just puts the results of the hand up, like the hand history, where everyone can see it. Kind of like at the horse races or whatever, you know, just the results of the race get posted eventually.
It's okay.
Ace of spades.
6 hands left
8 pass.
on this level.
Ace.
10 pass.
Ace or 8?
Ace.
Ace.
I didn't want it anyway.
Jamil Wakul.
Yeah, it was pretty short stacked yesterday. And got that double up with King 10 of diamonds against King Jack, if I remember correctly, was just absolutely dominated and flopped a straight with a flush redraw. And look at him now.
5.
580.
Raise 580. 5 pass.
Not just a raise, but a re-raise to 580. Angelo folds ace 9. $365,000 to call. Feels like one that can be released relatively guilt-free. It'll be dominated a lot.
You're lucky, my friend. I would have had ace king. I swear, you'll see. I would have had ace king.
So yeah, I'm lucky, kind of, yeah.
That would be big. I would have had ace king. Maybe.
I had an ace.
It's okay.
That would be big call then.
Somebody got saved by that card getting exposed.
Maybe I'm lucky.
Unclear who.
Who? Me?
Maybe I'm lucky, but
Yeah.
I didn't have ace king.
Ten pass.
Slightly better than King Jack. We got King Queen now.
Slightly better, but also slightly worse, depending on how you look at it, you know? Because
Right,
just that
220.
ace kind of getting misdealt messed everything up from here on out. So really, this might have been kings. If that ace king was, you know what I mean? There's a chain reaction
I
happening
didn't look
here
at
from
it
that.
from the butterfly effect.
Go.
Caprill ace with queen jack. Suited.
7 pass. Thank you.
Maria, I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you this, but just in case, you know it's Mother's Day on Sunday, right?
I do indeed.
Okay. Because I
I've
think
got
that...
all kinds of flowers planned, brunches.
Okay, I was going to say, because the mothers in your life don't seem like the type that would forgive very easily if you forgot.
Actually, you know, my mom, she hates celebrating any kind of holidays. So every time I try to ask her, like, hey, let's do something for Mother's Day, her birthday, Christmas, she's always shutting me down. She's like, no, I don't want to.
Yeah, but if you didn't try, I think you'd be in big trouble.
You're right. It is one of those.
So it's the year of the 7 is back, by the way. The 7 is always coming. 3 of them on this flop.
5 pass.
And this bet from Wakil. The C bet, that is. Gets 1 fold. Can it get 2? Chevliakov every once in a while is like, yo, 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 yo. It couldn't be me folding to this.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice.
10 on the turn doesn't hit anyone. Neither does the clubs.
Yeah, well, Kill has range advantage here, but not really nut advantage, right? I think Wakil will have more, of course, of the bigger full houses, but he's not going to have more 7x, I think, than the big blind. So
That's 1 million.
he is not afraid, though, going to, of course, be betting with those blockers to the premium pairs. And he's the only one that could have premium pairs, right? Because Shevlyakov, if he had queens or kings or aces or even maybe jacks, would have squeezed pre from the big blind. So pretty undeterred, trying to shake perhaps some ace-x's that called the flop, maybe some 6s, 5s, 4s, some of those smaller boats.
The worst hand does eventually fold. Just a few hands left on this level. No break yet. Remember, we're doing things funny now. I gotta give the audience credit. Surprisingly few questions about how all this works. Fewer than I've had. Someone's asking me if I would watch my favorite sport and then just go along with whatever they said. And the joke's on them because I don't watch sports. I don't even watch bowling. Pocket aces for Coppola.
25.
Went to WrestleMania. Does that count as watching sports?
4 pass.
Well, that was once a year.
No, that's more like entertainment. It's not really.
WW Entertainment.
It's like watching a concert.
It's right in the name.
It's a show.
It's scripted, just like the NBA Finals.
7 pass.
Are you a Knicks fan?
8 pass.
No, I don't. I don't like sports.
I know you don't watch sports, but like you still have to
When I was growing up, I would have chosen the Knicks. And then I moved to, and then when I was a kid, I decided that I liked the Lakers. because I was into LA stuff. And then when I moved to LA, I decided I liked the Clippers because the Lakers are like, you know, it's like the Yankees of basketball. And then I worked for the Sacramento Kings very briefly in my youth, so I was kind of into the Kings for a second. But NBA is my least favorite of all the sports, and I don't like any of them.
Don't let our mutual friends who are in the NBA hear
No, that's
that.
why I can be friends with Daryl Morey and don't fall all over myself because it doesn't do much for me. My first ever writing gig was the Sacramento Kings. They're like 90% of their audience was season ticket holders, and they wanted to figure out ways to entertain people while they're in the stadium. So they hired like a outside consulting firm to pitch ideas. And so I sat in a meeting with a bunch of Kings executives one day and pitched them ideas for little goofy things they could do in game. So when I say I worked for the Kings, I just mean I worked for one day as a freelance writer.
But that was enough to make you be like, I'm done with the NBA.
No, they were great. That was when the Maloofs owned them. You must know the Maloofs.
Yeah.
7 pass.
Did you ever date a
I feel
Maloof?
like I went to a party. No, but I went to a party they had at, like when they, like at the Palms.
When they owned the
in one of
Palms,
the
yeah.
penthouses. Yeah.
Shevliakov, Ace King, Kokistani, 9-8 of clubs. Shame to. Never mind. You can play it. Go for it.
He can and he will. He doesn't need your approval.
No.
5.
No, he certainly doesn't.
Call.
Just wait till Boris Angelov finds out what he played here 30 minutes later. Ace-8 tray, top pair for Shevliakov, pair of 8s for Kokistani, who checks.
With 150.
And this is a pretty small bet relative to the size of the pot. And it's going to get
yeah,
value.
Slightly over min. You know, Kokistani could potentially have, you know, some ace-X he might call out of the small blind. He's going to, of course, I would imagine, against the button, be 3-betting a lot of his stronger ace-X, but, you know, it does feel like a lot of the times he's going to have an 8X quite often, maybe some of the weaker ace-X. So this is just a good spot where you want to continue barreling as Shevliakov and hopefully set yourself up for a nice river barrel for all of it.
Turns a 7.
That's 500.
Kokistani checks. Shevliakov bets again.
Si può lavorare così però.
This time, sizing up to half pot. $500,000. I feel like these betting lines are so hard to play against. Because I feel like if you're bluffing, you do this same sort of pattern.
Well, right, which is why, you know, when you have value, you also kind of have to have some bluffs to match so that it's going to be very tough for your opponent to exploit your double barrels in this spot. But I don't know if looking at your opponent here is going to get it done, but I feel like that's also the problem with kind of playing the 9-8 suited, and it's okay to call pre, but I think on the flop, the problem is you don't really it's harder for you to improve when there's no club on the flop, right? So you're really looking to improve to trips or 2 pair. And when you don't, you just have to kind of believe them.
Well, luckily, it was the truth this time. Shevlyakov takes it down with the best hand. Just a couple of more hands left on this level. Not quite halfway through the session yet. But you know what? I never mind if Hardigan wants to put in a little extra effort. Hey, buddy.
Well, I'm sat here, so I figured I may as well join you. Hello, Maria.
Maria needs the
Hello.
reprieve.
Yeah, I kind of also...
I too, indeed.
There I was, eating my dinner, chowing down on a burger, thinking, I do feel kind of bad leaving Maria alone with Joe.
I don't know why everyone is
it's
always
2 days in a
taking pity
row.
on Maria for having one of the best days of her life.
5-5.
I'm going to guess Maria is not even top 100, right?
10-5.
Won the boys.
So still no short stacks, right? We've got 2 players on around 30 big blinds, Kokistani and Caprillas. And everyone else, 50 bigs or more.
James, I'm just going to let you know that I'm going to stick around for exactly until happy hour starts.
Okay, that is, by my calculations, 17 minutes.
17 minutes. You got me for 17 more minutes, buddy.
We're lucky. We're blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Aces again. Everyone's got aces all the time. James, somebody fooled the jacks pre-flop correctly to a 3-bet from aces.
That is impressive. By the way, you know happy hour is actually 2 hours? It's actually a misnomer. 9:30 to 11:30. This is what you miss out on, Ho, when you stay in California.
I mean, even if I were there, I wish I could partake in alcohol right now.
She can afford alcohol.
It's not in the cards for me.
It's us peasants who have to stand with our empty cups waiting for them to lift the barrier on an open bar.
Fill up your pockets with cans of Heineken.
I did that yesterday.
That's hilarious.
And I was afraid I was going to get caught, so I did it real fast and ran out of the room.
50. 5-5.
Ace-king suited for Boris Angelov. And again, can we please just take a moment to salute Boris for making the final table of this tournament 2 years in a row.
I did make a big enough deal about it in this session. Thank you.
We have to. I mean, we're talking about more than 1,000 players each year. And let's not forget that he also finaled the World Series main event in between.
That did come up because there was a brief kerfuffle about an electronic device on the rail here.
3-5.
Boris is like, not again.
No, he was the one looking at it.
Oh, Boris.
Now, he was just watching the stream.
Oh.
On a friend's phone.
Probably checking that we're saying his name correctly.
Guys, have a new dealer. We show
Thank you. Thank you.
Blinds are 6120 this time.
120?
So as we've established a few times during our live coverage of this event, all these players are earning points in the PokerStars Live League. This is running throughout 2025. It's kind of a player of the year competition across all European Stars events. And it applies to people who are playing high buy-in tournaments, medium buy-in tournaments, low buy-in tournaments, with 3 different tables. And the top 3 finishers in each tier are going to win prizes. The top 10 players in each tier are going to have the chance to join Team Pro. 1 player will be selected as the next PokerStars ambassador. Whoever wins this is going to earn 611 points. That will automatically put you into the top 10 in the high leaderboard. Like, clearly a 5K EPT, because it has such a huge field, it's worth a lot of points in that league.
And you would imagine, I guess, your competition is going to be slightly smaller in the high
7 raise,
department anyway.
8 pass.
I mean, I am hearing rumors They're not so much rumors as anecdotally I'm hearing that there are some players who have made such a good start in the league, Campione, Irish Open here in Monte Carlo, that they are changing their plans for the summer. That they're actually thinking, I'm not going to go to Vegas for the World Series. I'm going to go to the PokerStars Opens in Namur and Malaga because I want to defend my position on the table. I want to continue earning points to ensure that I can win the medium player.
Well, there goes my chance to win Malaga.
But that makes sense, though. I mean, if you're kind of at the top, then you might as well.
Cool.
I think what I found particularly interesting about this concept, Maria, is we had David Doherty and David Lappin on the podcast when it was first announced, and we were talking about the prizes that were available. And of course, you know, stuff like a 100K contract to play all PokerStars events next year is a huge carrot, but both of them said it's not really so much about the prizes. It's the actual prestige. It is that classic poker player ego thing of being named a podium finisher or the player of the year that really appealed to them.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that it's very likely both. Like, I think it's incredible that you are going to have the opportunity when you finish on top to play in all of the PokerStars event. Like, what a dream that is for so many players out there who've never really been able to experience the whole circuit.
So
I want that Team Pro job.
Capriles is flop best here. He has paired his 7. He is facing a 285,000 continuation bet from Boris Angelov. And folds the best hand. So this is the new blind level. We are now playing 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante, and this will be the last level of the night.
So 30 hands tops.
30 hands tops.
Okay, so James, you were gone, but I was wondering if you could tell us how this whole, you know, number of hands versus levels affects perhaps what the widget tells us, because I want to make sure that we still get to refer to the widget, of course.
It does not
so
affect...
could you scan your eyeballs?
Yeah, the widget is based on...
program.
Yeah, the widget is based on blind levels rather than anything else, so it's not unaffected. It doesn't matter whether we're playing hands per level or 90 minutes per level. The widget is always looking at big blinds in play and therefore the likely number of players at any point where the big blind is at a certain level.
4 pass.
Are you asking what the widget is saying about tonight, Maria?
Yeah, the widget's my North Star. I need to know.
What about you, Joe? Do you need to know?
I need to know.
So this is level 30, right? The widget predicts that we will get to 6 players in this blind level. The widget predicts we will come back tomorrow midway through level 30 with 6 players.
You just missed one.
Sorry?
In the widget we trust.
Okay.
But aces, unfortunately.
Pass. 1 pass. Three pass.
Hold it around to the button here. Miguel Capriles with 9 deuce of spades.
5 pass.
Angelov with queen 3 in the small blind.
5 seconds. 7 call.
Have you done a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 like countdown yet, Joe?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, we're going to do that in just a moment. We're going to let this hand play out, and then we're going to help Ed, because our super mod, Ed Kilworth, is trying to get the stream to 2,000 likes, and we have a strategy for this. Chevaliakov defends the big blind. You can do this as well, Maria. You can play along at home.
Okay.
Pablo, we've already established that he is Nacho's younger brother, not his father. Chevaliakov bets the flop, gets a fold. Here's the thing, guys. If you have not already given the stream a like, if you have not already clicked the thumbs up icon below the stream window, we want you to do that, but we're going to all do it together, okay? So if you haven't already liked the stream, the chance to give us a thumbs up is coming in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2, 1.
Oh, damn. Click now. Click.
Let's do it.
Click. Smash it. Smash it.
She's like a prettier, smarter Griffin.
One pass.
Thank you, everyone. It's much appreciated.
Everybody trying to like it at the same time now knows what we have to go through when we're trying to synchronize the Chop Pot song. It's hard, but we can do it.
Oh, me and Maria crushed it yesterday.
Ooh, yeah.
10 out
Did
of
you
10.
hear, James?
I did not.
But we talked about it ahead of time. And the thing is, James,
240,000.
is so what Maria has to do is go as soon as she hears the cue, she goes right away, and then you give it a beat and a half.
Beat and a half. Look, I was pushing for us to pay for the more expensive satellite uplink, but you know, we're already throwing so much of the budget at this satellite.
For the Chop Pot song. That would go over great. Sorry, it was $10,000 a second for what?
It's a meme, and people love the meme. Wow, I mean, we've got a screenshot here of the reviews you received.
Yeah.
Amazing, perfect, 10, greatest of all time. I thought it would be much worse, but perfect. Perfection, 10 out of 10. LOL. Oh, that was an anomaly there. Best timing so far. Cardinal Robert Francis Provost, who took the name Pope Leo the 14th.
Okay, maybe not that one.
Great reviews there, and a hashtag fun fact about the new Pope. King Queen versus King Queen. Well, if this gets to showdown, Maria, we can see if we can surpass perfection.
Okay, well, listen, I do want to have a disclaimer that this time, because there's 3 of us, but you two
I'm not
are
doing
together.
it. I'm not going to do it.
You're not? Okay.
No, I'm just going to let you two do it. I'm retiring on top.
Don't worry, stand down. Stand down.
We can't make him chop a pot.
I think it's just nice for me to just not dread it as much as I used to, right? Like now I'm actually excited. I'm looking forward to it, even though I know it's a high bar.
I like that.
Now, before I used to feel so anxious.
Now you know you can do it. You don't have the yips anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Griffin, by the way? Has he done any work today?
I mean, he was on with me, I think, earlier.
Ah, okay. Just double checking that he didn't get like a pass today.
5 seconds.
I mean, Griffin's clearly already at happy hour, right? Like,
I've not seen Griffin in the players' lounge at all this trip. He hangs out with the better.
I did find out who he went to dinner with.
Oh right, which high roller did he bolt onto?
Spraggy.
40,000.
I said, which high roller did he bolt onto?
I mean, that's the answer. I don't know what to tell you. They went to go watch the football game.
Woof.
5 pass.
But I knew it was someone that outranked me socially. That's what I mean.
7 pass.
Outranked you in bankroll as well in
Yeah.
terms of who he can
I mean, Spraggy's a medium roller. I'm just a low roller.
5 seconds.
So Galinsky has opened with 4s. Shevlyakov with ace-king. These are the two biggest stacks at the table right now. Both players with around 6.7 million behind. Shevlyakov has 3-bet to 750,000.
10 pass. 1 pass.
Yeah, Galinsky is deep enough here to set mine, but, you know, do you want to be involved in this spot against a big stack? Nah.
So, Shevlyakov, officially number 1 on the leaderboard with 7.2 million, 60 bigs at the current blind level. Galinsky with 56 bigs, everyone else sub 50, but Angelov 47, Kopylov 45, Wakil 43. No one super shallow. The two shortest stacks, Kokostani with 21 big blinds and Miguel Capriles with 20. 25 hands to play at this level. $60,000, $120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. Galinsky first to act, folds. Wise move with the Spraggy. Queen at 3 of diamonds for Capriles.
5 pass.
Angelov, Jack 3. Out.
Pass.
Shevlyakov folding Queen 7. So Kokostani on the button.
Can I have a bottle of water, please? Yep. Still.
Raising with a queen.
Buddy, wait 3 minutes. It's almost happy hour.
1 pass.
Ace queen for Enrico Coppola.
Kokostani down to 21 bigs, so not surprising to see Coppola just pretty happy to 3-bet, get it in here if necessary.
Interesting. He calls. Well, he's got
Maybe
14
it's one of the
bigs
suited
behind.
Broadways. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what.
I mean, Queen 10 would be good right now.
Mm-hmm.
One 1.7. 1.7.
Exactly pot.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and this is just not a great flop for ace queen, unfortunately. You know, there
3 check.
there are some kind of considerations for maybe Coppola just deciding to put Kokostani all in pre-flop. Now that he, you know, just 3-bet to 800K, got flatted, you know, doesn't love this flop, is probably happy that it goes check-check. You know, it does kind of take Queen 10 out of the equation. I would imagine Kokostani would just be super happy to bet the flop with top pair.
Check. 3 check.
Kokostani
400,000.
bets 400K. I'm guessing Coppola just has to fold here.
It's pretty unfortunate to not have a heart in your hand.
Is that his last time bank card? This guy burns through time bank cards. He was out of them yesterday, so he only had the 6 he started the day with, and he's used all of them.
It's hard knowing that we do see a queen of spades in Kokostani's hand.
Yeah.
To imagine that he has much value, that he's willing to check back the flop and bet the turn with 3 hearts out there. But does get ace queen to fold, which could have been the best hand.
Maybe. Maybe. Joe, it's 9:30, buddy.
I'm just loving it so much here right now.
You fold 2 queens?
It lasts 2 hours, right? And the most this can last is another 25 hands.
Without that.
That can't take 2 hours, can
I
it?
don't know what's about river.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this dedication. Joe Stapleton is
All right, I'm going to go. Wow, the audience is way too happy to see me leave.
I think you should stick around just to really suck to them.
One for me.
I do love spite. It's my #1 motivator.
5 pass.
Can't believe you would take spite over free booze, but...
I mean, how much can I drink in 2? All right, you know what? You're really making a compelling argument.
I have that skill.
I've been real good about drinking on this trip. Last night I was like, I won't drink, I'll sleep better. Slept worse than I slept the entire time.
50,000. 1 pass.
You know what, Stapes? Here's a thought. Why don't, instead of drinking, instead of staying with us, you go work out and then take some melatonin?
I mean, I already worked out once today. You're saying I got to do 2 a days? And I got to buy street melatonin? I got to find a shady guy in the street?
I think you feel good about yourself, and I feel like sometimes working out at night actually makes me feel more tired.
Well, I found something out on this trip that apparently I fall asleep too quickly. That if it takes you under a certain amount of time to fall asleep, it means you're in like supreme exhaustion.
Correct.
And I've been playing this game at night where I lay down and I count backwards from 10, and I haven't made it to 1. Wow. Even once in the last 2 weeks.
There is an ideal sleep latency. There's like too short and too long, and you need it to be in that kind of middle ground.
Yeah, me and James, we wear Aura rings, so we know this stuff.
Oh yeah, Aura rings. It's horoscopes for rich people.
James, is it somewhere? I feel like it's like somewhere like 12 minutes or something. It can't. It's like more than 10.
Yeah.
But less than 15.
It's supposed to take you longer than 10 minutes to fall asleep.
You're meant to basically wind down. You're meant to let your brain slowly shut down. Certainly, if you fall asleep within 5 or 6 minutes, I get a bad sleep score for that. But one thing I have discovered is...
Oh my God, white people.
One thing I have discovered, which is that it's not just the duration. Like, I've had nights where I've had like 8.5 hours of sleep, but it's just not been very good quality sleep. Other nights where it's been like 5.5 or 6 hours, I get a higher sleep score because of the quality of that
I'm
sleep.
going to get one of these Aura rings, and it's going to be an absolute horror story, what I show you guys.
You're going to have that little red alert every day.
I'm going to get swatted for my sleep score.
There might be somebody at like chat support that'll just have to intervene. They'll be like, I've never seen scores this
Sir,
low.
we're calling 911. Don't move.
10 for Trey on the flop. We only know one of Caprilla's cards here. deuce of hearts. We know that Angelov has top.
Ooh, what if Capriles had a street flash draw? What if he had the 5 deuce of hearts?
We do love street flash.
$230,000.
Well, Angelov was the pre-flop aggressor. Happy to continue here for 230,000. Jamil Wakil with 6s.
Seems like an okay board for 6s. But you are facing an under the gun open, an under the gun C bet. You do have the big blind still to act, so just gonna get out of the way. A lot of bad turn cards for your hand. Just don't really want to put in more chips, kind of not knowing how you want to proceed on most of the turn.
Only 5 is golden.
Oh!
Ooh.
All
He
in
might have it. He
and
might have like ace
a
deuce of
call.
hearts.
It is 2 hearts. Looks like king deuce of hearts.
As 10 król dama, król 2.
The hold.
As 10 do przodu, no.
Not sure why it's showing 3 queens as is out here.
It's because of the change to that number of hands versus the clock. I think it's probably messing with the outs a little bit.
Capriles does have kings and hearts working for him right now. But he is an underdog in this hand. And he is going to need to hit on the river, or we are down to our final 6. No king, no heart. And Boris Angelov eliminates Miguel Capriles in 7th place. And day 5 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event is in the books.
Nice to meet you.
What do you think on that?
I think it's totally fine. I mean,
6, yeah?
yeah.
I liked Miguel. He's a character.
He can fold.
Yeah.
He can fold better hands like.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
68 bigs.
Bro.
Good luck, man.
I give you
Updating you.
Yeah.
5%.
Anytime a member of the Barbero family can go deep in a tournament, it's cool with me.
A 7th place finish worth 153,600 euros.
Have to do it. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you very much. You were a very good guest. And
Thank you.
I
Likewise.
enjoyed my time with you.
How gracious.
Likewise, very much.
Thank you.
Sadly, Miguel will not be advancing to the final day, but this guy will be. And Boris Angelov, last year's runner-up, will be coming into the final table of this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event as chip leader. Jamil Wakil, a PCA finalist, also in the final 6. Angelov's going to have 8.1 million, 67 bigs at the current blind level. There are no short stacks, by the way. Amir Kokistani, who is the low man at the table, still has 32 big blinds.
A mere 32 big blinds.
Enrico Coppola will be playing 39 big blinds. An interesting mix of characters, Maria, and clearly players with a lot of experience, accomplished players like Angelov and Wakil, and maybe players who are not as experienced.
Yeah, and even with some of the players that I'm less familiar with, like Shevlyakov, he's really made some moves today that makes me feel like he's going to be a real interesting addition tomorrow, especially when the ICM is so heavy. He's really going to make these players work for it.
So we're going to pick up tomorrow with 23 hands left to play at the 6120 blind level. And we will keep playing tomorrow until we are down to a winner. Just 6 remain from the 1,195 who started. We are close now to crowning a champion and paying out that first prize of 1 million euros. Stacks will be checked. Chips and any remaining time bank cards will be bagged. And players will return tomorrow for a 1 p.m. start. That's right, we go live on the PokerStars YouTube channel tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 30 minutes later than the last few days.
Day 6 master.
Maria, we always love spending time with you, but one of the net benefits of this slightly earlier finish is we are going to save significant money on the satellite uplink.
Yeah, I felt bad the other day. Remember when there was like we had to try 3 times because it sounded like I was in the bathroom, and I Venmo'd somebody, I think 500 euros. So I get it. I get it.
PokerStars is very grateful. Maria, we will speak to you tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. Just 1 day left of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. A day when 6 will play down to a winner. Boris Angelov will be looking for redemption, looking to improve on his second place finish from last year, looking for the win, and he will have the chip lead. 8.39 million. Alexander Shevlyakov, the second biggest stack. Galinsky playing more than 50 bigs. Wakil 40. Enrico Coppola just shy of 40. And Mir Kokistani 32 big blinds. And with 6 remaining, everyone has now locked up nearly 200,000 euros. And as we see in every EPT, big money jumps with every single KO. 615k guaranteed to the runner-up. The winner of this year's main event is going to receive 1 million euros. We will find out who that is tomorrow. Do make sure you're with us from 1 p.m. You will see every single hand of the 6-handed final table live and cards up. In the meantime, do check out the PokerStars blog, updates and stories, plus of course, an important preview of Scoop, which starts on Sunday. Find out all about this year's Spring Championship of Online Poker via the blog. And make sure you're with us tomorrow on YouTube for the final day of EPT Monte-Carlo. We are live at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Until then, from Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Monaco. Thank you for watching the PokerStars EPT Monte-Carlo main event.